Sorry, guys. Figuring out an issue where everyone just got disconnected. So it should bounce back. Yeah, stream's back. So guys, give us a minute here while we figure out what just happened. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Montreal LAN. I, Rice Hat, am here with my good friend IOPG, and we are soon going to go into the next game, which is going to be Gypsy versus Striker.
That's going to be a real exciting one.
Yeah.
I mean, Gypsy's crazy.
Yo, he's so good. Both of them are, of course, S-rank players, I do believe. Gypsy, one of the best players in North America. Striker, also one of the best players in North America. I don't know.
It's fair to say that Gypsy's maybe the best Canadian Terran.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, how many Canadian Terrans do you know?
I mean, he just beat Artosis, so
Exactly.
I think he just won.
That's the crown right there.
Yeah.
He just ran the gauntlet. Yeah, I don't know. As Canadian Terrans, it's like Gypsy, Artosis, me. I don't know any other Canadian Terrans. Yeah, so we're just gonna wait a little bit for them to get set up, and yeah, so you're a B rank level Zerg, aren't you?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, like when you play on Korea time, it's like my rank drops, and like when I play on North American time, my rank increases.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's a big difference. Like when Koreans get on in the evening, like you start getting like these like really crazy players, and then like when they get off at night, you get like all these like really bad matchups. So it's like it always fluctuates during the day.
Oh, I see. So you gotta, if you wanna like up your MMR, you gotta really time when you play the game, so you play the bad people.
Yeah. Like play during nighttime in Korea.
Yeah, nighttime in Korea is what time in NA?
It's like 12 hours from here, or like 13 or 11. I don't know.
Okay.
Not exactly.
So I guess the math should be pretty easy. It's like 9 a.m. is 9 p.m. or something like that.
Yeah, it's be like 9 p.m. in China right now, and Korea is 1 hour away. I forgot which way, but yeah, you basically.
Okay, so if I play in the afternoon, there should theoretically not be that many Koreans playing.
Yeah, especially if it's like a.
Yeah, like that's how I go
weekday.
up in rank. Yeah.
Kill it. You got it.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't think it was originally planned for me to cast another game, but here I am. You know, we're gonna do a TVZ. There's a game on screen. That is not the game. We're casting Gypsy versus Striker.
That's correct.
Artosis and Attentat are playing at the same time in the lower bracket, and I believe another lower bracket game is also being played. Semi? Is Semi playing? Who's it?
Did he finish that game? I don't know.
Oh, I don't remember.
I'd have to check the
You
bracket.
have to look at the bracket.
Yeah.
Do we have the bracket pulled up here? Can we see it? Oh, it's right here.
But
okay.
Weekends and weekdays are different. Vic Viper, like I don't know.
Oh, I see. So Crossy and Semi are playing in the lower bracket, as well as Artosis and Attentat. Yeah. So I'm excited for the TVT finals. Right? Nah. I mean, there's a chance, I think, that Crossy takes it, because I think Crossy, I was talking to Crossy earlier, he seems pretty confident that he could beat everyone in the tournament. Take first place.
Wow, that's a statement.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see. He still has a chance in the losers bracket, but of course, the most exciting one is who's gonna get the winner of the winners bracket.
Yeah, of course. Striker
you have
or
a big
Gypsy.
advantage as a winner.
Yeah. Wait, is there like a map score advantage? So if you come from the winners bracket, you get like an extra point or something?
Shouldn't it be you have to lose 2 matchups? I forgot.
Okay.
We have to check this. I was thinking like I knew it, and then I'm like, is that true?
Okay, I don't know then. Wait, okay. What is the setup? So on challenge, I see like a finals, which is the winner versus the winner of the losers bracket, and then afterwards there's another match if necessary. If
the winner of the losers bracket loses, he goes into the losers bracket, and then they fight it out in the losers bracket.
What?
Isn't that because he didn't lose anything, and the other player already lost?
Oh, so it still makes it technically double elimination?
Oh yeah,
is that how it works?
Yeah, it should be double elimination, because otherwise, what's the point of winning every matchup if you can get knocked out once in the championship round.
Oh.
So you have an advantage going in as the winner versus the loser.
Oh, that is so funny. Is that common? I don't think I've ever seen tournaments do it like that.
I think a lot of tournaments do it, but you know, some people will say, okay, it's a little bit anticlimactic because the guy in the winner's bracket has such a big advantage because he can just, you know, lose a few matches and then still win versus like you need to win that first matchup for the loser's bracket.
Yeah. Okay. It's not that one. So, sorry, there are games popping up, and I keep thinking, oh, maybe that's the game that we're doing, but it's not. Happens in every double elim tournament. I've played in a lot of double elim tournaments, and I've watched a lot of double elim tournaments.
Some of them don't do it, but I think it makes no sense because let's say you play in the winner's bracket, and you beat a guy. He goes to the loser's bracket, wins, and he plays you again, and then he beats you. Your score's 1-1.
Yeah.
And that wouldn't make sense because then it's like, well, you just played 1-1. How come he wins the final, right? So in this case, if you rematch, it's like, okay, we just continue our series kind of.
I do agree with you. Yeah, I think that it is because it is kind of, you know, stupid that like it has happened before. I've played in amateur tournaments where this has happened where I'm like technically like 3-4 or 4 I beat someone 4-3 technically if you look at the total amount of games that we played, but because I won the first time, or no, it's like because I won against him the first time and he got knocked down to the lower bracket and then he came back up and beat me in the finals, technically they won. So they end up getting first place even though I technically won more games.
There's another way to do it, like in one of the StarCraft 2 tournaments where if you meet the same player, you continue your previous series, but not in a best of 5, but in like a best of 7.
Oh.
But the same score. So if you lost with not all like losses, but like you almost lost, it's better than, so it helps you like kind of continue the series. But people really hated that. I don't know why.
I feel like it's like, oh, if you lose 0-3 against someone and then you come back, you continue the series and they win one game and that's the finals, that's pretty anticlimactic.
Probably that's why they hated it. But then again, it's your fault for losing 0-3 and not 2-3.
I agree. It's more fair, but it's not a good viewer experience.
True. Like even like single elimination with lots of games would be like slightly better viewer experience, but then we'd have to be here all day. Like
yeah.
So we
more
decided
StarCraft is better most of the time.
Yeah, it is. That's why in like ASL they just do, you know, no loser brackets.
Yeah, I kind of liked. Okay, I know, quote unquote, nobody cared about the third or fourth place match. I always watched the third and fourth place match. I thought those were super interesting. I just want more StarCraft in my life.
That's true.
Like,
yeah,
I used to always watch them.
But that's why I like the double elimination. It's not a third place match. It's like actually going up to who's gonna face the. So for those lower bracket matches, it's more exciting. But then when you get to the final bracket, you're like, well, the guy who is winning probably will take it, but not necessarily, but more likely.
Yeah, it's definitely more exciting if the results are more up in the air.
Yeah. So especially if, like, let's say ASL had this double elimination format and Flash gets to the the winner's bracket final, and then you're like, so can Queen or whatever beat him twice in the series?
You know, apparently this was a problem in ASL where they keep having to start the tournament later because Flash was winning the finals so quickly. And at some point, like, I think it was Snow versus Flash. ASL, like, season 7, spoilers, by the way. Or I don't know if season 7 or season 9, but one of those earlier season spoilers. But basically, they, like, pushed the date back, or pushed the start time back of the finals because they wanted to set off fireworks for when, like, the winner, like, you know, takes it. Is that us, by the way?
Well, it disappeared.
Okay. But anyways, so they wanted to set up fireworks, right? So they purposefully like made the start time much later so that, like, you know, it would be dark for the fireworks, but Flash ended up winning that series so fast that it ended up still being light out. They wanted to set off the fireworks. It was unfortunate. So yeah, I mean, if the finals is only going to be one game because Flash already won 3-0 or something.
Yeah.
Or
that wouldn't work.
That would be quite a poor viewing experience. I know one of them has like a weird name that isn't the same name as their.
Okay, let me check. Let me check if they're starting.
Oh, okay, yeah, that sounds good. Yeah. I think I was told we were supposed to start very soon, but yeah. Evenly matched games are always fun at any level. Flash ruined that by being too good. Yeah, you're so right. I remember I was so excited to watch like Flash versus Snow in that one ASL, and then he just 4-0'd him and it wasn't close, and I was like, ooh. Sorry?
Sorry. Gypsy's still getting ready.
Oh, okay. Okay. He's got to preparing himself mentally. Yeah, I think all of the players who are currently still playing are very confident in themselves. They're all like, yeah, you know, everyone here, like, I can beat, you know, some might be like a little better than me, but like on a good day I can beat them. Yeah, so it's exciting. I think it's up in the air. I don't know who's gonna take it. I'm pretty sure Gypsy is favored, but all of these players are like good enough to beat each other.
That's true. So the remaining matchups are all going to be very exciting.
Yeah. Can't wait. When if RT beats a Tentat, we are gonna cast him again.
Yeah. If he goes to the final, basically.
Yeah. Well, no, we're gonna cast a couple lower bracket games.
We are. Okay.
Not necessarily just the finals.
Okay.
Like if we go to the bracket, yeah, these two games, I think, are what we're gonna cast.
Okay.
So the lower bracket semis, technically, I think, which is gonna be the winner of Artosis at Tentat and the winner of Crossy Semi. Excuse me. And then,
who do you think is favored, Artosis or Tentat?
I think Artosis is favored.
I think so too. I just watched the plug pull game.
Oh yeah. Okay, so chat, if you don't know what happened, basically Artosis and a Tentat were like in the middle of their game, like they're focusing super hard, they're like playing, and then suddenly Artosis' screen just goes black. Just like gone.
He pauses, right?
Yeah.
And then he tries to like get back into his computer, but then his computer actually restarted.
Yeah. Wait, Artosis like paused it before his computer went off?
That's right.
That's some crazy APM, actually. Like apparently his screen just completely went black, and he knew which keys to press. He just F10 like P or something.
Yeah.
Really fast, and then he paused it before his computer shut off.
That's right. Computer was still on for a split second.
Yeah.
He was able to pause it, but then it disconnected.
Yeah. So unfortunately, what happened is someone pulled the plug. Like, I don't think it was one of the players. I'm not sure, but basically the electricity went out for like
we have
2 or 3
on the actual power strip because it's completely full of computers.
Yeah, like I don't know.
Overloading it.
Could be
like that. But anyway.
Oh, is this us, Striker? We're
Yes.
okay. That is us.
Okay. Unable to join game. Hey.
Oh. Okay. But yeah, essentially, Artosis and Tentat had to like redo that game because, yeah, someone just pulled the plug or maybe the electricity overloaded and it was like two or three of the computers just completely shut off. Yeah. Very weird. We're just having a little bit of technical difficulties currently. Not too sure what's going on. There was a stream feature he enabled. Hold on. To be honest, I have no idea where Artosis is at skill-wise. I only watch for the donuts. Artosis is quite good. He's one of the top players in NA.
Can you still not join the game?
No, can't.
Can you go find Striker? I think he hosted it.
I think he's gonna rehost.
Okay. Okay, try again.
Sorry, we're having technical difficulties. We can't actually join the game for some reason.
Can we just like why is it?
Wait,
Okay, Gypsy.
okay, Gypsy.
Why is it like lagging?
I don't know. What is going on? Why can't we join any games? You can try that. Okay. So it's going to be on Neo Dark Origin. It's this one, right?
Yeah.
Failed to advertise game.
Just restart it or something.
Yeah, let's restart. Okay, we're having some technical difficulties. We're going to restart the game.
Viper, like, Artosis is crazy if you watch him play in real life. Like...
Okay, one thing I noticed, he is a keyboard smasher. I was sitting beside him when we were doing the tournament. Oh. Yeah, I was sitting beside him. You can hear his keyboard. He's like...
Yeah,
He's very fast. All right, okay, I think we're back in. Okay. All right, yeah, I think the client disconnected or something.
Just, I don't know, it wasn't even letting us host the game. So
Yeah.
So that's basically on us, the local network. Yeah, try.
I think it should work now. Okay, okay.
Great.
Yeah, we're good. Thank you. All right. Okay, so we're now successfully in. I will let them know we are ready. And we should be getting into the game soon.
One thing I'm gonna say is I don't like this map much for the Zerg. I mean, the third is a little bit awkward. Like if you take the close third, it doesn't have like small ramps. Like it has 2 ramps, so it's like kind of hard to defend. And I don't see much like the pro scene. Like many people don't really take that far away third at the that's close to your base. So we'll see where they decide to actually take it.
Yeah. All right, let's
Okay,
get into the game.
Split from Striker.
Yeah, you saw that, right? That was crazy. Yeah.
Because he's taking that 9 mineral. So that's the faster one. If you split to like, you know, all the left side ones, then it don't mine as fast. And then you can see that he put the drone on that 4. So this is like the fastest 5 minerals, right? So this is
Yeah. So StarCraft has some pretty funky, you know, mineral optimizations. It's not exactly intuitive. The fastest minerals are this one, and this one for this side. And for Gypsy's side, the fastest ones are, I think, this one, and this one only if you mineral boost it.
Yeah, if you mineral boost, that one's fast, but like for different races, also different. Like this 8 one here is fast for Zerg. No, below it is fast for Zerg.
Oh, only fast for Zerg.
Because it auto boosts for Zerg.
Oh, what?
Yeah, it's the fastest mineral for the Zerg.
Yeah. If you guys don't know what mineral boosting is, basically if you hit return cargo at a specific time when your workers are mining, they will return their cargo faster for some reason.
Oh, watch Striker's base, and then here there's also a thing where you click on the 1 mineral and or the 4 mineral when the drone is halfway.
Yeah.
And they will boost because, well, not really boost, but they will not have to wait when they have the mineral.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So you can boost like that. It's a different way. It's only like a little bit faster.
Yeah.
But it's like, you know, something to do while the game's starting.
Anyways, first of all, let's actually introduce the players. So on the top left-hand side, it is our Zerg player, Striker. And you want to do the bottom right?
And on the bottom right side is our player, Gypsy, a local from Montreal.
Oh, yes. Well, I don't think he's from... Is he from Montreal?
He said he's from Montreal.
Oh,
I choose to believe him.
Okay, I believe him too. Okay, maybe I'm mixing him up with Artosis because like I don't know. Ever since Artosis moved to PE, I'm like, okay, I guess all the players are from PE. No, but I maybe in my brain some neurons got like intertwined. But anyways, yeah, we see Gypsy going for the classic double barracks. Sorry, not double barracks. Double depot above the barracks wall off. This is a very common wall off we see on Neo Dark Origin. Of course, if the depot is above the barracks, that is a tight Zergling-proof wall. Both in game. Sorry, Can we have the sound a little louder, both in-game sound and caster sound?
Can we-
Ooh, how do I change that?
Anyway, if I have a fast gas.
There we go. I guess the music was turned off.
I don't think he wanted that. I think he wanted
The caster
the
sound.
sound.
Hello, hello, hello.
Okay.
Maybe we
I'll just
we
put
get a
the
little closer to the mic.
microphone.
How's that? Is that better?
Okay, how about the in-game sound? Can you boost the in-game sound?
We turned on the music.
Just turn off the music and boost the actual sounds of it.
Okay, we do this.
Or this one, yeah. Is this better?
All right, we upped the sound for
Oh, sorry about
basic everything. Yeah, stop hitting the mic. It's deafening. Ooh, is that me? Am
No,
doing
I was
that?
fixing it because mine was like all the way
Oh,
up to
okay,
the
okay,
side.
okay. Yeah. All right. We have successfully adjusted the sound. Hopefully, it sounds a little bit better for our amazing viewers out there.
But look at Gypsy's build.
Oh, tell me about it.
He went gas first,
Okay.
so he has a fast +1 going.
Oh, so this is a isn't this like a +1 like four racks opener?
Yeah, it might be. I mean, like, we'll see what it turns into. But look, he only went 1 barracks into fast +1 and academy.
Yeah, that's actually something I don't see happen too often. I think most Terrans like to go for a double barracks academy rush.
Yeah, but it's been kind of played out. You know, like
Yeah.
Zerg are so good at you know, kind of trying to run in before your barracks land, or
Yeah.
just hit the depots for a little bit, make you pull some SCVs while they're making Sunkens back at home, and then they don't take any damage, which means it's not like they're ahead, but you're not getting ahead by doing that fast.
Yeah.
He's trying to get ahead by getting that fast +1 before like Zerg has any Mutalisk upgrades, and then you can fight and trade really effectively, because you really want to like kill the mutas before they do their glaives, right? So if you
Yeah.
have that +1, it's just they died so fast, right?
Yeah, and we see that's exactly what Striker is doing. He's going for the fast Spire, getting a fast third as well. This is is this like pretty standard 3-hatch play coming from Striker?
Well, it's kind of like a 2-hatch, because he went for the fast gas before the hatchery. That's why.
Oh, okay. I thought it was 3-hatch if you get the third base.
It's like 2.5.
I thought 2.5 was if the hatchery was in the main.
I mean, it's still the same build. You just put it in a different place, right?
Oh, okay, okay. Wait, then why would it be called 2.5 if you technically have 3 bases?
It's 2.5 hatchery, not 2.5 base.
Oh, I see. So they're not even gonna. So they're not gonna mine it for the build order at least.
Right, because see, like the hatchery just got down when the Mutalisks are down,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
he threw it down a little bit later than like if you just went hatch before the gas.
Okay, so this all seems pretty standard, except for the fact that the third base is at a different location than.
No, this is like the standard third location. I just don't know why people think it's the best one,
Oh.
because it is more like open. So even if you make lurkers, they can just bust it, right? Oh, that's a nice pick off, you know.
Yeah.
He saw that the SCU was still there, so he was able to get basically a free kill. He didn't take much damage, just a few missile turrets, which just tickled the Mutalisks, of course.
Yeah, these mutas so far not doing like a whole lot of damage, but they are getting some stuff done, and there aren't that many of them. Only
Right.
8.
But that's a perfect, like if you have 7, you can one-shot the SCV, so you can fly in behind. Well, he's forcing some stunts, that's good. He
good
didn't get
micro.
that shot though, so
A little bit unfortunate.
yeah, so now you have to kind of choose whether you want to keep forcing the stints, because you don't want to engage. It's like, okay, he gets a Marine, but then now his Mutalisk is pretty low.
Yeah, yeah.
If you go for the SCVs, you can pick off some, but you're just trading your Mutalisk HP for like, you know, a few SCV kills.
But now the Mutalisk count is up to 9, so this army
11,
should,
right?
or sorry, up to 11. So this army, I don't think the Terran army should really be able to beat this many mutas.
But he went for the fast +1, so when that gets done, it's going to be the... There you go. See, now it's going to be...
Oh,
They
okay.
can't beat the mutas, but it's going to do a lot of damage.
Yeah.
So mutas won't want to engage unless they get that good engage on the bridges. But now there's not that many. Maybe he just can't go for it.
Yeah, these bridges are very annoying for Terran to cross. You can just, I hear you can just micro the muta on the bridge forever because the Terran has to like...
Yeah, StarCraft units do not cross bridges. Just
Yeah, like not at all. But yeah, we see that a lot of the army has been reduced, or the marine count has
So
been
the
reduced. by
Zerg is actually ahead in supply. This is like pretty excellent for him because now he can throw down the den and do some more damage.
Now diving on the turret as well. This must be very annoying for Gypsy to deal with. And even more mutas are coming to reinforce. The number is back up to 11.
So this is very like good damage, but it does not put like Gypsy too far ahead because he's still losing the Mutalisk, so it costs him to do this, right?
Yeah, this is essentially a trade, but I think Striker is just trying to buy time right now. He's just afraid of the big Terran push that will happen. Like, if it happens before Defilers come out, then the situation could become very sticky for the Zerg.
Check the Mutalisk upgrades. Okay, yeah, they have the
One on
+1.
Glaive.
Yeah, so this is like the aggressive version, right? Like, you can get actually the armor if you think you're going to be facing Valkyrie. I mean, you probably don't know, but if you suspect that somebody's going to be playing Valkyrie, this is sometimes what you get. But then you can't two-shot turrets, so you can't be like super aggressive.
Yeah. But now the Terran is moving out to the middle of the map. He's going to pick off an Overlord. But
two Overlords now.
2 Overlords. 3 Overlords. Possibly 4 Overlords. Might go down for the Zerg player.
That's really annoying because he put the rally of the mutas next to Terran's base.
Yeah.
And then all the Overlords went. He's going to pick off this whole army, though. So it's a trade again.
Yeah, it is once again a trade, and I think ultimately this is gonna be good for Zerg because behind this he's getting Hive. He already got his Queen Nest and his Lurkers. Like, Zerg has everything that they need to already going for them, and they didn't even need to build any Sunkens.
Oh, that is pretty crazy. Like, you know, sometimes the Terran tries to sneak out some units, but in this map, he wasn't able to get the chance to like sneak them around to kill some drones because he didn't have that big marine ball to start. So and there's the
Valkyries are now out on the map. These mutas are so low, and they fall so quickly as well.
So that's a big turning point. He's not gonna die, but now when you lose those Mutalisks, you have nothing to deal with like drops and stuff. And he didn't actually kill the Valkyrie either, so that was a big mistake, right?
Yeah, I don't think there's anything really to stop this Terran army except for the Lurkers that are burrowed here. Normally, when you go Valkyrie build, don't you get like a siege tank along with it as well?
He's just gonna try to go around maybe the other side and then just try to bust here. But then there's a Lurker and he's making, I guess, a Sunken against that possibility. So this is why this map is kind of hard to defend with just Lurkers. But push through with the tanks on the side is also kind of a thing. But that's not what Gypsy's going for. He's gonna just try to get science vessels, or maybe drops. You know, I don't know what he's making, but there's the science vessels, right? So when you go Valkyries, sometimes what's popular is to get drops because even if the Scourge killed the Valkyries, now you don't have Scourge and you can drop everything else. But he's just gonna transition into more of a standard game, and now it's gonna be IMIOPG.
Yes. Rice Hat plus IOPG. Yeah, now the science vessels are out, so I think this push is going to be a lot stronger. He has enough energy for 2 Irradiates, but there are so many Lurkers on the bridges, and, you know, StarCraft units don't cross bridges, right? So this is... I don't see a way for Terran to beat this without Siege Tank.
Yeah, but what's annoying is, like, you know, you're going to... Oh! This is Valkyrie to Scourge. Almost microed it down.
Yeah,
and then there's more
close.
Scourge. Oh.
Okay, so both Valkyries do end up falling.
But they already did their damage, right? They already killed most of the Mutalisks, so...
Yeah, they did their job.
Yeah, they're still cost efficient. So now the problem is Terran can just sit here and just irradiate because you're trying to protect the bridges, but you can't like put Overlords over all your Lurkers, so it's a little bit gonna be. Is he really gonna go here?
What Striker? Oh, that would have been a bold move if he tried it. It looks like he is. Yeah, Dark Swarm goes down. Terran puts down a scan, but of course Lurker is invincible under Dark Swarm to the Medic Marine army.
Yeah, this is where like Artosis was saying there's the Firebat meta where you just like make a bunch of Firebats just to break those lurkers and the Dark Swarm, even though it's not cost efficient. It's just like, okay, I'm gonna get those 2 lurkers. I'm gonna go past them, right?
Yeah, yeah. It's just like, well, most of your units do 0 damage, but fire bats do like 2 damage, right? Like, it's sometimes you just gotta work with what you have, right?
Right.
But I think the Terran army has started to get pushed back, but now they're gonna come back up here and try to dislodge these lurkers. The science vessel count is growing. It's now up to 4. Gypsy's been pretty good with the irradiates.
Oh, he put down the 4th base while Striker wasn't watching. That's cool. The Mutos did not do the damage they wanted to do here.
Unfortunate. But yeah, this base I think will be pretty hard to defend as Zerg.
Well, you have Defilers, Darkstormer, and Lurkers. I think it's doable. But then there's the science vessels that are gonna put down like 4 irradiates. That's why you want to have the Scourge like over that water area to be able
Over
to.
here?
Yeah, because you know you want to kind of zone, right?
Yeah. Oh, nasty play going down a bunch of
nice.
these Marines. But because Gypsy is wearing a red armor, it's a little bit hard sometimes to tell which Marines are plagued and which aren't.
Right.
You have to look at the wiggle. Oh, these Zerglings doing a ton of damage, killing a whole bunch of plagued Marines there. That was a pretty good move from Striker. He's going to quickly consume a bunch of Lings and maybe puff out a orange cloud before he perishes.
Another sick move if you have another Defiler there, you eat the irradiated Defiler so you don't have to wait a Sling.
Oh, yeah.
Or like same thing for like the Lurkers. If you know which Lurker is irradiated, just eat it because you know it's gonna die in 2 seconds.
Yeah, it's gonna
like
die
really
anyway.
good.
Might as well get some energy from it.
Yeah.
A little bit of a counterattack coming on the right-hand side from Striker. These
These
Lings,
Zerglings would have done like even more damage if they kind of tried to surround, but there's enough. So
yeah, this is a pretty
right?
good counterattack, forcing Terran to lift off. This is very annoying for Terran to deal with and put him a little bit further behind in terms of economy. The Zerg now has a pretty comfortable setup. 4 bases, all mining gas, and I would expect them to transition into some kind of Ultra at this point of the game. Yeah, we already see Ultras out on the field.
They're 3-1, which is okay.
3-1 versus 1-2
is not that good.
Yeah, pretty good for Terran. But there are just so many Ultras. They're just going to come in here and like bulldoze the entire army. A lot of them are low and irradiated, but I don't see a way
This is
for...
the problem with irradiating Ultras when you're actually fighting them, because they basically get like the Warcraft 3 like lightning shield or immolation on them, right?
Yeah. Oh, you're so right. Yeah, it's just like killing everyone around as well. It damages you and it damages me.
If he just put like defensive matrix on the Marines, it actually would have won that fight, right?
GG, good game. Yeah, Striker just getting a little bit too ahead. His 4-base setup, a little bit too good for Gypsy that game.
Yeah, and you saw that like because of just having good economy and like getting that 4th base and not really getting that like harassed by drops or anything like that.
Yeah.
He was just able to overcome his like upgrade deficiency, just having more units, right? Like
yeah.
And he harassed him back with the Lings and stuff. So like
yeah, that Ling counterattack seemed to really do well, and like the Dark Swarms were just on point. He just properly defended every part, got his 4 bases up, got his gases up. Like it just seemed like a clean game for Striker.
Wow, we're getting complicated for our casting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me update the score for a second. Yeah, the only problem is we set the map to Vermeer. When
I
it was
made
not.
money from StarCraft because the Aeronarch actually hosts some tournaments for under 1,800 MMR players, and if you are over 1,800, you can join with your off race.
Oh,
so
okay.
I played Terran and got like 2nd place or something.
Nice, well done.
But
well
it's
done.
because like a lot of people they kind of like give me a walkover because they had to go.
Yeah.
So there you go. I made like $10.
That's good. That's good. All right, we're just gonna get into our second game. The map is gonna be Citadel. I think this was chosen by Gypsy. I think the loser picks the next map, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot to say the casters are ready. Okay, we're doing good. Gonna get it into our next game soon.
All right. Can we switch the colors? This one's a little bit weird.
Oh, how do I do that?
You turn on the ally thing.
Yeah. Do you know what button to press?
I don't know from this one. Try the menus.
It's okay. These colors are fine.
All right. Shift tab.
Shift tab. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
thank you,
blue and red is a bit
Thank you.
more clear. Unless, well, there you go. Striker's in red in the bottom right. So unless he plays himself, it's not going to be an issue for us watching him.
Yeah. And on the top left-hand side, we have Gypsy, who is currently down 0-1. The two people who are casting is myself, Rice Hat, and my good buddy IOPG.
Or IOPQ.
Or, sorry, IOPQ.
I mean, it's like both because, like, on Twitch, the IOPQ was taken. So I'm like, okay, I'll make both.
Oh,
then.
I see. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. So tell me a little bit about Citadel. Do you think... So Gypsy probably chose this map. Do you think you might know why?
No, I think it's just a good map for both. Like, it's not, like, favored. Because, like, here you can't fully wall, right?
Yeah.
I think the full wall maps are like kind of good for Terran, because you can just go, okay, one barracks, try to kill me, you know, like you can even go like one barrack Valkyrie, and at the barracks. Right?
I mean, I guess that's kind of what happened last game, right? Gypsy for a very, very long time was on one barracks until he decided to go into 5 and do his timing attack. So I guess that makes things very efficient for Terran because you can just like prioritize your eco and getting your tech faster.
Yeah, so if he's going with this map, then I guess he's just gonna go maybe 2 Racks Academy or something weird. We'll see.
Something weird.
Yeah,
well, we see him making a wall once again.
Right.
Although this one has a hole up here.
So you just make a few more Marines and just plug it with Marines. Like you can still die, but it's not bad. You know, you're still walling. Do you remember from ASL C's wall?
I don't remember C's wall.
He was in the top right on this map, and it looked hilarious. And then every person watching the stream started like spamming LOL, what's going on?
C's wall keck. It must have been legendary. No,
it was legendary.
Yeah.
Everybody's like, is this the new meta?
All right, I gotta check out that ASL match. It sounds like a meme.
Oh, the C's like run in ASL. It was like, to me, almost as good as the finals.
Yeah.
Because he went like another game. He went TVT, and he went like, I don't know, 3 factory 6 base, and just made battle cruisers.
What?
And then just died immediately.
Oh, no, I remember that game. I was watching it. It's like, oh, yeah, this is a pretty common strat. You know, you just, like, take 4 base and you go straight in battlecruiser, and then you just died.
No, he threw down more command centers with that.
Oh, did he?
Because, because he had all that money from not producing anything. Right? Might as well make, like, 6 command centers.
Yeah, that's true, that's true.
What else are you going to spell the minerals on?
And then you die.
And then you die.
Wait a second. I don't have any units. Yeah.
So, but the funny part is his wall in in TVZ was just like, I guess he didn't practice for this exact map.
Yeah.
I guess he didn't practice at all because C is famous for never playing the game.
Yeah. Oh, I heard about that. I heard that was a thing.
Yeah, because he's like just like naturally pretty good at it. So he doesn't try. Like people say, if he actually grinded the game like every day, he'd be like Flash.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because
he has that natural talent, I guess, right?
Yeah. I guess he's like a pretty smart guy, so he like can figure it out pretty quickly. But then he gets bored and just does something else.
Yeah. So so just looking at this
Grand
game.
finals are today, so we're gonna see somebody from the losers bracket play after this.
All right.
And then after we get done with the losers bracket, we're gonna have the finals.
Okay.
So we still have that, fast spire. Nothing crazy here.
Yeah, I just got an update from Escalade. It seems like both of our loser bracket players have finished their games, and it's gonna be a Artosis versus Semi in the losers bracket semifinals.
Nice, nice.
Yeah, so congrats to both players. We see this game. This game feels a little bit like a repeat of the last game. Both players, or sorry, not both players, but at least for Striker, he's still going for the third hatchery and the Spire as well. So is this another 2.5 hatch build?
I mean, not really 2.5. Like, I think he threw it down a little bit later. Like, this is the normal timing. Look, last time his hatchery was done when the mutas were like popping out.
Okay, yeah.
So right now the hatchery is not done, right? So this is a different build.
Oh, I see.
So he went for like a really fast expansion last game somehow. I don't know exactly what his build was, but it was like the hatchery is done right now.
Yeah.
Right, like 5 something. And then right now it's the normal timing where you're like making mutas with your 2 hatcheries, and when that 3rd hatchery is done, you're gonna start making drones from that, right?
Yeah.
And this is like the fast muta timing. So I guess last game he went a slightly slower muta timing to get the hatchery a little bit faster, right? That's what we call 2.5 hatch, because you get the hatchery faster.
Right, right. But now the mutas are out and they're heading straight for the Terran base. Do you think we're gonna see Striker go for a very muta heavy sort of style again and just try to whittle down the Terran army?
Well, it's cross spawn, so I think he's gonna try to do some damage and see where that takes him, but I doubt he's gonna go super hard. He set up in the main base in top right, which means he's probably gonna try to go for like a later game.
Ooh, he's going for the eBay here. If he can get the Terran upgrades, that's gonna be huge. But I think
Terran
Gypsy
can just repair it, so it doesn't usually work.
Yeah, yeah. It's, I guess if he can kill it, that'd be huge. But
yeah, but it has so much HP, right? Like all the Terran buildings have like HP that it's like pretty high, not like Zerg buildings. So it's like really weird. Like Machine Shop is 750 HP.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So if you like try to kill the Machine Shop, like or meching player, because you want to kill their like cannon boosters, actually never works because it's 750 HP and you're like, I hit it like 20 times already. What's going on? You know?
Yeah, I guess Machine Shop doesn't look like it should have a lot of HP, but it really does.
Yeah, it's almost the same as a pool.
Yeah. But yeah. Now we see the Terran sort of moving out on the map, and Zerg is just trying to micro as hard as possible just to keep this army sort of at bay, stopping them from going to the other side of the map because, of course, we don't have any Sunkens at home.
And he's forcing the stims, which is free, right? He's not actually getting hit.
Yeah.
And he's picking off. Oh, this is excellent, right? Like, he's exactly zoning, except for that time. But this is the good idea. Like, he's not committing to killing anything. Like, he's just like, okay, I'm going to keep you there. And see, Gypsy is actually sneaking some Marines. Don't talk too loud. He might hear you.
Yeah, 3 sneaky Marines going for the top right-hand side. He's going to guess correctly that there is indeed a base here. And look, the Hydra Den is also going to be there. So if he goes up, he's going to know exactly what kind of tech the Zerg is going for. A lot of the medics go down. That is actually kind of huge for the Zerg player. There's going to be a much, much, much less healing for this army.
But he's already in the top right, killing the drones and stuff.
Oh my god,
so
almost
huge.
all drones go down.
Yeah, all the drones.
All 6 of them. Yeah, of course, Zerg doesn't work with a lot of drones in this
so
matchup.
it's incredibly important. But like the Terran army actually got wiped out because they only had 1 medic. And those 2 Marines are supposed to go somewhere, but they didn't.
4 medics sort of just camped out here. I guess, you know, Gypsy just built a round of them since most of them died in that last fight.
Yeah, so it's hard to say. I think we're still going to say Striker's ahead, but because he kept that Hydra Den, so he's getting lurkers, but like...
yeah, that was a
so
clutch save that we unfortunately missed. But Gypsy trying to target down the Hydra Den just barely doesn't get it.
Oh,
but
he's going for it.
Oh, the Zerg is going to dive into the Terran base. And there's just not a lot of Marines currently out. 2 turrets putting out damage on the mutas, but of course they damage them very, very slowly. And the Zerglings are kind of free to attack these SCVs. The medics are going to keep them alive for the most part. But I think the
SCVs are actually winning the fight. Because of the medics. It's really funny to see.
Yeah.
But oh, he's actually getting the turrets. There's not that many Marines left.
Yeah.
Oh no. Oh no.
Dude, Striker is going for it this game. More mutas are being added. More lings are, Hydras are being streamed across the map.
Oh, that's going to be a lurker in front of his base, this is going to be really tough to hold because he's going to lose the supply depots here.
Yeah, and I guess these turrets out in front got destroyed.
Yeah.
You'd think that the turrets got destroyed so that the mutas have more free reign, but it's actually for the lurkers. Yeah, but now the Terran army moves forward. He sees the lurker eggs that are under construction, however you call it.
Morphing.
He scans and sees the lurkers. 2 Valkyries are out, but there's nothing really for these lurkers. You don't have any vessels, and I don't think he has enough energy to scan. So the Terran kind of being cornered. He's diving in on these Valkyries.
And he's going to go up with the lurkers. Burrow.
Oh,
and then he's gonna
huge
go up
shot.
Oh, he's going for it. He's going
Yeah.
for the far burrow. And he's going to make an egg maybe here to block. Ah,
That would be huge.
That would be cooler if he was able to get that.
Yeah.
But I think he's done it.
This is so bad for Terran. I think this is over. It's over.
I mean, I want to say it's over, but it's over.
Yeah, no. Now look, they're burrowed in between the 2 bases. GG.
GG.
Striker takes it 2-0. Very well played. Very well played. Yeah, that was a crazy good game. Striker showing us just how deadly he is. Do you see that often? Players just like going really heavy into Muta and Lurker, not really investing into late game?
I don't know that it's good because you can actually get the hive like pretty cheaply. Like so maybe if that extra like 2 lurkers will win you the game, you'll do that. But you know, you can get the hive, and if you're just containing them with when your swarm comes out, you can still win. So it's a lot of people will do like kind of lighter attack with the idea that they're just gonna win.
All right, spawning on the top right-hand side of, I think this is Retro?
Yeah, it looks like Retro.
Yeah, and up 2-0, our Zerg player, Striker, looking to go for the 3-0 victory. Would that be an upset?
I'd say he was the favorite.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And on the bottom left-hand side, our Terran player from Montreal playing on his home turf. It's Gypsy.
Let's see if Gypsy can do something to get the score a little bit more evened up.
Yeah. Well, honestly, that last game, it just kind of looked like Striker was in control of the game from start to finish.
But, you know, if the Hydrogen actually died, then he wouldn't have the lurkers.
Oh, that's true, yeah.
He was this close. He was like 70 HP away from killing the Hydrogen with like 2 Marines, right? And then the Zerglings popped.
Yeah. That if Gypsy managed to get the Hydrogen, that game would have been very, very, very different.
Yeah, so then Striker would be like, okay, I guess I make more Muta. Like
yeah, but then Gypsy has the Valkyries, right?
Exactly.
So that would have been like very good synergy, but unfortunately that didn't quite happen, and what you ended up with is 2 useless Valkyries, no vessels, and a bunch of lurkers in your face.
Yeah, so if he got the 2 vessels, he could have been able to start writing the lurkers, but then they still have the mutas, so it's like, difficult even with the vessels.
Yeah, Striker of course just playing beautifully both games. Gypsy playing well as well, but not quite. It's not quite enough to sort of stem the tide of the Zerg. But it looks like he is going to go for yet another wall-off. I think this is going to be another 1 barracks opener from him. I think both players are probably looking to repeat, the first couple of games once again. I'm kind of surprised that Gypsy isn't trying something a little bit more aggressive, like an 8 racks opener.
That's true, but maybe that's just not his style. I don't know.
Yeah. So I know Gypsy has been playing 8 racks in this tournament, mostly against lower level players, because if you play 8 racks against someone who is a lot worse than you, that's like guaranteed win, basically, right?
Well, it comes down to micro, right?
Yeah.
So like, if some people are bad at macro and you make it like a micro match, you actually might set yourself down to be disadvantaged if they're just like good at controlling the drones but not like good in the late game, right? Or they just go like 9 pool or something and actually do damage to you instead, because you like you try to do it and you're like, oh, the hatchery is very late. Oh no, right? So especially like if they go in earlier pool, like let's say they go 4 pool you and you proxied your barracks, you have 1 marine and no way to put it in your bunker.
I guess if you get like if you get 4 pooled, then you better be doing like a standard opener, right?
You should just go like 10 racks or something just against a lower rank player. That way, like, you're just getting that marine faster. And just not the wall. Against like a much lower rank player, you put the barracks like inside your base.
Yeah.
So you can make a bunker in case they 4 pool you.
But that, of course, not happening this game. Both players are in tip-top shape, playing at one of the highest levels in foreign StarCraft, at least. Maybe the Koreans play quite a bit higher. But yeah, for foreign StarCraft, this is about as good as you can get. Gypsy and Striker, of course, both the top Terrans and Zerg players of NA, I'd say, right?
Yeah. But like,
all of North America.
Yeah, so this is the best North American matchup we're going to get.
Yeah, of course.
Viviper_ just subscribed.
Wow.
Oh, I didn't know we
Thank
had
you,
sound
Viper.
alerts like that. Yeah, thank you, Viper_. So we see the Spire coming down for Zerg. No third base in sight.
Yeah, because he's just sent the drone, right? So normally you would start your gas and then send the drone, and that's the timing.
So this is a 2-hatch play then?
Yeah, this is 2 hatch.
Right, okay.
Because you're getting your 3rd hatchery after your 2nd gas. Yeah, so this is the...
Chad Broshill17 just subscribed.
Wow, we have another subscription. That's amazing.
Yeah. I don't know if we're supposed to turn it off though for the game. But yeah, thank you for the sub. We're gonna go probably Muta this game again. Like, I feel like Striker has just found like a formula that works for him. Like,
well, I mean, I don't think he's found this formula because this is like very standard play, right?
Oh,
it's
okay,
like
yeah. No, but what I mean like is a formula that works for him in this tournament, right?
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Okay, so this
works for him personally.
Yeah.
True.
So this is just, he just decided, you know what, like, I'm just going to play this standard build every game, and I just trust that my mechanics and my micro is good enough to just carry me the whole way through. There's going to be no tricks. There's going to be no gimmicks. I'm just going to play standard and beat Gypsy purely off of that.
Yeah, if you're getting your 3rd a bit slow, that's probably bad because before your mutas come out, you have a little bit of extra minerals that you really don't want to just like spend on Zerglings in case the turn doesn't move out. You're just gonna have like kind of useless Zerglings. So you want to get that 3rd hatchery extra fast, right?
Yeah.
Because then you're gonna get more gas income. And then he made like 1 drone and made it into an extractor, right? So he's going like directly for that extra gas, even though he doesn't have much like minerals. You know, he just wants to get those lurkers up and just be safe against any kind of aggression and get this high, right?
Yeah. But now we see the Mutas are starting to make their rounds through the Terran base. We are now up to 9. 9, of course, more than enough to one-shot Marines.
And he just forced like a free stim, so he's not being like super aggressive. He's just acting like he is, right?
Yeah, of course, free stim, not free for the Terran. Is going to cost a lot of medic energy to undo it, right?
But he's probably going to try to get a pick off, because otherwise the Terran will not stim anymore, right? You have to actually come in and kill a Marine before the Terran's like, oh, you actually did it, right? It's kind of a mind game here.
Yeah, yeah. And you see Gypsy balling up his Marines. You ever want a Marine to poke out because that's always the one that Zerg is going to go and try to snipe. And he's doing a pretty good job at that. Basically keeping all of his Marines alive.
Yeah, what I'm worried about is like he's not getting any economic damage. So Gypsy can just shoot up in supply, right? Like he's ahead of the Zerg by quite a bit now. Like you see, he's once he makes the round of units, he gets up by like 8 supply. So you kind of want to have a few SCV pickoffs to kind of slow down the Terran macro, and then you see that fast lurkers. He didn't. Wow, another subscription. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you.
So, but we see like Striker going for the fast lurker rush. He's not going for the faster hive, right? Like,
yeah, it's gonna be a lurker
big attack
play once again. He's trying to whittle down this army that's just kind of moved out into the middle of the map, forcing another stim, and his Marines are getting a little bit out of position there. But yeah, Striker was not quite able to take advantage of that. He has his mutas in a very, very annoying position for Terran. You can't just like send units out to reinforce this main ball, because then the mutas come and just pick them off. So you have to like group them up in your main and send them out in waves.
I mean, faster vessels are good unless the mutalisks do a lot of damage, and if you irradiate and they pull the hurt muta out, then it's just like, okay, you got one muta with your irradiate, right? It doesn't feel that great compared to just having 2 Valkyries completely zone them, right? Like, and then we have you know, lurkers made defensively actually, so maybe he's just gonna go a slightly later hive, and you're not expecting to need to rush the filers.
These mutas are really diving into the Terran base, getting a lot of Marine kills. Gonna be annoying and kill the SCV building that finds facility. Oh, he's trying to go for the science facility itself. If he delays vessels, that's huge, huge for Zerg, but not quite able to do that. Science facilities have quite a lot of HP.
And then we're seeing another engineering base, so this is going to be like basically hard Marines for the time being. And he's hiding that lurker underneath, but there's only 2 and no sunken. This might be a break, but the mutas are coming back. So he had like a very small window, and now he's gonna go for it.
Oh, big lurker shots. But he does kill both lurkers, and I think Gypsy has just enough to completely bust open this position, and Striker just doesn't have anything to defend this anymore. GG.
Wow.
Wow, well played to Gypsy. Well done.
That was big timing. Like, you want to kind of have that sunken done, because if you have the sunken and the Overlord is covering the lurkers, they'll usually target the sunken, and has a lot more armor and HP than lurkers. So like, if they can't target the lurkers, then you end up with like your advantage, where you just spine them, right? But like, if you don't have the sunken, and they just attack move, like they don't have to click under the Overlord, because that's really tough, right?
They just attack move, and the Marines target it themselves, right?
Exactly. But if you make that one sunken in time, then it gets much harder, and then like the mutas will come in and clean up, right?
Yeah, I think also Gypsy just played an extremely clean game that last time. Like the mutas, so we're sharking around, right? And we saw Striker make like very, very good use of mutas in the first 2 games, but this 3rd game, I feel like he just didn't get as much done with them.
Yeah, because like I said, he didn't take care of the growing economy of Gypsy. You saw that he was ahead in supply in like the first 2 games when the mutas came out, because he was able to get some SCVs, which made him produce more SCVs instead of Marines, and then they were mining less, and you know, like, because you can't just make like 6 SCVs at a time like Zerg can, right? So if you keep the SCV count low, gives you less money to keep producing other stuff, right?
Yeah.
Because they're mining less. So that's the problem with like his like kind of a careful approach. You kind of do want to dive on the SCVs a little bit, but on that map, it's like you see that the minerals are on the left side. So if you put the turrets at the top, right? Like they can shoot the mutas very effectively. Whereas on like Neo Dark Origin, that's a really good muta map. You have the bridges, and you have like annoying positioning for the turrets. Yeah. So Terrans actually hate that map. But
Neo
like,
Dark Origin.
Yeah, but it's not that bad for them, again, because it's sometimes difficult to take your 4th. He kind of just sneaked it out and cast some Dark Swarms, so he didn't have that issue. But if Gypsy was like kind of zoning on top of the ramp more and like spreading Marines, where you have to like swarm all the way, it would be getting like really annoying, because then you get irradiated. when you're trying to cast your swarms and you have to redo it, like get more defilers,
Yeah.
try to get the fourth. But on both sides, it's like a difficult map, so it's hard to say where it's favored. I don't like it, but some people will say, oh, that's fine.
Yeah, I think it all sort of depends on how good your Muta Micro is, because if you can just abuse the bridges and just like prevent the Terran from even like coming out of their base, then it doesn't matter that much that the fourth base is
That's
hard
true.
to take, because you can just take it, right? If you just keep the Terran contained within their little, you know, quadrant.
Yeah,
of the map.
so Light was doing these crazy Valk tank pushes.
Yeah.
When he would go through the Zerg's kind of like fourth. And what's that? What's
That is an early barracks. That's what I see. It looks like Gypsy going for the gentleman's build, as my good friend Niantek puts it. The 8 racks.
We'll see, because he's going to get scouted first. Oops.
Uh-oh. So if you scout them first, so even if Striker first scouts him, he's still going to go for the 12 hatch. Does that really change the way you respond to it? Or does that really only mean you pull the workers sooner?
You can pull the workers sooner and not get shocked by it. Like, you're going to be prepared to do this, right?
Yeah.
And you can kind of put your overlord over their minerals and set it up so we can glide the drones through, like mineral walk. And it's going to be... And he sees it, right?
Yeah, the Overlord is going to see it now, so Striker knows exactly what is going on.
Yeah, and then you kind of get one drone to make sure you're not trying to sneak that bunker, and then another drone. This is a bit early because the Marines are not here yet. You can pull like 3 drones at first, and then add like 5 more. But he's like not screwing around. He's like, I'm gonna go to the Marines. I'm not gonna let you mess them up.
He's meeting them in the middle of the map. These drones going on a journey right now.
Yeah. This is where you like try to dance the drones, because see, like you get attacked on that one drone, and then you can like kind of micro it out.
Oh,
right?
look at him shuffle his drones around like that.
Right, and you just like buying time, right?
Yeah, as soon as the Lings come out, that's sort of the end of the rush, right?
Right. So, but here's gonna try to kill the Marine, because otherwise, if there's 3 Marines, it's like really difficult, and he's gonna.
Oh, he starts the moving shot.
Oh my
One of the
God,
Marines-
that's so crazy.
Oh,
He's gonna get that Marine.
yeah, that Marine goes down.
And
One
the-
drone goes down.
And the SCV, and another Marine.
Oh, good surround here, but 2 drones do end up falling.
Yeah, but the 2 drones for, you know, a Marine and an SCV, because he killed an SCV with that moving shot.
That's true. That's true.
It's
yeah.
actually
That's good for
straight
Zerg.
striker advantage, yeah, because he didn't make his build any different other than making a few lings, whereas Gypsy's command center is heavily late. He just starts it now, right? He starts it
3 minutes 30 or 28, I guess.
yeah, 26, and so he starts it like 40 seconds later. So everything's 40 seconds delayed.
Yeah, this is very, very good for Striker. Plus, the SCV also falling is painful as well. Although I have heard from, you know, the ASL casts that if you go for 8 racks, you only need to kill, I think, 2 or 3 drones before it's considered even.
Right, but that's assuming you didn't lose a bunch of other stuff.
Yeah.
Like if you lose an SCV, that decreases your like benefit, right, ratio.
Yeah, so in this case, because he lost 2 Marines?
He lost 2
2
Marines
and
and
an
an
SCV.
SCV for 2 drones.
Yeah,
It's
this
like-
is a definite advantage for Striker.
Actually, he lost another SCV scouting, but that's not
Oh,
part of the
okay,
rush.
yeah. So technically, you know, both players actually lost the same amount of workers, right?
Yeah, but that's not part of. That's just part of not being able to scout up, right? He tried to go up the ramp.
Yeah. Apart from this, Striker in a very comfortable position, getting his lair really quickly. I think he's just going to do the same thing as he did last game. But maybe what I want to see is him being a little bit more aggressive with his mutas, making sure Gypsy doesn't get that big eco lead that he did last game.
What is E? Is that IC Cup rating, or is that fish rating?
Oh, E is IC, or not IC Cup. Well, it's just StarCraft rating on modern StarCraft. What do you mean?
Oh, you have that? Oh.
I am an
Okay.
E-rated player, if you didn't know.
Okay. I actually didn't know they had an E rate.
Oh my! He's so out of touch with the lower class like me. Ladder rank, yeah, it goes down to F if you didn't know.
Oh, I didn't know.
I actually played an F rank Terran the other day, just warming up. I'm like, I gotta try to warm up some games, and the F rank literally didn't even build vultures. I was like, so I just kind of killed him. So
did you see that cast by Artosis about the? Oh, there we go. We have that.
Oh, the 2 lowest rated players on the ladder, and it just looked like a normal game.
Yeah, they're just like not as good at macro.
Yeah, something tells me those 2 players are not actually F-rank players.
They're actually Smurfs.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so the Sunkens are not done. If he stims, he can actually kill them. But there's a bunch of Lings coming up, so... And then the Sunkens get done right in time.
Oh, this is clutch timing from Striker. Honestly, if Striker did not come in with the Lings, like,
that would have
this
been
could
even
have
better.
Yeah, this could have been a very sticky situation for him.
No. If he came in later, it would have been better for Striker. Because then he would have been attacking the Sunkens, and the Lings would have surrounded when the Sunkens get popped.
Oh, but look what's happening here. The Marines go in, but they mostly just tank for the 2 Firebats that are now in the main, and so many drones are dying. Oh my goodness. Holy. 6 kills, 9 kills in total, and there's still vulnerable drones going for gases here. These 2 Firebats single-handedly carrying the game for Gypsy here. Oh my, how many drones are we down to now?
He's doubling his supply, basically. We're down to nothing.
I think we're soon going to be like, we're soon going to have like single-digit drone counts. These 2 Firebats are still alive, and they're going to stim again.
He's going to go down the thing.
Nah, the drones kill him now, but this is devastating damage from Gypsy. The Mutas do pop out, so once the Mutas are out, Striker still has a chance to try to equalize this game, but I think Gypsy is more than prepared for that. He has his turret set up, and he has a good bio ball, and Striker just calls it. He's just like, nope, we're done. GG. Good job on Gypsy for tying up the series.
This is like the idea for where you place your Sunkens. If you place them down like this, you're vulnerable to the run-bys. If you place them up, then they actually body block the run-bys.
So why would Gypsy put his Sunkens all the way down there?
Striker, he was...
Striker,
He was actually panic making the Sunkens because he saw the move out. He's like, oh no, I have to make them fast.
Yeah.
And you just like spam them out, right?
This is game 5. Hold on, let me... All right, chat. Are you excited? We are going into game number 5. Unfortunately,
can you guys see that? The exposure is extreme on the
camera.
camera.
What is going on? All right.
No, this is not exposure. It's just my skin is so white, it's radiating light everywhere.
Yeah, it's like he's reflecting off and hitting me.
No. Sorry, before we go on.
Oh, look at us. All right. Much better.
Okay. Back to the game. Yeah, so we got Striker in the top here.
Of Neo Sylphid. This is Neo Sylphid, right? Not just Sylphid?
Yeah. This is like actually one of my favorite maps.
Yeah, for ZVT or just in general?
In general, because it's a 3-player map, so it's not like a 2-player map where you know where your opponent is, but it's also not like a 4-player map where you have not the same kind of game, like cross spawn and close spawn. Here's like basically cross spawn every time.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
So the 3-player maps are very interesting like that.
I see. I know 3-player maps are very interesting for TVTs because in general, TVT, you want to split the map, but there isn't a very good way to split on a 3-player map. So what ends up happening is everyone ends up fighting over the last sort of main, and it just means we have a very action-packed series.
Also, there's a funny way to play where if you just take those like high ground bases, you can just be a 4-base Zerg, but just very defensible, like hard to drop, hard to push bases, right?
Yeah, are you talking about these 4 over here? Or like these 4 with this one?
No, not that one. You can actually take like the bottom or something, like, right? Like here, yeah.
Oh.
right?
So 1, 2, 3.
Not this one.
Sorry,
They
1,
wanna-
2, 3, 4, like that.
No.
No?
I'll show you.
Okay, okay.
You can
take
take
over.
this base. You can take this base, and then you have 4. But
Oh,
or take this base. But it's kind of a ninja base strategy, right?
yeah. That seems like a ninja base to me.
But if you make the hatchery, you can throw down a Nidus and just like link it there, right?
Mhm.
And that's going to be really annoying for the Terran.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. All right.
But yeah, I think maybe you ninja the Terran one, and they won't know right away about it
Mhm.
because they might take the closer bases, and then you just mine out their base that they want.
Yeah, yeah. All right. Before we talk a little bit about this game, I want to actually circle back to last game. So. Striker actually came out very far ahead in the opening from his 8 racks defense. But then what exactly happened in the mid game? How was Gypsy able to just completely catch Striker off guard?
So he defended the two racks pressure, right? Like,
Yeah.
this is a fake.
Wait, yeah, this looks like a fake, because that barracks was not
normal-
built at 8.
Yeah, but like he still has to kind of defend it because there's still the Marine. So it's not actually a fake. It's like a really funny pressure.
Yeah, I've never really seen something like this before. He might actually get one of the drones.
And he loses the SC.
Oh!
So it didn't work.
Not quite, not quite, not quite. We
Yeah,
were close, though.
It would have been like really funny because he would have had to force out a lot of lings to kill that. I mean, it's a 1 Marine bunker, but you still can't kill it with like 4 lings because the SCV can repair.
Yeah.
And if you attack the SCV, you can pop into the bunker. So you're just gonna have to wait until a few more, and you can't mine your base. And it's like 100 minerals, like whatever, right? It's not that big of an investment. But since he canceled the bunker, he just put down the CC.
I see, I see.
Yeah, so he was trying to just kind of get drone kill with that, but actually he lost the SCV, so he's behind.
Well, I mean, last game Gypsy was behind, and he managed to win that pretty convincingly.
Yeah. That's why, like, Striker just put the Sunkens like up top.
Yeah.
Then the Fire Bats would have a difficult time running by. Or like, what you can do is you can kind of split your drones, like like you do versus some kind of AOE damage units. I guess you can do it like you're doing against the Radiate, right?
Yeah. Oh, just like the Muta split, are you talking about?
No, the drone split against Eraser
Oh,
trick.
okay. So
Like,
you just kind of move them everywhere, and it
you
just
move
makes it
them-
hard.
Yeah, and then it gives you time to run the rest of them away while they kill the... Like the Fire Bats kill like 1 drone at a time, right? If
Yeah.
you split them all in different places, actually he wins that game, right? Because then he only gets like, let's say 2 drones and denies the mining. But now you're like, you've dedicated that big army to just get those 2 Fire Bats in, right?
Yeah. So we're seeing quite a number of lings being produced from Striker. I think this is mostly just to catch like any kind of move out that the Terran is doing.
No, I think he's gonna go for it.
He's going to go for it.
Look how many lings, like you don't, I don't know.
Can he really break this, though?
Maybe not with medics, but if he, I guess he is going to try to catch the move out. If he went before the medic, it's possible. But it's risky. Now he's going to do what you said, but I don't think he's going to catch the move out. What he's going to try to do is wait for the move out and then go backstab maybe with them.
Oh, that is always extremely annoying to deal with as Terran. But what you
Gypsy
can
is
do
just
is
like-
you build the 2 Fire Bats after you move out.
Yeah, 2 Fire Bats can't kill like 20 lings.
Yeah, this is so many lings. So he's going to scan. We're going to see the...
You know, listen, you can't, but you see the number of drones, right?
Well, we actually scanned here.
You see the drones on the natural, right? It's like 4. You're like, that's not that many drones. I probably shouldn't move out.
Did he just cancel a turret here?
Yeah, I think he wants to put it closer.
Oh, I see, I see.
Yeah. This is like where you can still mine without like blocking the mineral, but you're like this map is really annoying for Terran because you can only make the turrets like on this side of the minerals. You can't just like wall the back, right?
Yeah.
And now he has all the turrets up, so it's like gonna be hard. He's gonna pick off a SCV, but you know, like the Zerg basically gets to do that. Like anytime they want to, they can kill a few SCVs. Right? They just take some damage on the Mutas.
Yeah, Gypsy doing a good job of placing his turrets. But now, yeah, we see the Zerg dive onto this turret. And look, the Lings are now moving into the natural. They're going to try it and click down this bunker. The bunker is going to go down eventually. But, oh, wait.
The bunker has 18 HP, but it's still
16
going to
HP
get...
left. Come on, Striker, just hit it once! There we go.
I mean, you could have waited for it to burn down, but maybe Gypsy would have just repaired it.
Yeah,
at that point.
you just repair it, dude. That's so funny.
Oh.
He's rebuilding the bunker down here. One of the turrets do get canceled. So this is a little bit of an awkward position for Terran. The 12 Lings that were positioned on the left are now inside of the base, but the Terran has an extremely good choke to fire on. But while all of this is going on, 3 Lings are causing havoc. And GG, he just calls it.
Yeah.
Gypsy takes it.
Wow.
3-2.
Told you Gypsy was good.
Yeah. I mean, you're right about that.
So
Yeah, well done, well done.
yeah, like if you don't go right away with the Lings and you wait and then you don't move out, then you're a big disadvantage because now you have these Lings that are dropping in value as you have more and more Marines.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a gamble, right? He wanted to see if Gypsy did something aggressive, and then you can either like crush the move out or do a run by, like both very good options.
Yeah.
Because like if you do the run by, you just build Sunken Zack home. Like you don't even make the mutas yet, right? Like because you're not gonna wait for your Spire to pop.
Yeah, yeah, of course. Wow. Yeah, that was a reverse sweep, by the way. For if you didn't catch that, Gypsy doing the impossible, reverse sweeping Striker after those very, very convincing first 2 games. Yeah, that was amazing.
Artosis Gypsy rematch.
Yeah, I feel like Artosis Gypsy rematch is going to happen. That would be so sick. That would be crazy. Yeah.
Okay.
Are you going to stay on? Or
I'll take a break.
Okay. Yeah, we're just getting stuff set up. We're going to do a little rotation of the casters.
All right, guys. How are we all doing? How's the tournament going? How are you doing, Historian?
I'm having an awesome time, man. This is my first Brood War LAN ever.
Hell yeah. For those of you who might not know, this is StarCraft Historian. He does incredible interviews and great YouTube content.
Thank you.
Mostly StarCraft 2, but he gets some cool people in there from time to time.
Yeah, I've been trying
That
to branch
Tasteless
out.
interview blew up, man. Everyone loved that.
Yeah. That was a cool one. Tasteless gave me some like awesome insight into, the history of the development of esports in Korea, but also, why StarCraft 2 didn't sort of have the same type of cultural impact the way that Brood War did in Korea. And I think he sort of dropped a lot of knowledge bombs that maybe had been out there in one form or another here and there, but
now it's
we put
right
it together.
Here in one interview. That's
and I think
sick.
that's why he did well.
Pardon. What is your favorite interview you've done?
Got to be Carol LaForge.
Really?
Yeah. I think she's an amazing lady. Like, also, it's the one that, like, anytime I'm, like, explaining what I do to a friend or a new girl or something like that, like, I always show them the Carol LaForge one because you don't have to know or even care about StarCraft to, like, see the value in that video.
Okay.
Like, that's
interesting.
That's why I think it's so cool. Like, yeah. She just had an amazing life. She's got such a unique insight into this community.
Yeah, like 5 minutes. Okay. Sorry, we're just doing death segment. Oh, damn, Artosis is coming in here.
Yeah, this guy. Oh, my
wants
God.
To know if we can keep
what
the
does this
tournament
guy know about professional broadcasting?
I know, right? Like, come on, man. Amateur hour. Jeez.
But yeah, no, I really, really like that one. But I'm really happy to be here at the LAN.
Nice. I'm glad you could make it.
Yeah, no, it was
driving up from the hellhole. I mean, New York City.
it's quite a trek. Yeah, it's about 6.5 hours from where I live in New York, and but no, I'm glad I made it. I wanted to attend a Brood War thing forever. Yeah. I hoped it could be ASL, but it just never timed out for me when I was in Korea.
The problem is that I really want to go to an ASL, but I know that the moment I book it, they're going to move it to, like, the next weekend.
Yeah.
Oh, something came up. We had to move it back a week. And I'm like, fuck.
Yeah. I guess you were to get that traveler's insurance.
Yeah.
But it's a really cool thing you put together here, Tim, because, like,
Thank you.
Like, it's just amazing. We're 26 years deep into this game. And
yeah, I've been playing since 2001.
That's wild, dude.
I was 5 years old.
Yeah.
And I was playing the campaigns, figuring it out.
Yeah. Oh, we're born in the same year then, I guess.
96?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah, dude. We're pretty neat. We're pretty cool guys over here.
2 guys born in 96 from New York.
Yeah. That's true. One of us from a city that matters, and one of us from Syracuse.
Yeah. Fuck you.
But
at least you're not from Utica.
Oh, finally a StarCraft stream without erotica. Yeah, no, I hear you, brother. There's
this guy right here. Let me go ahead and post that.
My URL. Yeah.
YouTube.com/@
Shout out to Syracuse. Are you from Syracuse, Chad Terran?
All right, that's right?
Yeah, that's probably right. Click it.
One way to find out.
There we are.
Hey,
that's us.
We'll even.
Wow.
Look at this guy.
Look at this fancy channel.
Yeah, wait. I gotta see.
Oh boy.
It is tasteless. I thought it would be.
Yeah, it definitely is. Yeah, for the longest time it was.
Hearthstone's your next highest. That's
he's also number 5.
Oh wow.
Yeah. That Hearthstone video was actually sort of like the first one that got big for me.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, that was.
There's Carol LaForge, yeah.
Yeah, the Kara video is, like I said, if you don't know a lot about StarCraft, I would say, hey, Ahmed, Ali, and Andrew, love you. Ali and Andrew. Hello, Andrew. But yeah. No, if you don't know anything about StarCraft 2, especially, for example, like these Brood War guys, right? Like a lot of these guys here, they don't know about StarCraft 2, they don't care about StarCraft 2, and that's fine, right? People have their individual game. That Kara video, if you're going to watch one of my videos, that's the one. She's just an amazing lady, and she talks about, all sorts of stuff about her life and about her experience with esports and things of that nature.
Sick.
Yeah, so it is a very, very fun one. But yeah, of course, there's also all these other big names like Tim Morton, and the Hero video recently was a really good one. Yeah, Loco was awesome.
The Home Story Cup chairs.
Oh yeah, there's so many videos with the Home Story Cup chairs. Clem.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
I literally am just looking around like, there's the Home Story Cup chairs.
Yeah.
I know those chairs way too well.
Yeah. You spent some hours at the poker table in those chairs.
Tim Horton, yeah. Frost Giant CEO Tim Horton.
No, Tim Horton. Yeah,
Tim
Frost
Horton.
Giant CEO Tim Horton.
Tim Horton, eh?
Yeah,
We're
yeah,
in Canada.
yeah,
He's
yeah.
Tim Horton now.
Frost Giant Donuts.
Honestly, kind of down.
Yeah. No, they've got to do the cross promotion. But I think the players are sort of
Probably ready.
chomping at the bit to get into this next match here. So
All right.
we're looking at Artosis versus Sema, is it?
Yep, semi.
Semi.
That's what I call him. I pronounce everything wrong though because we're from New York. So, like
Mario. Yeah, I don't know, but. What's your take on this match? Would you say Artosis is favored? Would you say
so
it's a pretty even
Artosis
match?
is definitely favored.
Yeah.
Semi is, I think, high A,
Okay.
somewhere in that range. So it's StarCraft 2 equivalent of like the low GM versus like mid GM, like
Sure,
your 5 versus your 6K kind of range, right?
Okay, so would you say A is more comparable to low GM than it is to Masters?
I think A is too broad to really compare.
Okay, fair
but
enough.
like a lot of the low S guys, I would even put at like the 5K range. Like when I was playing with people who are 1900, they were holding their own against like a 3500 in the Evo mod.
Whoa.
So I mean,
okay.
in the Evo mod, it's obviously a bit weird. But like Mixu has played in Brood War, and he was not that good. Poor Mixu, man. It was awesome to see him play. And he had some fun games. But
I mean, Mixu's also dabbling like crazy, right? Mixu's playing Stormgate, Mixu's playing StarCraft,
He
Mixu's
does
playing
everything.
SC Evo. Yeah. The guy is. Also, we're talking about the Finnish champion right now.
Yeah, the
Everybody's
Finnish
talking
hero.
about the GOAT debate. Cyril's the GOAT, Mars the
Mixu.
GOAT, Rogue is the GOAT. Forget all these guys. Mixu is the Finnish champion.
Mixu is my goat.
and I don't know. You can call Cyril the GOAT all you want, but he's not the current Finnish champion, and he is Finnish.
True.
So.
All right.
That does say something. Artosis is still competing. He's about to play right now, Swedish Chef. So let's go ahead and grab Gypsy, who's going to be my co-commentator for the match.
If you want to show this off,
absolutely. In the meantime, this is the little trophy they've got made here for this awesome event. We are live in color from Montreal, Quebec, here in Canada. We've got a whole bunch of people that came down for this event. It's been a really, really cool one. I've been just having a blast. I'm not too well versed in the StarCraft Brood War community. I, of course, have watched a number of matches, primarily ASL. But, how's it going?
Good, you?
Not too bad. So obviously you guys know who this is. This is Gypsy. I'm a StarCraft historian.
You're a StarCraft historian?
Yeah.
I've seen your stuff. I've seen
Cool.
Just to figure it out.
Death is right now.
Yeah.
Turn game sound off, make sure headsets on.
Yeah.
And then you go into game, and then turn the game sound on.
Okay.
The scoreboard over there is very simple.
Is one of us gonna? I mean, obviously he would be observing. Are we gonna be observe or is there an observer?
No, we're observing.
Okay, you're observing.
Okay, that's
Yeah,
totally
yeah.
fine. That's totally fine.
All you have to do is
No, you're just slightly better at the game.
Absolutely not. Everyone's the same. We're all good in our hearts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
all you have to do is tap out.
It's all relative to Flash, right?
Yeah. Well, Flash is pretty bad right now, so.
Yeah.
He's like a potato.
Yeah.
Okay, so.
Was he ever really any good?
No, not really.
Yeah.
Overrated.
I agree.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
We'll figure it out.
Sweet.
Yeah, I guess we're waiting. So you do primarily StarCraft 2 content?
Yeah, this is actually my first Brood War event ever.
Yeah.
I've been having a cool time here. I've watched, primarily if I've watched Brood War, it's been ASL.
Yeah.
But you played in that Ursa Brawls event recently, right? Like
Yeah.
the 1v1s, and then there was the 4-player free for all.
Oh yeah, I did.
Yeah. So I
those
worked
were
on that
terrible.
event.
That was terrible for me.
Yeah.
I played awful.
Yeah, it wasn't the best.
So, but it happens.
Yeah, you played against Boa that time.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You remember? Thank you.
Yeah.
It was 3-0.
Yeah. That's my primary experience watching you. So.
Well, I didn't give you a good first impression. I gotta
No,
work
I've heard a lot
harder.
of positive things about you, and I knew there was a reason Dan tapped you for that sort of event.
No, well, yeah. I mean, we're a small group of people in the
Yeah.
NA scene, so yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, but thanks for putting that on. I mean, any kind of event for us, like.
Yeah, so Bruno from Ursa TV, he's based out of Ottawa, not too far from here. And yeah, just shout out to Bruno. Check out Ursa TV. He's doing stuff for the Brood War community. He's doing stuff for the StarCraft 2 community.
Absolutely.
Essentially, like that's what he's looking to do is harbor a community just like what's kind of going on here in Ottawa.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily put on the event. I do more or less like some background like production work for him.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's been a cool ride. And Ursa Brawls the grand final is coming up. So there was 4 StarCraft 2 Ursa Brawls.
Yeah.
And now this one is going to be the winner of each of those competing in the same format.
Okay, that's sick. StarCraft 2 is still going like super. I'm making sure these guys are.
Yeah. Yeah, we are ready to go.
So I gotta press this.
Yep.
Ooh, damn! I gotta get one of these.
Yeah, fancy pants. Yeah, this is a Stream Deck, right?
Yeah, I've never seen technology like this.
Yeah.
StarCraft 2, man. It's. What do you think about the whole situation? Like, if GSL ever goes, like, stops and everything?
I mean, that would be sad. I mean, like, listen, it doesn't.
And like when Stormgate comes out, like, are you like personally gonna move away from StarCraft 2?
No, I'll never move away from StarCraft 2. Like, if there's StarCraft 2 tournaments and there's StarCraft 2 players, I'll be talking to them and making my content. But I definitely also want to do Stormgate. I definitely also want to do Battle Aces or Zero Space or whatever is the thing.
For sure.
Immortal Gates of Fire.
Yes.
But yeah, no, I'm also trying to diversify and do Brood War too. And
Dude,
I am.
You are more than welcome into our community, and
Hell yeah, brother.
absolutely all the StarCraft 2 people who maybe are curious, especially I think they're gonna experience a bit what happened to the Brood War community back in like 2009,
Eventually we are,
2010, where this game came along. Yeah, well, they're probably just gonna remake.
Yeah.
But I hope that the SC2 community kind of doesn't abandon their game.
No, it won't happen.
Because that's the game. These other games, they come and go, and it's all about like the community for the game that you're playing.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah, no, I think when and if the high-level pro StarCraft 2 scene goes away, we will, definitely see these grassroots things. Like, there's actually a totally grassroots tournament that's being developed right now that's going to be in September in Stara Zagora, Bulgaria. It's a $10,000 StarCraft 2 event.
Yeah.
No, like big corporate sponsor. Blizzard's
That's
not connected.
awesome.
It's completely independent.
Yeah.
And so stuff like that, like, will we still have $10,000 prize purse tournaments in 10 years?
Yeah.
Maybe, maybe not. I don't know.
Honestly, who cares? I feel like it's much better. It's such a different feeling when it's grassroots.
Yeah, just for the love of the game.
Absolutely. And I've been wanting to get a bit more into StarCraft 2. I used to play when I was when it first came out, Wings of Liberty. Okay, they're starting without us anyway. So that's good.
Do you stream a lot of your Brood War games?
Yeah, Brood War. I'm streaming most of the time, and I plan on maybe playing some more StarCraft 2. But I would love to get some of the StarCraft 2 people into Brood War as well, and like maybe eventually down the road, like especially when some of the tribalism goes away, especially when these new games come out and there's more grassroots.
Yeah, when StarCraft 1 and StarCraft 2 are both othered.
Yeah.
Like StarCraft, Brood War got othered, right?
Absolutely.
And then, eventually that, of course, the chickens will come home to roost for the StarCraft 2 community.
Yeah, and like hopefully we can build something together because that would be awesome.
Absolutely. The SE Evo mod has been really dope. I like that a lot.
Yeah. Well, it's definitely easier for SC2 players, Imagine if we had it in Brood War mechanics and all of that. That would be interesting too. But
StarCraft 2 like races, but you can only have like these limited control groups. That's insane.
That would be
really cool
really
too. You only need to get some guys to build it for the next 10 years, and then we can get there.
Yeah, absolutely. That was fun. Those crossovers were really fun.
100%. But
what do you think about? So, have you seen a lot of TVPs?
I've seen a number of games.
Have you watched Artosis stream?
yes.
You know what happens, right?
Yeah, but I can't make those noises. I'll get in trouble.
Okay.
But I can't sit here and tell you that I can give you some kind of detailed analysis of the game.
That's totally fine.
But there is a reason I requested to be paired with a very high-level player like yourself.
Well, I'm excited to be casting some Artosis games.
Yeah.
I'm his #1 fan.
Hell yeah.
And I love watching him play his best here.
How many fart sounds do you pay for?
0.
Oh.
I get away. I don't watch the stream actually. I just like saying I do.
Yeah.
No, but actually, Dan and I are really quite close, and he's super, super nice to me. And he's been so kind, and he's so kind to everyone.
Absolutely.
He's so. People don't really realize this, but he's actually a really big pillar of the community, and he really does help. Like.
Yeah, I've had a conversation like this with some of my friends when I was in Dallas recently, where it's really just a bit of an anomaly that so many of the gigantic community figures that have developed within both Brood War and StarCraft 2 have just been genuinely good people.
Yeah.
Which is bizarre in a sense. I feel like you usually kind of expect some people to be a bit off color.
Well,
but
let me tell you, I played Dota for a bit, for a number of years in between StarCraft 2 and Remastered, and that was a community. of questionable people. So I think RTS just, I think this is more, honestly, StarCraft to me strikes me more as like a kind of martial art. You know, people really kind of treat it more as a discipline than anything. And I think that just brings out like a certain type of person.
Yeah.
And everyone in this game usually, you're faced with reality, right? Like when you lose, you have no one else to blame with. So there's this like, everyone has this mentality of working hard and recognizing that the game's really hard, and it's like this mutual respect, I think, and you kind of see that.
Yeah, no doubt. So we saw Protoss open up with a gateway, then a Nexus, then another gateway.
Protoss opened up with the 12 Nexus.
Okay.
Cross spawn. So this is pretty much, if you watch Artosis stream, this is the most meme moment. He's always complaining about cross spawn Nexus first.
Is this advantageous for Protoss?
It's very good for Protoss. In a certain sense, it depends. Yes, the short story is it's pretty good. The long story is depends a lot on the variations. Like if Protoss goes for a double Zealot or something, if Terran doesn't actually get the bunker here. But it looks like Semi actually only went for one Zealot. He's still making probes off both Nexuses. And I think Artosis is going to come in here. He's going to see that it's a 12 Nexus because he sees the pylon, the Nexus already done. And now he knows he's a bit behind. So from here, he's already taking his expansion. Terran has a couple options. They're not very pretty. Because he's expanding, he's actually just going to go into mines, Vulture Mines. Because when Protoss expands like this, usually their tech timing's a bit later. But Semi's actually not getting range yet, so he might actually be getting a really fast robotics, which would be really good for him because he can get observers out.
So what would have Terran's answer, like how would they have punished this had they expected?
So you can't really expect it, but this 12 Nexus, usually if it's on this occasion, we see that it's cross spawn, right?
Yeah.
So this rush distance is actually quite rough for Terran to rush. But if it was like adjacent spawns, Terran would basically pull all their SCVs, not expand, and just go for a bust with Marine Vulture. And usually that works around like 60% of the time, 60, 70, so it's pretty good for Terran.
Yeah.
And that's why cross spawn is not so good, but actually Semi already losing a Dragoon for free.
Yeah. Yeah, that's rough. So I'm assuming he's going to have to play pretty defensive, give up some map control as a result of that.
Yeah, that was really quite bad for Protoss, and you know, Terran can be doing absolutely anything behind this. Protoss, the one thing about 12 Nexus is they're playing completely blind, and his robotics is not like super fast. Terran here can actually just be like going drop ships. They can be going for some kind of push. They can be going triple command center off one factory, and Protoss is completely blind here. So and has no tempo, right? So they have to know exactly what they're doing. Semi will have a nice economic advantage, but just gonna be kind of like in a defensive posture for a while.
So what?
Third
Yeah, okay.
center.
Yeah, there you go. That was sort of our next question. How is Artosis going to capitalize on that? And we do have an answer here. He's chosen to take a more economic route. So how long do you think he's going to stay on the one factory?
Well, you know, this usually isn't really much of a decision. It's been pretty mapped out, like the build orders at this point.
Yeah.
So right now he's going to go up to 2-fact. He needs to get his armory at some point to start getting upgrades. Usually you stay on 2-factory, especially if with this third command center, but he needs to get an eBay as well, because when you take a third base as Terran, you have to defend the airspace. Shuttles can be a real big nuisance, and actually Semi's going for a Stargate, which is really, really tricky. And if you notice here, he actually doesn't have a Citadel, so this can be only one thing, carriers.
Okay.
Yeah. Cross-spawn Nexus first carriers is probably the thing that would make Artosis rage the most.
So if he had a Citadel, it would be Corsairs?
It would be Arbiters.
Arbiters, okay,
yeah,
okay,
Arbiter
okay.
tech. So those are the two main techs, Arbiters or Carriers. And
Gotcha.
it plays pretty differently. Against Carriers, Terran actually wants to do some kind of timing at some point, because if you let Protoss just take a couple bases and get up to 8 Carriers especially, they have a very, I wouldn't say it's like automatically Protoss wins, but it's much easier for Protoss to play that situation, and it's a pretty solid win condition for them. So Terran usually wants to do some kind of push to limit the number of bases Protoss has, or outright kill the Protoss before they get to that 8 carrier count.
So it's imperative that Artosis scouts this carrier
Yeah,
play.
yeah.
Okay.
Well, right now, Terran's just going to be doing their own build. Like, they're going to be progressing through their tech tree. They're going to be getting their upgrades regardless of what Protoss is doing.
Yeah.
So at some point, he will scan, and he will see that it's Stargate. So right now, he doesn't need to do anything. Just continue his build. But once he sees it's Stargate, he needs to adapt and really look for... Because he's on a 3-base setup already, he's going to default to a 2-1 push. Like a 2-1, 180 supply, like very high supply push. And Protoss will usually be able to get up to like 6 carriers, and it's going to be dependent on how the fight goes. Semi?
Do you expect these Dragoons to get anything done outside of Artosis' base?
No, absolutely not. He's just trying to control space here, and the Goons are really strong at this stage of the game because usually they fight really well against Vultures. Protoss wants to keep the map free of mines for the most part, because later on, if you don't clear those mines, it's really hard to move around the map.
Yeah.
And it's very low risk because they can fight the Vultures well enough, up until a point, right? Like if, you know, you can see Artosis only has 2 factories, so it's not like he can make a lot of Vultures. If he had like a control group of Vultures, he could run these down. But right now, he's just kind of maintaining some form of map control. We saw some scans go off, and Artosis actually scanned the main, and he sees the Stargates. So he saw the core spinning at this time, which means that it can't be Dragoon range because we're way past that point. So he knows that Protoss is upgrading +1 air. So he scans for the Stargates. Now he knows, okay, I'm playing against carriers. The problem is he actually doesn't have a starport, so he's going to be limited in his upgrades. And usually here you want to go like 2-1 push. But the meta so far has been like, the meta kind of shifted away from that high upgrade style Terran into like a more low upgrade like battle Terran.
So is it imperative for Terran to sort of snuff this out before the critical mass of carriers
absolutely.
get out?
Yes, so right now Protoss wants to get up to 8 carriers. If he gets to 8 carriers and still has mining bases, he'll be in a really good spot for the most part.
So we're at about 9 minutes 30 seconds here. At what time do you think, how much time does Artosis have here to respond?
Oh, well, his push is probably, considering he doesn't have a starport, his push is probably going to come out around 11 minutes.
Okay.
I mean, he's a bit behind. Actually, he has a lot of factories. 10 minutes in, usually you want to be around 110 supply if you macro really, really well and don't lose any units. So he's a bit behind on that, but his factory count is very high. Now, the problem is, against carriers, actually you need really well upgraded Goliaths because of the breakpoints of the interceptors. So when Goliaths have +2 upgrades, they actually, I don't know, like 3 or 4 shot instead of 5 shot the interceptors.
Wow, yeah.
And they output a lot of damage. So the interceptors actually, they retreat back into the carriers after their shield depletes. So if you have a lot of output as Terran, you actually reduce the output of the carriers because the interceptors aren't firing. They're constantly going back to the carriers. But without upgrades, not as much of a problem. So these carriers are going to be really scary. Like, this is going to be hard for Artosis because he still doesn't have a starport. So, like, going into the late game, if he doesn't kill Semi with his big push here, he's going to struggle really badly.
So I'm assuming that the Dragoons are going to act as a sort of deterrent and a barrier between the Terran units and the carriers.
Absolutely, yeah. So that's the composition Protoss is going for. The Goons kind of, because otherwise Terran can just walk up onto the carriers with the Goliaths and just snipe them all down. But the Dragoons are really strong against Goliaths. So it's going to be a dance between the tanks being sieged up, the carriers poking in, the Goliaths kind of poking them back out, and the Goons maintaining that position.
How much of a factor is the map in this situation? Like, for example, there seems to be a bit of dead airspace.
Yeah.
That seems like something that Protoss would want to abuse with the carriers,
Absolutely,
right?
absolutely. So you can see in the middle here, this is really good space for the carriers to fly around. The carriers can actually fly around at these bases as well really well. I would say on Vermeer, what is kind of, it could be good and bad, and actually Semi's playing pretty aggressively here with carriers, which is good. This is for free, and now he's in a good position here because, like you were mentioning, the dead air here is really strong for Protoss. So, yeah, it's not looking great for Terran, but there's a lot of bases on this map, which means both players can expand a lot of times, and that can be good and bad for both players, honestly.
How does the movement speed of the Goliaths compare to the carriers?
Oh, they definitely can run them down, but that's why like you were mentioning,
Dragoons
the architecture,
and
the Dragoons and Zealots and the architecture of the map is very important. But the Goliaths are very tricky to control in this situation because often when they're shooting at an interceptor and it goes out of range, then they start bugging out. So you have to constantly reissue command orders as a Terran player. Whereas the Protoss, really, he's just kind of like microing this one control group of carriers. So this is very hard, you know, biases aside, this is very hard for Terran to control, but he has a really strong army, so let's see. Looks like they're going to fight here, but Artosis is not... Okay, he's sieging a bit late. The Zealots get on top of the Vulture and Goliaths.
Oh,
now the Zealots do go down, so it's mostly... Yeah, you see how Semi identifies there's nothing to tank from my goons, pulling out of range of the tanks, and now going to work with the carriers. So Semi's playing this phenomenally well.
It seems like another significant advantage of the carriers is, you know, the control group limit size, right? So he's able to have his critical mass of carriers on one control group.
Absolutely.
Much easier to manage.
Absolutely, and not just that, but in a sense, these are also flying production buildings. He's constantly making interceptors. So, you know, Brood War players, they do complain about MBS, but actually there's MBS in this game in the form of carriers. So while Terran has to replenish their units, carriers only have to replenish the interceptors, and you can see now this is actually a pretty good fight for, well, Artosis is going to kill a lot of these interceptors, but again, the fact that he's +1 is cripplingly bad.
Because the tank count seems to be getting dangerously low.
Absolutely, the supply is going down for Terran. Terran wants to be maxed at this point, like perpetually, or at least close in supply. Usually when Protoss goes carriers, they're actually really close in supply to Terran. But now Semi's also going into High Templar. So Storm and carriers, incredibly difficult to deal with as Terran.
So are the Goliaths going to be the target of the Storms?
Absolutely, anything. But Goliaths also. And when basically the Storm kind of amplifies the zone control that the Dragoons have. Yeah. It's like, imagine that, but like even more oppressive.
Yeah, you just can't move through.
You can't. So you really have to like leapfrog your tanks, but they always get stuck. It's very, well, he did get one carrier. This situation can be very hard for Terran, but so far, Artosis is managing it beautifully. He's also expanding behind this. Semi, one problem that he has is he doesn't have like a corner base. So, and he's actually taking a lot of damage on one of the carriers. The Artosis will siege. Storm does go off on a lot of those tanks, actually, and the goons are just delivering. There's no siege tanks dealing any damage to them. So Semi, you see, as soon as the tanks get siege, he pulls back.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems like that was a relatively fair trade between the two of them. Obviously, Semi, you know, not wanting to take too much damage on these carriers. You see that one there is real low, a little bit of health, and the shields are just starting to replenish. It looks like he is up to 7 out of 8 of that critical mass number that we were talking about.
He's in a really, really good spot. I think Artosis is going to have a really difficult time here. Looking back at his base, he does have a starport, he does have a science facility, but his armory is not spinning yet, and he's only on 1-1, so his upgrades are really, really bad. Meanwhile, Semi is going to go up to that +2. Now, honestly, Artosis is a bit lucky because Semi does not have 3 Stargates. If he had like 3 Stargates, he'd be pumping these carriers out much faster.
Some carriers out in the open here without protection from the Dragoons. The Goliath seems to be trying to close in. Seems like Semi's going to try to make use of some of the dead air, but he's not moving here, taking tremendous damage on these carriers. One goes down, another one's at critically low health.
That's huge. I mean, well, he needs to kill at least another carrier. I think, okay, he's going to kill...
We may see 1 or 2 more go down. One's in the red, other one goes down. He's at the 5 here out of the 7 that he had moments ago.
Yeah, and, well, the only thing is I'm looking at Artosis' supply, and it's not that high. So you really need to be permanently maxed as Terran in the situation, because even if he kills all these carriers, like, or even, you know, if Terran reduces it to 4 carriers, especially 4 carriers, super manageable in the fight. But he doesn't even have the supply to fight the ground army, and now Semi, he's gonna force Artosis to lift this command center, and the Storm's gonna connect here for sure on a couple of SCVs, maybe on the Semi, is he paying attention? But he is on top of the tanks already.
A couple SCVs go down, a couple tanks go down, the base is still lifted. The SCVs that were at the base got pulled back into one of the more recessed bases, and it looks like for now this Dragoon High Templar force is going to have to back off, but we are seeing a big flank coming in with some Zealots on the bottom left-hand side here.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, this looks really bad for Artosis, I think.
And the carriers are there for support. It seems like, you know, there may be a bit of a sandwich happening here with the Dragoon force coming down from the north and the carrier Zealot force coming down from the west, and Semi making excellent use of the dead airspace there. It's going to be an awesome retreat path when those Goliaths do eventually come down to put the kibosh on this.
Yeah.
But it seems like Artosis is taking massive damage. His supply is dipping down below 150 again.
This command center barely survives. That was a pretty
quite nice
defense there, but Artosis is really hurting, man. He's still in that 140 supply. He really needs to get maxed, and I mean, look at Semi. He's comfortably maxed, and he has a bank. So Yeah, I just don't see this as winnable for Terran, but I mean, Semi, he's going to throw away a couple of the units. This is a pretty big blunder, but he can afford to make this mistake.
Yeah, we do see these tanks going down, but at the expense of a couple of Dragoons, and it seemed like a High Templar or two as well, perhaps. He also burned a couple Storms there on what wasn't the juiciest of targets.
Yeah. Well, I mean, still, he does, like you mentioned, trade for a couple tanks, so that's good for Protoss ultimately, especially with this kind of economic lead. And Terran, I'm looking at his bases, almost mined out on 2 of them. I mean, Protoss is mined out on 2 as well. Like, Semi, he's kind of semi-all in, and suddenly, wait, Protoss' supplies actually even with Terran, and now he's running the carriers into the Goliaths. I mean, this is a throw and a half. He's going to look. He lost 3 carriers, Ahmed. What was that?
This is outrageous. And it seemed like he had such a good retreat path there, but he let them sit over the Goliaths.
Yeah.
These Goliaths, or sorry, these carriers are still in good health. But
only 3 of them.
Yeah.
And let me tell you, 3 carriers, as Terran, you're not afraid of that. And well, I was mentioning how Semi was maxed with a bank, but suddenly he's not maxed. His bank is going to get eaten through, and he is mined out on 2
Terran
bases.
takes a supply lead for the first time in about 10-15 minutes in this game.
Yeah, and that's super important. But okay, another carrier goes down, and suddenly, like, because Semi's only on 2 Stargates, he can't rebuild to 8. Again, 8 carriers is what you're looking for as
There's
Protoss.
no support for these carriers. The Zealots do eventually come down, so the Goliaths are going to be chased off. But what a trade, what a swing that was for Artosis.
Yeah, that was really bad for Protoss. That was the biggest. I think Semi is going to be kicking himself because he was in such a winning position. I mean, I was about to say, like, there's no way Terran can win this, but Semi did exactly the only thing that he could do to lose, and that is throw. So
yeah,
it's looking rough. I mean, he's not. I wouldn't say any player is in the lead right now because, again, well, Terran has 2-1. Okay, he's mining off of 3 bases, more or less. This base is kind of like a half base. But he does have top right, and actually, Ahmed, I think Artosis might be favored in this position. He might be in a better spot than Protoss is.
So composition-wise, do you think Terran's going to stick on the Tank Goliath?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, always Tank Goliath, some Vultures mixed in. That's a god comp for Terran. It's good in every matchup, but obviously in this matchup, it's a standard. And for the most part, Terran units definitely in same. Well, at max, that's a fat storm over. Oh my god, that's a fat storm. Kills every single SCV at that base. That was like 20 SCVs. Yeah, and that's a lot of his income. He is going to clean this up. And again, the problem for Protoss is he only has, well, he has 5 carriers. He's building a couple more. So in total, 6 carriers right now. We'll have 7. That's a decent number.
There are some Goliaths here for defense. They're going to take out a couple interceptors. One of the carriers here is on relatively low health. I don't think this is the engagement Semi wants to take right now.
No, definitely not. He's going to wait for a couple of ground units. He doesn't want to lose these carriers to a bunch of Goliaths. But let me tell you, like, Terran units are very strong, and especially Tank Goliath, especially with upgrades. 2-1 is a really strong upgrade point, and he is going to 3-2. Semi only has a single core, and I'm assuming that's going to be +3 weapons for the carriers. Actually, at this point, usually Protosses have shield upgrades. They even have a second core for armor plating. So talking about this game, Terran's going to slowly outscale Protoss. So I actually, especially with this unscouted top right base, which could be immediately shut down, it's getting so many resources for Artosis.
Yeah, and it's been up and running for, I think, about 5 minutes now. Yeah. And, you know, there was a time period where there was a Dragoon High Templar force right outside of it, but he just got unlucky, didn't go up there and scout it.
Absolutely.
And he is sort of going to pay the price for that over time, as Artosis has this income that Semi's just not even aware of.
Yeah, it's going to be a game changer for sure. And Semi, like, generally with carriers, you actually want to, well, okay, this is a good trade for Protoss, actually. Nice Storm goes down, and these units do trade, but, and you can see Artosis' supply is still kind of struggling a bit, and Semi actually will finally find this base, but let's see, I mean, it mined out, mined out a couple of minerals. That's actually really good for Protoss. He stopped it in time, I would say. That's a lot of Archons.
Yeah, that is an awful lot of Archons. Now, what would you say, as far as the Terran force goes, that the Archons are the most direct response to? What are they fighting best against?
Archons are actually kind of garbage units, but they're very tanky. And in this situation, low eco, kind of all over the place game, they're just kind of good stat units. So if they get on top of the tanks, they will output a lot of damage. They will soak a lot of damage. But the problem with Archons in this matchup is they actually take full damage from everything. In this game, shields take, well, like in StarCraft 2, shields take full damage from all weapon types. So the Terran units completely obliterate Archons. But, oh my god, Semi, he needs to stop making these mistakes. He's going to lose one carrier. Second carrier goes down as well, and that could be a third carrier as well. Oh my god, that was
that one is going to survive in the end, but gosh, these blunders have been huge.
Yeah, well, Semi, like, he's approaching this in an unorthodox way to put it, you know, to put it kindly, because the carriers generally you want to have in combination with your ground army, and you just want them to kind of shark around, pick off the units, you know, a couple tanks here, a couple tanks there. Semi, the way that he's approaching this is he's trying to use the carriers as like a harassment tool, which is definitely viable, but it's just not as strong, and especially not when you lose them. He needs to bring all his units together, but now 4 carriers?
Looks like it could be a bit of a bait. Looks like he's pulling the Goliaths up to counter those carriers, and now the Dragoon Archon force is going to come down.
Yeah, well,
there's not a lot of tanks in position right now. They're not sieged up. They are getting into position, but it looks like Protoss is going to be able to take a bit of a favorable trade for now, and does seem to pull out just in the nick of time without taking any damage.
Yeah, I would say Protoss's composition is not so strong to fight against tanks. He has no Zealots in the front line. He only has Goon Archon, and they get completely obliterated by a bunch of tanks like you saw here. But now Artosis, he's overextending. He didn't notice that most of his tanks are behind, but actually, look, again, Terran units absolutely insane. 3-2 upgrades against 0-2 or 2-0 for Protoss is a huge advantage.
Carriers are swinging around while the Goliaths are up there, you know, involved fighting with the Dragoons. So he's going to get a little bit of economic damage. That CC is burning. Are we seeing any repair right now?
No, not yet, but that's only 4 carriers. They do have plus... Oh, actually, they do have 3-1, so Semi did get that second core, but it's a little bit too late now, and these carriers are going to get caught. If another carry goes down, let's look. He's still building the carriers. One big... again, just having 2 Stargates is scary for Protoss, because when you lose those carrier count... carriers take a long time to build. You gotta build, they're probably like the longest build time in the game, or among the longest, and not just that, but filling them up with 8 interceptors is the equivalent to building another carrier. So when you only have 2 Stargates, you can't really replenish the count, right? You can't really increase the count, and again, it's 8 carriers you're looking for. 8 is the magic number, but again, Semi, he's going for this harassment option. He really would do much better, especially with Storm.
Looks like we're about to see another carrier fall there. It's getting real low, and it does indeed go down.
He really needs to just bring his units together, man. He has an overwhelming supply advantage.
He's lost something like 6 or 7, maybe more carriers so far.
Way more, yeah. It's just, this was a really big throw from Semi, and honestly, Terran in this position, again, Terran's hurting because doesn't really have that much income, only 2 bases mining, but with these upgrades, like, he's gonna take the fights so well. It's just not quite clear what should Terran do. Like, should he mass? And now Protoss is expanding in bottom left. The carriers are all caught here, but that's just 3 carriers. And honestly, okay, these 2 carriers are also joining. That's going to be 5 carriers. If Semi loses all these carriers, there's a chance for Protoss, and he's counterattacking at the 3rd base here.
And do see the Dragoons coming in. They're relatively uncontested for the time being, though these carriers in the 3 o'clock position are very, very low.
Yeah, and he lost 2 of those carriers, not only 3 on the right side, but does force this command center to lift. So now Artosis is down to 1 mining base. Protoss is on approximately 4 mining bases, which is huge. I actually think Protoss is still in a good position here.
Yeah, no, this has been an absolutely back-and-forth game. We are seeing a couple tanks go down here now, and without this tank protection, these Zealots and Dragoons are going to wreak havoc on the economy of Artosis. There seems to be no real protection. We see the Goliath swinging back down now to try to take care of this.
Yeah, Artosis, he's struggling a bit. You can see, like, the tanks are unsieged, but they're not really moving.
Yeah.
Only 1 carrier, so he did a good job at killing all those carriers, but the problem is now Terran's only mining off of 1 base. Protoss is mining off of 4 bases. Even this base is fresh. Okay, this base is almost mined out, so let's say 3 bases, but that's a huge advantage for Protoss.
Yeah, no, these 2 bases in the bottom left here, completely uncontested for the time being.
Yeah.
Now Artosis does realize the danger he's in of letting these bases stay up. So he is going to move his forces down to the bottom left here and see how, you know, what he can make happen. He knows he needs to deal some economic damage or he's going to be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I mean, he needs to do something. He's so behind in terms of his economy. He's going to start mining this 3rd base again. Still has a really strong army. He's 3-2. The ground units for Protoss are actually only 2-0 still. So in terms of efficiency, Terran units are way more efficient, but Artosis just isn't at that supply. Like around here, you know, around this time you want to be around 160 supply, 180 supply. He's on 130 just now, starting to hit 150, so a lot of his supply is actually tied up in his factories. He has the upgrade advantage. I'm not sure how well these fights are going to go though. And Semi actually is just not going to build any more carriers. So I don't know. I mean, this is kind of all over the place, honestly.
What kind of role do Reavers play in the PvP matchup?
Their Reavers are, I don't know if you've watched a lot of Zerg versus Terran, but kind of like how Mutalisks are in Zerg versus Terran.
Just a harassment unit.
They're like an all-purpose unit. They're just really good. They're good at harassing. They're good at attacking. They're good at defending. They're just very hard to use.
Yeah.
But at this stage in the game, you wouldn't see them because they're just not that efficient in max army fights. They just get sniped. They're too like
APM intensive.
Exactly. Exactly. So we would have seen it much earlier in the game.
Yeah.
But at this point, it's just the compositions are what they are. They're not going to change. And it looks like Semi, he's going to pretty much like do game-ending damage.
Semi smells the blood in the water here. He's moving his forces down through the 3 o'clock position.
Yeah.
There's a paltry force here of vultures and a couple tanks.
Yeah.
And I just don't think there's going to be enough here to stop the onslaught. The Protoss forces are just too large. We're looking at a 50-plus supply advantage for Protoss as he cracks down on this base here.
With a single carrier supporting the whole Protoss armada, but it looks like, well,
a lot of vultures coming in, but a little too late, I think.
Yeah, he's running back to try and defend. I mean, this is his main base. He can't lose his production. Protoss's units are pretty much done, and actually, Artosis did a good job to kill these 2 Nexuses. So actually, Semi's going to be only on 1 base. But his supply advantage is huge. This is a significant Terran army, though.
Yeah, no, there are still a lot of vultures. They're kind of fighting into not the greatest of chokes right now, but they are taking care of business.
Yeah, well, the high ground is definitely helping Protoss. I mean, that's going to increase the effective health of these goons drastically because of the mischance, but they do get cleaned up.
Yeah, not too much damage done to the production of Artie here. Couple buildings burning, couple buildings destroyed, but
I mean it feels bad as turn. You look at this, you don't like to see fire in your base. You know, that's like you ever play those city builders? You gotta get the fire department in there because everything's burning. But I mean, Artosis, that was sick. He killed this Nexus. So now Protoss is actually mining on just 1 base. Terran is gonna mine out here, which is really bad for him. I just don't see how Terran stabilizes here, but he might be able to lift this command center. Oh, he actually still has this command
Look at the
center.
mineral income for Terran, though. It's just slowly creeping up. Okay, now we do see a big influx there, as one of these bases must have just gotten saturated.
Yeah.
But for the longest time there, the Terran economy has sort of been in shambles for the last few minutes here.
Yeah.
The production was slightly disrupted.
Yeah.
You know, it doesn't necessarily feel like Terran's maybe 100% down and out with the counter-economic damage that he dealt.
Yeah.
But it does still feel like he's playing from a bit of a deficit. Do you agree with that, Gypsy?
Absolutely. That's a good summary. That's keen observations there. And the problem for Artosis is that he actually, right now, he feels like his army isn't strong enough to move out onto the map. And because he killed those 2 Nexuses, I think he's going to, think to himself, okay, I still have 3-3 mech. We're on even economy in terms of 1 base versus 1 base binding. So he's going to wait it out and kind of increase his supply. But unfortunately for him, I think his SCV count is just kind of too low. And this base is almost mined out. Semi's going to go for an attack, but into a setup Terran, especially with this upgrade deficiency, it's huge. I mean, the Protoss units are going to completely melt. And Semi doesn't have any carriers, so he's basically pure gateway man with a couple of storms against 3-3 mech. Like, honestly, the more I'm looking at this, Ahmed, I think Protoss might actually lose this game if he takes a bad fight.
Do you think we're going to see Terran go on to the offensive now and try to, sort of box Protoss into their corner of the map with the positional play?
I'm not sure. So in Brood War, as opposed to SC2 especially, it's super hard to be aggressive in this game because just having position is massive. Like, if you're in an arc, like, just the logistics of moving your army is really important. So attacking into Storm, it's going to be very difficult unless Artosis executes perfectly. Likewise for Protoss, to attack into this Terran is going to be very hard unless he executes perfectly. So by default, whoever's playing defensively is going to have a pretty good advantage.
These vultures are going to get caught in the top right here. They try to take out that Nexus, and we're not able to. They put some serious damage onto it, but there's a number of Zealots and Dragoons coming up, and it looks like all these vultures are going to get bled off for free.
Yeah, actually, but Artosis is trading them for supply, and that's really good. He doesn't want to lose them outright for nothing.
Yeah.
He didn't kill a Nexus, which is bad, which is unfortunate for him. But he didn't. He traded for a couple Zealots, traded for a couple Templar.
Saved a couple too.
Yeah, exactly. So that's exactly what he needs to be doing. The supply is creeping back up, and actually this DT has 4 kills. I wonder if that was SCVs. Again, Terran, very few SCVs. He might want to consider getting SCVs off of the depleted geysers. But actually his economy is really, really bad. But his army is really, really strong. I don't know. This is tough to call, honestly.
Yeah, no, it has really gotten a bit blurry.
This game's been wild, man.
Yeah.
It's been absolutely all over the place.
I've been having a hoot with it.
Yeah, how does this stack up to StarCraft 2 games?
Yeah, no, I mean, this is one of the things I've always admired about watching, the limited number of Brood War games that I've watched. But it seems like there's just always such a potential for comeback, right?
Yeah,
it seems like it's so difficult to manage all of your assets in game as you outgrow your opponent, that it ends up looking like a pretty significant advantage. Now, flying your carriers into vultures again and again.
Yeah, well, that was definitely a mistake.
Yeah,
those were definitely mistakes, glaring mistakes. I think Semi's going to be very unhappy with that because had he not done that, he would have had a very easy game. And this one, I would say, it's coming down to the wire. The more I see this, the more I'm giving a small advantage to Terran. But actually, Artosis is mined out, and like, it's going to take a while for him to lift the command center and float it here. Protoss is also mined out, but he's going to be starting to mine this top right base. Terran's going to basically have to either attack into this Protoss or expand to here, the top right, unless he goes 6 o'clock. But if he goes 6 o'clock, then he's putting no pressure onto the Protoss, and then maybe we can see this game drag on. Protoss might be able to triple expand here super quickly and outscale Terran again. So I feel like Terran really only has one option, attacking this top right base. But if he expands here, Storm can come from the high ground.
Yeah.
So overall, like, I don't know, Artosis has a really strong army, and he has no SCVs, so the supplies don't really tell the tale here. But he has to execute this push perfectly, because against Storm, it can go. It doesn't matter what your upgrades are. Storm does infinite damage no matter what. So it's all about how he executes this.
And the 7 o'clock base is relatively mined out, or
the 7 o'clock here?
No, just left of the 6. Yeah.
These ones. Oh no. He barely had any. He barely had any base, mining from that, I think.
So do you think those would sort of be the next choice after that 2 o'clock?
Yeah, I mean, he could. But right now, I think the tension's really on this side of the map. And luckily for Artosis, actually, that means he's drawing pressure away from his 6 o'clock. So he's still mining. And actually, I'm looking at this. I think Protoss is going to have a really, really hard time defending.
We are still looking at a Protoss with a 50 supply advantage, but I do wonder what percentage of that supply advantage is workers relative to army value, because it does seem like Terran's army is rather large here, and these tanks don't really seem to have a really clear opposition without any carrier support.
Yeah, and the upgrades are just so good for Terran. Like 3-3 mech obliterates Protoss. Like the Terran can fight 80 supply down. But finally, Semi actually sends a couple of goons here to 6 o'clock, and that's going to deny mining, which is a massive play, but that's only 3 goons. And actually, Artosis reacted beautifully to this. He brought his vultures back. He has a lot of vultures. They're really well upgraded, so they can actually just man-fight these goons. Ooh, the mine drag could have been big if he actually dragged into like that clump of vultures.
Yeah.
But I don't know, Artosis is looking like he's in a good spot, but again, attacking, the problem for Terran is, and again, it's a Brood War thing, like, it's hard to go up this ramp. You know, it looks like Protoss, it's going to take some time. Even if Protoss can't defend the space, it's going to take a lot of time, and that's going to open up the map for Protoss to go for counterattacks.
Yeah, we do see one of those counterattacks swinging down to the 6 o'clock location again right now. Those vultures are a little bit out of position once again, and these dragoons are in a larger number than they were last time. They are actually also supported by zealots this time around, and Artosis recognizes this. He picks up the CC. He says, I cannot defend this right now. I need to back off for the time being.
And he's going to go for the trade.
Yeah.
But again, well, it's going to be hard to push up here. 1 Templar with 2 Storms, that can do a lot of damage, especially against these low ground units. And Semi is actually going to try and cut off the reinforcement path as well, but so far, he's not getting the trades he wants at top right. These units are running into mines, and He does have a lot of units left at his rally point as well. The supply is really good for Protoss, but he needs to bring all his units together.
The tanks are shelling away from the low ground. We see a couple tanks starting to creep up that ramp now, as long as, in addition to some Vultures and some Goliaths, this base looks like it's going to be a hard hold, though. There are still some storms here, so the amount of damage that Protoss can dish out to this Terran army could be big.
I mean, Semi's not using most of his army. He could have brought those units first, but he's actually going to miss-execute, and this is going to be a great fight for Terran because he has most of his supply here. His upgrades are absolutely insane. He's going to kill this Nexus, but again, actually Terran is not mining, so even if he cleans this up...
Protoss dips below 100 supply for the first time in quite some time.
It's coming down to the wire, man.
Supply differential of only 29 at this point.
Yeah.
Down from 50, 60 what it was shortly.
Yeah. I mean, Protoss was in such a good position this game.
We're going to see a bunch of Zealots run into some mines here.
Yeah.
They're mostly a bit more south. The observers do see them.
Yeah, Semi needs to take care of his units. He can't afford to lose any. He can't afford to bleed any of these units to mines. He needs to just micro the obs with the goons to clear these minefields. But when the Vultures come in, they will kill 2 Templar. That was really well played from Artosis, but actually at this stage of the game, even trading 1 Vulture for 1 Templar might not be so bad for Protoss. Like, it's really coming down. I mean, obviously you want the Templar, but it's just this game is so close.
So we do need to see these tanks pivot to another position right now. It seems like they're holding a position that isn't particularly valuable to Terran at the moment. And we see all these Dragoons coming down here, and Terran has no income. They can't really be bleeding off these Vultures here not to accomplish much.
This game is absolutely insane. Artosis is top right. Okay, he's going to get SCVs here, actually.
Is he going to build a base there?
Yeah, well,
there?
he just wants to mine. He just wants to mine, but he's actually only on 42 minerals, so he can't even afford the SCV. But luckily for him, he is going to get a couple SCVs at top right. And
let's also take a moment to acknowledge, though, that all of the mining and the army forces for Terran right now are so far marooned from their production.
Absolutely.
So there really is not a lot of protection. There's a couple tanks here, and they're going to try to hold their own. But, there's not a huge Protoss force closing in on that position. But
I mean, if Semi kind of identifies this and again brings all of his units, he can't just
attack with a handful at a time.
Yeah, 4 tanks on the high ground are going to hold this, especially with the buildings in the way.
We're going to see 1 Dragoon falling, the second one goes down.
Yeah.
Semi realizes he needs to back off, but what I'm not also understanding is why he's maybe not necessarily regrouping his units. Perhaps he has not quite identified yet how naked Terran's main is.
It's just really hard as Protoss because from Protoss' perspective, his vision is actually really limited, and at this stage in the game, there could be mines all over the map. So actually moving your units through the dark spot, just any kind of fog of war, you kind of have to assume there might be mines. Now he's doing it, and luckily for him, there are no mines, but that's always at the back of your mind, and if he loses a bunch of units to mines, like, the game's over. So, but it looks like he took a small gamble, let's say, but he knows, I mean, he had his army around the middle of the map, and that's kind of like calculated.
We are seeing this big regroup now, so Artosis' production is incredibly exposed. We will see this Protoss army take some serious damage from those tanks on the high ground, but that's a lot of Protoss. If they can break up this ramp, Artosis is going to be in a very, very tough spot. Yeah,
and the buildings landed. This is Zealot tight. They can't just run by. Oh my god, and the Vultures, a couple of Vultures also pop. The tanks are laying waste to these goons, but finally one storm connects. Second storm connects, kills both tanks. There's no more tanks on the high ground, and actually Artosis' supply, production is going to be jeopardized here.
Yeah, he did take the supply lead momentarily there, and he does have some, mineral income from the top right, but he is now swinging down the full brunt of his forces from the top right. He has identified that he cannot lose all of his production. If he loses all of his production, the mining is going to be a moot point.
Absolutely, and actually Semi, he's not going to commit on the high ground. Kind of a smart choice because there are mines. Artosis did well to place them down.
These armies are going to meet in the middle of the map here.
But this is 3-3 mech on top of high ground, but only 4 tanks and no Vultures, and so much storm behind this, and I think this is going to be it. Semi's going to get storms on top of all of these tanks, and that's going to that's it. I don't see Terran coming back from this.
The Zealots getting on top of the tanks there was just detrimental to Terran's hopes in this game. These Goliaths are low on health. They can't run. There's nowhere to hide. There's so many storms left.
And honestly, I can tell from experience, typing GG in these situations always feels bad.
Yeah, just ask Fantasy.
Well, Artosis is the second coming of Fantasy, so both in skill and GG timing. But yeah, it's going to be, again, honestly, it's still coming down to the wire somehow. These 3 Vultures are going to kill all of the probes.
And I wonder, because do they have mines? Okay, they do have a decent amount of mines, and he's just making vultures. Oh man,
the production is still alive, and there is a little bit of mining that was still happening. The Protoss forces are trying to put an end to that, but Terran takes a supply lead here.
I can't believe I called it so quickly, but I can't believe this is happening, man. Vultures all over the map. I mean, Tesagi is real. 3-3 mech, absolutely unstoppable with the mines as well. Guys, this game, 40
These
minutes.
Vultures are dishing out some serious damage.
I'm not sure if I'm at the MTL LAN or if I'm at the chat Star LAN or I'm at Artosis' stream, because this looks like a game straight out of his stream.
No, come on. There's been no Mario Erotica. We know this is not Artosis' stream.
TTS isn't here. Yeah. No, where's the Brown Brew crew at, you know? Man, that was wild. This game, I mean, my opinion's constantly changing. I'm looking at this. I'm not sure if Protoss can win from here, but
unreal.
Because honestly, at some point, the problem is these mines, and the Archons don't trigger mines because they're floating.
There is no mining happening for Protoss right now.
Well, Artosis needs to control these vultures. They can kite the Archons indefinitely. So even though these Archons won't get hit by mines, okay, he's removing some of the mines as well. Semi actually could be mining gas here to get Templars because they're the cheapest mineral unit. But I actually wonder, is this going to be a draw?
We are pinned at 18 and 17 supply. Now, Terran does still have a very small amount of mineral income, although that looks like perhaps the last drop-off of minerals was just delivered before that CC was lifted.
Oh my god.
These vultures, what did they just pick off there? Was it a Templar?
Templar, yeah.
Okay, that's a big pick off in this situation. Now we're looking at 17 versus 16 supply here.
This game is crazy.
We're seeing a couple SUVs get taken out.
I'm trying to let, I was, Worst is screaming at me in the chat. He's saying, look at the fight, but I was trying to look. Does Protoss have any more mining? Because honestly, if Protoss does not mine.
Protoss hasn't mined in over a minute.
He has 3 probes. He needs to have something that can actually kill Terran buildings if they lift to the edge of the map, because otherwise Terran will always be able to draw. But I'm looking at this. I mean, we're getting close to like a draw, possibly.
These vultures taking some damage from these Archons. Not perfect micro here, dishing out a bit of damage back onto them.
And yeah, I mean, he can indefinitely kite this,
yeah.
right? But he can't. He
can't
mess
the
up his
Dragoon fuzzies the math a little bit, but the Dragoon's taking some serious damage. It looks like the Dragoon is not quite going to go down.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way.
Okay, there it goes. Now these Archons cannot dish damage out to these vultures.
What's Artosis doing? He can't take any hits here. He needs to.
Already,
my God!
No, not like this. Okay, one Archon goes down. There is one more.
No, it's dead, too. It's dead. There's no way. Two energy. Okay, that's
okay. The Archon
what does Protoss have? He has nothing. He has no more fighting units. He just has the probes.
GG! Tut, says Artosis. Fantasy GG timing. Who?
Oh my god, dude, that was wild, dude.
Absolutely incredible.
That was wild. You can see Artosis in the background. He's
hands on his face. He cannot believe he took that one. It looks like his heart is absolutely just
That's just
pounding.
game 1, boys.
What a match.
Oh my god, that's wild, dude. And I can tell you, Semi's not happy with that one, man. 45 minutes just to lose the first game. It's hard to...
especially considering the position he was in at a number of times during that game.
I mean, Artosis is incredibly lucky. He was so far behind at all stages in that game, and Semi kind of misexecuted. He just kept losing carriers for no reason. He kept taking bad fights.
You think that's a nerve issue?
I think he just didn't quite identify like what his win condition was. He was using those carriers way too harassment based. He needs to just bring them together with his ground army, and he would win. But I'm not sure how much he plays carriers, because honestly, carriers, we meme about how they're insane units and they're not fair and they're automatic win conditions in this matchup. But the truth is, if you're a Protoss who's never played carriers and you don't really quite know how to use them, they're not that good. They still, you have to kind of strategically understand what you're doing. And I feel like Semi was a bit off with like constantly splitting his carriers and his ground army. If he joined them together, use the carriers to just pick off a couple tanks, inch forward with his units, kite back he would win. He had like a 40-50 supply lead.
Yeah,
when
for
Protoss,
like minutes at a time.
And when Protoss goes carriers, the supply is even. Usually Protoss has like a higher supply in like normal games, but in carrier games, they have to be even. So he had a huge advantage. kind of threw it away.
Yeah, it seemed like there were a number of disjointed attacks. It seems like, to me anyway, again, obviously as somebody who does not have the world's deepest understanding of the game, that, you know, perhaps some of the positional play in terms of the design of the map weren't abused to the best of their abilities.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, on that map, there's those high grounds on the 3 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 9 o'clock. Protoss can just sit there with their goons, have the carriers fly around. But again, if you don't have that experience, it's hard to play confidently like that. And truth be told, if you're not taking the fights well, like the carriers, like in a max fight, Terran actually does really well against carriers. They just have to A-move. The mech army is super strong, especially with upgrades. But yeah, I mean, Semi, honestly, he definitely threw that game. Yeah, no doubt about it, at multiple times. So. And
from my understanding, Artosis is a bit favored.
Yeah, definitely. I think Artosis is definitely favored here, but Semi actually took out Cross in this tournament, which is an absolutely gigantic upset. I can't really stress how big of an upset that is.
Yeah.
This is, of course, Cross's actual first LAN. So, you know, lacking a bit of experience, but I mean, the fact that Semi was able to do that is really impressive. And especially in this matchup, I think Semi has the skill to beat Artosis. We just saw it that game. He had a huge advantage the whole time. But Artosis, I would say, is definitely favored. I think you look at that game, you know, as Semi, you're thinking, I can't believe I threw that away. But at the same time, you have to look at it and be like, I was ahead at several points in this game. I can replicate that and just don't throw next time.
Yeah, no, I actually think, you know, as much as it might be a detriment to your headspace that you know, kind of threw away what was like one game in some scenarios. On the other hand, well, it's also good to identify the fact that you were in a winning position at a number of times in the game.
Absolutely.
So it's not like the guy does not have it in him to take a game like that, right? It really just seems like there were a few key strategic mistakes, and that seems like something that's a lot easier to clean up than inability to perform at that level.
As long as you can gather your mental back, you know, which is a huge part of playing these tournaments. I know I lost my first game against Artosis, and he played actually really well in that game. And you know, usually I'm pretty favored against him, you know, in our games that we played. So for me to just feel that like, oh, he really outplayed me in that game, it's easy to go down that rabbit hole. Like, am I just not playing well today? Like, is he just gonna and feel the stress? But luckily this time around, I kind of collected my thoughts. I just, you know, said, it happens. I looked at what I did wrong. And it went well for me from then. But it's easy to fall into that trap of like losing your confidence, not playing so well.
Yeah.
And it's all about Semi right now, just keeping that confidence going. But again, like a 40-minute game, it's tiring.
Oh, no doubt. Yeah, mentally, physically, and again, also just to be on edge for so long, to feel like you're about to break through that precipice and get the W. Against also not only somebody that you're favored against, but somebody that you respect a lot, right? In Artosis, like there's got to be a huge psychological effect on playing against him.
Of course.
And Artosis probably has more LAN experience than everybody else in the room combined, right? Like the guy's been at this for 20 years.
Well, let me tell you, no one wants to lose to Artosis.
Yeah.
We all watch his stream. We all stream snipe him, and we all sit in our Discords making fun of him, and the first person to lose gets embarrassed. So
yeah.
Let me tell you, Semi does not want to lose to Artosis.
That is hilarious, man.
I'm kidding. We definitely all cheat against him. But no, that was a sick game, man.
Oh,
and Butter's gonna be game number 2 here. This map is a 2-player map, which generally is pretty good for Protoss. We haven't seen this map. They're getting ready actually. So let's get into the game, guys. So yeah. Control. Oh yeah, I have to update the. Don't worry about it. I forgot to update the score.
So all you do is hit +1 and then butter.
And that's it?
Yeah.
Okay.
So do you
what they'll see when you switch the scenes? Yeah.
Yeah, it's good. I'm good, man.
Do you find that this map lends itself?
All that right there.
Yeah.
Thanks so much, Aaron.
Thank you.
You just heard the voice of Erniak, our lovely host and organizer at this event, putting in some real work to keep North American Brood War alive.
Yeah.
26 years into the history of this game.
Yeah, I've been told that his name is Irish and you pronounce it Arnark.
Yeah.
I think so.
Oh, okay. I'll take your word for it. I don't know.
No, I don't know.
Yeah. I believe you.
He's been. I'm sure he's used to everyone calling him Air. I mean, I would too. But
the guy is kind of a legend because honestly, I think out of his own pockets, he funded this tournament.
Yeah.
Both the stipend and a pretty decent prize pool, and he has plans for more in the future. So guys, if you want to, I mean, that's incredible, first of all. That's
100%.
Absolutely incredible. And honestly, guys, if you've enjoyed the event so far and you want to see more, which there will be more, consider just, first of all, following the stream, obviously. I think this is the brand that he's trying to build.
Yeah.
And if you can, if you have Twitch Primes, if you want to subscribe, if you want to donate, I'm not quite sure what the information is. I think we just got some bits
Fuzzy
there.
Crunch just gifted 5 subs.
Oh.
5 subs.
Wow.
Thank you so much. That is awesome.
Yeah.
Let's see him keep coming in here. For those of you who are not aware, we are at the Chat Star League Montreal LAN. This is an awesome event we got going on here. We got a number of extremely high-level players, from the man I'm sitting here right now with Gypsy, to Cross, to Artosis.
Yeah.
What are the other big names here?
Striker. Yeah. I mean, we got Herbmon, Semi, actually a Tentat. There's this huge community of pupil players. There's this league called Coach Pupil League, the CPL, and a lot of new players that come in and they get coached by seasoned players, and a lot of them showed up, and they're doing really well. I think 10 Tats here at least. I'm forgetting exactly everyone, but there's a lot of really cool people.
Well, I named a couple of the names there, my friend.
Yeah. you know, Twitch chat, they always want to talk shit.
But yeah, no, I also maybe keep your eyes peeled.
Because there's a lot of people that showed up to this LAN. Even I don't remember exactly who's here. But I think it's going to just grow.
Yeah.
Because I know that there are actually supposed to be South American players. There's supposed to be European players. I think for the South American players, actually the visas didn't line up.
Oh, no.
So they can make it. But I think in the future, you'll see representation from more areas, really.
Yeah, no, I also I want to get involved with the CPL. Aaron mentioned it to me quite a while ago, and I put a couple hours into Brood War, but the game just feels a little bit over my head on my own.
It's very hard. Yeah, it's very hard. It's not fun. And the onboarding is hard because also the experience, just logging on, playing ladder. You're playing against absolute degenerates who've played the game for 20 years.
Yeah.
It's not fair. But the CPL, just a wonderful community, and you can find players of all levels to play with. And not just that, but like it has a really huge community feel to it. So you can find like-minded players. You can find practice partners. You guys can grow and build, play together. And honestly, that's most of the people that showed up for this LAN.
There are other awesome things you can do to support the event. One of them is just to share it, right?
Yeah.
Hop on Twitter, hop on Reddit, go to your Discord channels, let people know there's a North American LAN for Brood War happening right now.
Yeah, and there's going to be even more. There's going to be one in Chicago, and then there's also going to be, from a different organizer, one in Seattle eventually. So there's a lot of
Not to mention BSL in Thailand, right?
BSL Thailand happened, but from my understanding, I think Zero, who is the organizer for BSL, is trying to organize another LAN in Warsaw. And there's been like a lot of LANs in Poland. So
I know Nazgul put up some money for BSL, right?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, absolutely. Nazgul and the other co-owner.
Liquid something, like his literal name is.
Liquid Steve or something. Yeah. So there's a lot of Brood War. I mean, I don't know, Brood War is doing really well. The community is strong, and honestly, I hope that StarCraft 2 kind of experiences the same. Like if these new games come out, and it's going to be kind of a uncharted territory, I think, for the StarCraft 2 community.
No doubt.
But just looking at how Brood War handled it, like, and again, I hope that we can kind of like grow off of each other.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I think this sort of closed-mindedness and pitting these games against each other that's been happening for 14 years now is just so silly.
Well, it's been hard for the Brood War players, I can tell you from experience, because we do feel like sometimes you feel like there are missed opportunities because Brood War could have had some of that support, and but I think we're getting into kind of the same boat soon.
Sure.
I think a lot of that animosity is going to dissipate with time. So animosity.
No, I understand.
I've been wanting to actually, like, I'm not too close to
I think what was it, Vindicta? You know,
yeah, Migs. Yeah.
Yeah, Migs. He's an awesome dude, and
yeah, he is.
He's one of those players I kind of started watching his Twitch. He's watching mine, and I'm not too close with some of the SC2 players anymore because I haven't played the game in a long time. But
sure.
I would have I would love to watch them play Brood War. You know, put on some kind of like event where we get a bunch of SC2 creators or players play Brood War for the first time. Or play in a tournament, just give them something to play for, and I think that would be so fun.
I picked around the idea of having a sort of like RTS fest with like a number of different titles, where players can pick and ban the games that they're going to play, right, as opposed to maps. But let's focus on the game. We do have an engagement happening in the middle of the map here. Would you say
really
Protoss came out on top?
Absolutely. I'm not sure what Terran is doing. That was not executed too beautifully there. I think he's fishing with just one tank. This was subsequent to a gas deal, so the opening was very standard on this map, gas deals. But actually, Semi's going for the DT drop, which is a really, really strong option, especially against what Artosis is doing, this aggressive 2 factory play. But even then, like, Artosis wasn't able to fight against the initial 3 goons and 2 zealots, so he's definitely behind. And behind this, the shuttle is going to drop 2 DTs inside of the Terran's main.
Like there are no turrets up yet.
There's 1 turret.
Okay.
But this is an we'd call it an anti-reaver turret because it's pushed up and it's meant to zone away the shuttle. But unfortunately, because it's over here, it's not giving detection to the command center here. So these SCVs are going to be in a lot of trouble.
Okay, the turret is going to put a little bit of damage onto the shuttle here, but the turret finishes. Oh my god, the turret goes down. Only 1 DT gets dropped. How many scans does Artosis have available? No scans available.
That was a huge blunder for Semi because he could have had 2 DTs, and that he have his. Of course, this 1 DT is going to do damage, but like the 2 DTs would have been completely different. And well, Artosis he is a lucky man, dude. He is a lucky man today. He's going to count. I don't know. I can't believe he got away with that, dude.
That was just really, really unfortunate. And that second turret finished just in the nick of time to put out that last bit of damage.
Yeah. Well, Semi needed to just unload right away. I think he didn't want the DTs to get detected by the turrets. But the thing is, there were no Terran units in sight, so nothing would have killed them. But yeah, I mean, he's going to kill this. Actually, if he kills this armory, that'd be really annoying for Terran. But this was kind of a late-ish armory anyway, so it's not really going to cancel.
Yeah, we do have the SCV coming down for repair, but the DT just go ahead and take out the SCV. Puts a little bit of damage onto a Vulture. Another SCV is coming down to put the repair back on, but that army did get awfully low, but looks like the SCVs are going to get there in time, and the mine takes out the DTs there. Nice little cleanup for Artosis.
Yeah, and that DT had a lot of kills, but I think it was mostly mines. So that was really well handled from Terran. Like, you get a DT drop, you don't really lose any SCVs, you don't really lose any tech. And Protoss behind this, he hasn't expanded because he opted to go for Arbiters. So very quick Arbiter tech, which can be annoying for Terran because this threatens like recall, especially. But the trade-off is that
Artosis loves recall.
He loves recall. Every Terran loves recall. Yeah, absolutely. It's so fun to play against. But the trade-off here is that actually Protoss's economy is pretty far behind, so relative to where it should be. So he'll have a decent army in conjunction with the Arbiter to support it, but he won't have a big bank. He won't have that much production as opposed to if he expanded much quicker. So, you know, just give and take of this build. But so far, I would say Terran's definitely in a good spot.
Yeah, no, that definitely could have been absolutely crippling damage. So I can't be, I don't think Artosis can be too upset with how that ended up working out. Now we do see an additional base getting taken for Protoss here in the top left-hand corner of the map.
Yeah, and I mean, this game's going to slow down right now because both players are building up. You can see there's not really that many units for either. They, again, Terran kind of is in a build-up phase anyway, but Protoss also, teched really fast, and we're going to wait and see how this plays out. Again, the early Arbiters means they're going to be able to just mass energy, and you can, again, you can use it for a recall, but you can also just use it for a lot of stasises when the Terran moves out.
So far, things looking pretty calm. We've got a couple of Vultures across the map, trying to put on a little bit of damage, but they are going to get cleaned up. One of them is anyway by the Dragoons. They're going to take a couple more shots on the way back down. Perhaps one more will go down. Yes, indeed, it does. This last Vulture not getting microed, but the Dragoons decide to be merciful.
Yeah.
well, they won't clean this one up. But you know, Terran is kind of at least slowing down Protoss. Protoss would really like to, well, first of all, he needs to get up to 8 gates minimum, maybe 10. So he's going to do that part of his build, and after that, he wants to get up to 4 bases. So we're going to look at where Semi chooses to expand. Is it going to be here, or is it going to be here? And Terran, likewise, will just go for a 3rd base. Now, Terran can, you know, for when this map is actually kind of old. It was played maybe, I would say, 2 years at this point, 2 years ago, or a year and a half, I'm not quite sure. But the meta then was to mostly expand right here and kind of have this triumph. But it's kind of a flex option, honestly, for Terran as well. So we'll see. I mean, both players just building up. You can see Artosis, he's aware of the recall threat, so he's prepping the mines already. And if those catch units, that can end the game for Protoss. So Protoss kind of has to respect that, but at the same time, Protoss, you kind of have to have that confidence at this stage in the game, where you don't give too much respect to the Terran, because otherwise you feel paralyzed and you never attack.
Would you say expanding in one direction or the other dictates the play style that Terran's going to be going for, or would you say that for the most part they'll be playing the same either way?
I mean, I think on this map especially, Terran eventually will get up to that 4 base setup before pushing anyway.
Yeah.
So from that perspective, it doesn't really matter. But from the timing at which the Terran expands, that's when Protoss usually goes for a bust. So, for example, taking this base, I think, is much better against like a recall play, because everything, like when you build turrets here, they are also covering your main base. Whereas taking this base is going to open you up a bit more to recall. But I think taking this base can open up you up to like stasis busts, whereas this is a bit more defensive because he's back here. But it looks like Semi, he's not even in position to threaten anything. He does have 150 energy on the Arbiter, which is enough for recall, but he's not positioning it as though he's going for one. So I think we might see a bust here, but honestly, looking at the supply, again, Protoss a bit ahead is normal. But Terran's at a comfortable 140 supply. With 1-0, he should be able to hold this, but it's going to be... it might be close. He has double Arbiter with double Stasis. No, just one Stasis. So
large Protoss force coming down. Now, Protoss is floating about 1,000 gas. Would you say that's typical, or are they banking that for something specific?
Brood War, you know, as opposed to SC2, it's a bit more difficult to spend every... I mean, he's floating it also because he's maxed.
Oh, okay. Yeah, at this point.
But also he doesn't have a double... Yeah, he could go double circuit, but hold that thought, because he's actually going to go for bust. 3 stasis tanks. Good find by Semi. And actually, he has a lot of supply, and most of Terran's supply is actually off to the left side. So this is a really good fight against Terran. And Terran does not have +2, so actually his units are not that efficient. And oh my god, Semi's finding a nice attack here.
3 stasis tanks, and then a number of tanks on the left side there, not really dishing out any damage. These final tanks at the bottom are getting taken out. That bunker has nothing inside of it. These tanks are not siege. There's a group of zealots there doing prayer.
Nothing. Yeah, well, they're waiting. I mean, they're going to join the fight soon. And the SCVs get pulled, even from the main, the SCVs pulled. Artosis knows this is really scary, because if Protoss gets on top of the production, it could be game over. The Zealots do get rallied in here. He does GG. Semi ties it up 1-1.
What a game. Really just went from 0 to 100 real quick. What an engagement that was in the middle of the map. Those stasises were absolutely clutch.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a good bust from Semi, and that was the timing he had to go, bringing all his stuff together, and he did it. So
yeah,
really well played for him.
Yeah, no, he busted well.
Yeah, that's what Protoss does. You know, they're really they're full on testosterone. We all know that. They Protoss players, they bust real nicely.
Left and right.
Left and right. All over the Terrans.
Yeah.
Well, Artosis, again, Semi bounced back from that first game.
Yeah. No, I'm glad to see that his mindset wasn't too damaged by that.
Yeah.
He was able to stay calm, stay strong, and he really brought it to Artosis.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, that means, you know, he's kind of recovered from that first game, which would have been very depressing for him.
No breaks for these guys.
No, we're in here
jumping
already.
Straight into game 3.
And I have to update the I will update the score here. So 1-1. This is a best of 5. Lots of games.
Yeah,
still to go.
So many games to play today. Once again, guys, we are here at the Chat Star League in Montreal. This is a LAN event in North America, organized by none other than Erniak of Platinum Esports.
Yeah. Absolutely amazing. Just a great event. And again, guys, make sure if you want to support, give the channel a follow. Give the channel a follow. Tweet about this. Do whatever.
There is also a Stream Elements post that was there a little while ago. I believe it's HelloFresh that you can support the stream through as well.
Yeah.
You can also donate some money via Ko-Fi. You can give bits.
Yeah.
You can make a subscription. You can gift some subs. There's a number of different ways to support the event, and if you don't have the ability to support in a monetary way, copy that Twitch link. Post it on Twitter, post it on Reddit, tell some of your friends about this. If you like Brood War, if this is the game that you love and you've been following it for 1 year, 2 years, 10 years, or 20 years, it's events like this that are keeping the scene alive. Like, we might have ASL in Korea, but outside of Korea, it's grassroots stuff like this that keeps the game alive.
Yeah, and let me tell you, we are a very tight-knit community. I mean, everyone knows everyone, and we're very welcoming, I would say. So
I've had a wonderful experience so far. It's kind of weird and surreal for me in a sense to feel like an outsider in a StarCraft circle just because of how comfortable I am within the StarCraft 2 community.
Right.
But I really went from feeling like an outsider to feeling incredibly comfortable with like 75% of the people.
Absolutely.
Within one day.
You're welcome, man.
I do feel very welcome. It's been a great place to be.
Please, we are opening our arms to yourself and absolutely everyone else who wants to dabble into this great game. And even if you don't want to play it, just watching, us, the NA players, we put on like an NAPL, like the Pro League, where we just all play together, where we get together, we're like 8. We all get on Discord. Usually it's streamed on Artosis' channel every Sunday. We kind of have been on a hiatus because, the activity level these days is a bit lower.
Yeah.
But we try to always put on stuff.
Yeah.
And,
there was another event I remember that the name was sort of a spoof of Pro League. Instead of Shinhan Bank, it was Shinhan Tank. Does that still exist?
Yeah, Kicks. Yeah. That was a very long time ago.
Oh, yeah?
It does not exist
anymore. That's unfortunate. Well, it shows you how plugged in I am to the Brood War scene in the current state.
No. I mean, but I'm surprised you do remember that, actually. That was a cool team league hosted by Kicks, who I think more or less retired. I haven't seen him around the community for a while now. But that was a cool event while it was running. There's a lot of teams, even from Korea, participating in it.
Yeah.
And we used to have, I don't know if you know Sham 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sham 2 used to put on a really cool cup, like a bi-weekly cup, Have At You, and he funded it out of his own pocket, $200.
He's a Canadian, right?
I think he's American.
I
think he's from California. I'm not sure.
I definitely saw the name around quite a lot.
Yeah, he was a great guy, but he also kind of eventually is not participating as much in the community, and that's kind of where we're at. People come and go, but the truth is, because we've lived this already, we know this game's here to stay. So everyone comes back. There's nothing like Brood War out there. There's no one making a game like this anytime soon.
Yeah.
So we're always here.
We do see a couple Marines just going down the ramp for Artie, getting into a defensive position. The bunker going down.
Yeah.
Everything seems pretty straightforward and routine at the moment.
I would say this is a bit interesting how Artosis is approaching this, because generally Terran wants to two depot expand here, especially with the bunker. This expansion from Terran is very, very late. He has 3rd depot going, and he made a lot of Marines. Generally you want to stay on 3 Marines. So 2 Marines plus the depot plus the bunker means the command center is very, very slow. You can see relative to the Nexus.
So what kind of damage does Terran have to get done here for this to be worthwhile?
Quite a bit. And I think I'm looking at this bush, and the one thing is that he did not bring an SCV with this. So if he could have just bunkered this Nexus and maybe hit it down or whatever, that would have been worth it. But here I'm not seeing this doing anything. I mean, even if he pressures these units, like, what's the follow-up? Nothing really.
Seems like these 2 Dragoons are going to have the ability to quite a lot.
Yeah.
If the Terran units do get too far forward, that Zealot is going to come up like we're seeing right now.
Yeah.
We already see 1 Marine go down for just putting a little bit of shield damage onto the Dragoons.
Yeah, and I'm looking at Dragoon range, because that is, before Dragoons get range, they have the same range as Marines, which makes it exceedingly difficult to fight into Marines, and actually Marines output a lot of damage, but once that range finishes, they just kite them into oblivion. So, but it looks like Terran actually is not going to pursue this pressure anymore. He can't really get anything done. He's
So what is Terran feeling after an opening like that not quite going
really
his way?
Bad?
Yeah.
His command center is very late. He got nothing in exchange. I mean, Protoss is just ahead right now.
Now, You're Protoss. In your shoes, what do you do here?
Oh, I'm Terran.
Oh, Terran?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness,
Absolutely.
I'm absolutely
but I
mixing
do
you
play
up with somebody.
I absolutely do play Protoss and Zerg.
Well, that was awfully embarrassing.
I'm the Omni gamer. No, don't, dude. Do not be embarrassed because I do play every race, and I have played Protoss against Artosis many a times. And Zerg.
So now Protoss obviously feeling pretty good about the development of the early game
Yes.
here. What is the next step for them, do you think?
Right now, I mean, generally, looking at his build, it's kind of weird. He wants to expand once this Observer is out, essentially. So the general play is that Terran will mine these third bases, and it's going to be kind of, you don't want to sack like a Dragoon into it. So you're waiting for OBS. When the OBS comes out, you take your third base. And generally here, he only has 2 gateways. So usually you would expect Protoss to maybe go into Reavers, but I don't think Semi really plays Reavers. We haven't seen Reavers any of these games. So depending, I think he's going to just expand, add 4 gates, and just tech into either Arbiters or Carriers.
Now, was that early carrier build kind of just pulling a trick out of the hat?
Well, I mean, in general, I would say not necessarily. You can kind of go Carriers always. Of course, these days it's a bit more difficult because Terran kind of defaults to very aggressive 2-base play, which is generally the counter to any kind of carrier build. That game was because he opened 12 Nexus successfully. It was cross-map, so he had a good economic lead. So he transitioned into a strong 2-base play, which makes a lot of sense.
It looks like the middle stall actually made a donation of some. I'm trusting him that he did anyway, saying that. So I will shout you out right now, buddy. Thank you so much for the support. It means so much for a small grassroots organization like this.
Absolutely, thank you. And well, looking back at this game, it looks like Semi actually did get the robotic support bay. This is what you need to build Reavers and to get shuttle speed. So again, Reavers super flexible in this matchup. It can mean that he wants to play aggressively with, sending shuttles straight into the Terran main, or maybe he wants to play defensively and keep the Reavers as like a kiting option for when the Terran inevitably pushes out. Oh, we did get a couple bits there, I think.
Goose-headed just gifted 1 subs.
Goose-headed? Is that what it said? Oh yeah, goose-headed. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
That is awesome. Let's see a couple more gifted subs here, or a couple more subscriptions or some bits. Let's support Erniak. Let's support the Chat Star League. Let's see more of these events.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, Erniak, he just the amount of money he put forward for this event is kind of astronomical. I think he there's
we're talking thousands of dollars.
Oh, easily. I think this. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of stipend money. There's a lot of prize money. So, super generous on his behalf. And so far, like, it's been a very successful event. I would say it's been so fun.
Clever
honestly.
Combat just subscribe.
Clever Combat just subscribe. Clever Combat, my man. This guy's a regular in my stream. Absolutely awesome, dude. This guy, he's a black belt jiu-jitsu.
Wow.
Owns a gym in New York. One of the chadliest people I've ever met.
Yeah. Yeah, no, what
and he's he's just there supporting Brood War like an absolute god. He recognizes the black belt jiu-jitsu, Brazilian BJJ, recognizes just how ham Brood War is.
Yeah.
No,
it absolutely makes sense that somebody who would dedicate themselves to a craft like that would appreciate the craft that this game is.
Absolutely, and I mean, this is also a martial art, honestly.
Oh, we see these Reavers dishing out some damage here. A little bit of damage going down on them, but one of those Scarabs taking out a couple more SCVs. This looks like some pretty nice damage coming out so far. There was almost no damage on the shuttle itself, and this Reaver is going to be able to perhaps fire another Scarab without taking too much damage on it either. This shuttle is taking some damage now from the turret, and it does get down pretty low. Semi's going to have to be quite careful here.
Is this Semi or is this Snow? Because he found the perfect angle. He has this shuttle in. Did get a couple of SCVs, but unfortunately, gets just out. That was massive.
Semi better than Snow confirmed.
Yeah, absolutely. That was beautiful. And he does, look at this, man. He's feeling confident. Actually, that Reaper has 7 kills. That's a lot of kills, and it gets out. So Semi in a really good spot. Let's look at what he's following up with. 6 gate. He's actually playing, okay. Semi, honestly, he's playing really well. In all 3 games, he's shown completely different styles. And let me tell you, as Terran, it is frustrating to play against because you're not quite sure what to expect. I mean, Artosis in the first game played against carriers.
Now he, second game against Arbiters, and now this is a much more aggressive play from Semi, and Semi will definitely look to take a strong fight in the mid game.
And it's funny, after all these years of hearing Artosis comment on Brood War, I've never really heard the guy complain about Protoss.
There's no way you're not trolling me. Absolutely not.
You could be the judge there.
Well, we'll see. We'll see how he handles this, because I think Semi, so far, the early game went good for him from the opening. Now this Reaver Harass also went well for him, so you would imagine that, relatively speaking, he's ahead. But will that play out in that way? I'm not quite sure. Artosis did commit to that third command center. He does have a science facility, so he will be playing more defensively. I don't think he's going to be committing onto a 2-base push.
Semi has his third base. He just took his fourth. He's trying to keep Terran pinned in the top right, and he's just standing there in an arc.
Yeah, well, that's the Protoss game plan. Artosis, honestly, you guys think he's trolling, but he's actually a genius. Totally understands every facet of this game, understands the Protoss game plan of arc construction. And, well, actually, Artosis does get in, and there's no cannon here for Semi, so a bit of a misplay from him, because he identified that there could be vulture drops. He has cannons at all his nexuses except for his main, and that's kind of annoying for us. And
yeah, the probes had to run away.
Yeah, Artosis also trying to push up and tax Semi's multitask, but we'll see how that plays out. I mean, these vultures are really annoying to deal with, but they didn't really kill too many probes.
Yeah, a little bit of mismining time. They killed 1 or 2 probes. That vulture has 5 kills on it now. What that was necessarily from, it's hard to say.
Yeah.
But at the same time here, because of the divergence of units of Protoss from outside of the Terran base, Terran's actually able to break out of that little corner.
Absolutely.
And these tanks are going to get into an excellent position.
Yeah.
Now, there are a couple Reavers here on the bottom right with a shuttle, so I don't think that's something that Artosis' vision of at the moment. They are coming down. We have some massive scarabs. 1 tank goes down already. A little bit of damage goes down. Oh, my goodness.
That's no.
What
oh, my
a shot.
God. Yeah, double Reaver does one-shot a tank, and unfortunately for Artosis, he did not have the Goliaths in position to ward away that shuttle. It is a bit risky from Semi because he doesn't actually have shuttle speed, so the Goliaths can easily track that down and kill it before anything happens, but just not quite in position there. And well, Artosis does land his third base, so actually, so far, I feel like this game has gone well for Protoss, but I mean, Terran's going to be feeling pretty good about just surviving into this 3-base setup, especially with the upgrades, but a bit of mismanagement from Artosis. He definitely over-transferred from his NAT. That's a lot of loss mining.
Yeah, and I must say, as a StarCraft 2 guy, the Reaver is just one of the most high-intensity units.
Absolutely.
I feel like, obviously sometimes the Scarab just sit there and spin in circles and do nothing, but sometimes you get moments like that, and it's just so exciting. It's so fun, and it requires such a degree of.
It's very hard to use. It's very hard to use, but it's also very easy. And it kind of speaks to, again, StarCraft has a huge defender's advantage, especially at, let's say, not pro level, because the execution required to push into stuff is much higher than the execution required to just kind of defensively play and kite. So, for example, when the Reavers are just unloaded there, double Reaver, just click down the tanks, no problem. But of course, if the Terran comes in with the Goliaths properly spread out and targeting the right thing, then it gets a bit tricky. But yeah, I mean, Semi's been playing so well so far. But Terran has some counterplay. Again, he has decent upgrades. I think he has, I don't know where his first armory is. It's here, actually, and he has a science facility, so he is getting up to that +2, but his second armory is not spinning, so not, you want the armor as well. It's very good for just generally the unit starts performing really well. But he is going to get maxed soon, Terran will, and will have decent upgrades. And honestly, no matter the game state, if Terran is maxed with good upgrades, they always have a chance.
We do see the Protoss forces moving through the middle here. Now, there is a gigantic contingency of Terran army here. A number of tanks in position, not quite sieged yet, but there are a lot of vultures to support them as well.
Yeah.
Now, we do see these tanks sieging up. This is going to be a very difficult position for Protoss to push into. Now, it's going to depend on the kind of shots we see from these Reavers.
Massive engagement, triple shuttle as well.
Oh, we do see one shuttle go down.
Yeah, one goes down.
Another Reaver goes down.
And actually has Storm on top of this unit, and he's completely annihilating the Terran push.
The storms were huge there, even with losing the Reavers. My goodness, this is a really, really rough position here for Artosis.
Man, is
losing all of
Semi
those
the
tanks.
dark horse of this tournament? First taking out Cross, now he's taking Artosis to the brink of this third game. He's going to be up 2-1 after this. I mean, this is a really tough spot for Protoss, but again, Terran's not quite dead. He does have a lot of reinforcements. He does have good upgrades. +2 does kick in. And, well, he will have to lift this command center. That's a lot of goons. He might be able to snipe the command center. I'm not sure what the follow-up. Actually, Semi didn't macro at all in that fight, so no follow-up to speak of. Terran can maybe stabilize this position, but he is losing a lot of SCVs now.
Yeah, a lot of SCVs going down. The supply for Terran not quite plummeting, but falling quickly, and GG gets called. This guy, Semi, you know, he has this first game where he's looking phenomenal. He looks rattled, though, makes a number of mistakes, but the guy stays composed, he stays on it, and he's just bringing it to Artosis again and again.
So far, I would say I'm watching these games, he's definitely favored. I mean, he's been playing, again, the first game basically through. But these 2 games have been kind of dominating performances.
Oh, he's really dictating the pace of the game, and I feel like that's what.
That is PvT.
Yeah.
That is PvT sometimes.
Makes sense.
Terran, you know, sometimes it's a bit difficult in those situations, but honestly, Semi's just playing really well, and he's showing a variety of styles.
Yeah.
Artosis is just not quite on the ball. So he is going to have to gather himself after those games if he wants a chance. He's up against the ropes now. Tournament life, tournament on the line.
He's got to win the next 2 in a row here if he wants to advance.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think I don't know what let's look at the bracket actually, because I forget. I guess Striker's waiting for the winner of this.
The bottom right there, you can actually show the screen, I think.
Yeah, if we take a look at the bracket real quick, Artosis again here in the losers semifinal, I guess you would call this, against Semi, and the winner of that does go to the loser final against Striker, which would be an incredible matchup either way.
Up on the upper bracket, we've got this guy named Gypsy.
Yeah, I got very lucky against Striker. Very lucky against Striker, so I'm kind of hoping someone can take him down, to be honest. So, but yeah, wow, there's a lot of really good games this LAN.
No, it's been
this Crossy vs Striker series was crazy. The first game, one of the best ZVZs I've ever watched. It was insane. They were so close, neck and neck the whole time. I actually have to join the game. Let's go back here.
But yeah, for those of you who are not aware, I am Ahmed, the StarCraft historian. I am primarily in the StarCraft 2 community, but I'm so happy to be here at the Chat Star League Montreal LAN 2024. We're still having Brood War LANs, and it is just a delight to be here. With me is Gypsy, one of the absolute best that the North American scene has to offer. And
there we go.
It is so fantastic to be able to sit down with somebody who understands the game at such a high level.
Ahmed, you've been really awesome to cast with so far. I do enjoy watching these games with you. I have seen, I must admit, I haven't really watched your portfolio, but I have been aware of some of the stuff that you've put out, and I think like the content that you put out is just so important as well. I think you mostly do like documentary type things.
Yeah, so I am working on a documentary, like more narrative based piece, but so far I've primarily done interviews. I've interviewed Tasteless, Carol LaForge, Tim Morton, Cure, Hero, Beyond. There's so many names. I've got like 50-something interviews published. I have some written articles on my website. You can see StarCraftHistorian.com. A big point of pride for me, I've taken now both the profile pictures for Cyril and Oliveira, so two world champions on Liquipedia using my photographs, so I do feel really cool about that.
Oh yeah, dude.
But enough about myself.
No, definitely plug yourself. I would be happy if you ever wanted a Brood War interview. I would step up. And if you want
I do want to start branching.
I can also refer you to a lot of the people in the Brood War community.
Yeah.
If you're ever interested, I know StarCraft 2 is your main interest, but there's a lot. There's a lot of the scene in the Brood War community right now is really interesting, and it has been ever since the post
just post SC2 and especially post remastered. So much has happened.
No, I'm absolutely fascinated by some of the people that I met here. When I started going to all of these StarCraft 2 tournaments over the last couple of years, when I got more involved with the content creation, I was so surprised to meet a lot of people in the StarCraft 2 community that got into the game post 2017, post 2018, even, right?
That's crazy.
Yeah, I'm not even joking with you. A solid 30 to 40% of people I met at large events have gotten to the game post 2018.
That's correct. I remember when StarCraft 2 came out, and I was on Team Liquid from 2007 or something. So.
Yeah.
And then I would just oh, this guy's 2010. To me, even then, that was mind-boggling to me that people got into StarCraft around StarCraft 2, which makes sense, right?
Yeah.
But to think that they're still getting into it.
Yeah. I met people at a StarCraft 2 tournament that don't know who MC is.
Yeah, that's wild.
Crazy. And now I run into the same thing here again
crazy.
at this Brood War event where I'm meeting people who only got into the game Lightswarm, right? A couple years ago, right? That he started getting really involved in the community.
It's crazy to me how StarCraft 2, it's completely different. The original players to the players we have now, there's a huge schism, in terms of now you're talking about Serral, Dark, Raynor, whoever else, Maru, obviously. Well, Maru's there since the beginning, but no one really talks about Naniwa anymore.
Naniwa, Nestea, Fruit Dealer.
Yeah, absolutely. That it's crazy. I tend to forget how long StarCraft 2 has been out.
Yeah.
Just such a storied game at this point, very similar to how Brood War is.
Yeah, well, think about it, right? Now, StarCraft 2 has been out longer than Brood War was until StarCraft 2.
Yeah.
And we're 2 years past that now.
Yeah.
It is. 26 years of Brood War,
That's
14
wild.
years of StarCraft 2.
And hopefully to many more to come.
100%. Grassroots events like this are what keeps these scene going. Now, StarCraft 2 is not in this sort of stage yet, but we're going to get there, obviously, eventually.
For sure.
Nobody lives forever. But what we do see is these communities kept alive through the blood, sweat, and tears of your Erniacs of the world, of your Artosises, making the trek out here to support an event like this.
Absolutely, yeah. Especially someone as big as him, and always goes out of his way to promote it as well.
Yeah.
It's not on his channel or anything, but honestly, Artosis is one of the most generous people I've met, and I'm saying that honestly. So, but getting back to this game, actually, the Protoss went 12 Nexus again, and Artosis had a chance to punish it, but he elected not to. So that kind of tells you that he's not feeling too confident, because I think he had a Rax opening. He could have just rallied Marines, pulled SCVs. He has no factory behind it, but he could expand behind it, but he opted not to do that. So he's going to let Protoss have a nice advantage like he did on that first game.
Yeah, and think about how it went last game, right, from a mindset perspective, where he pushed out with those 4 Marines and the Vulture, and it just got absolutely nothing done. He bled off a unit. And, it just really delayed his production in that scenario. So I think Artosis is maybe, a little bit scared that he could have done something like that again and then really been fighting an uphill battle like he did last game.
Yeah, well, I mean, when you get into these tournament situations and you really want to win, you start, some players don't, but some players do get more risk averse. They don't want to take that risk. They don't want to mess something up and just lose the game. And
I approached Artosis just after his series with you, and I said, when I was leaving my place here, you were up 2-1. How'd that go?
Yeah.
And he went, yeah, no, Gypsy cheesed me by playing standard.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. That was... I knew he would pull the trigger on some donkey builds eventually, so I just sat there and waited for him to throw into me, and kind of like how Striker did. So I've been pretty lucky, I feel like, this LAN, but it is how it goes sometimes.
Yeah.
But yeah, so far, I mean, this game, nothing incredible happening, just both players going about their build. I would say, in optimal conditions, Protoss is definitely slightly ahead, but at this level, also a lot of inaccuracies pop up in terms of your build progression, especially. So, for example, we can see Artosis briefly supply block, but not too bad. So actually, it looks pretty even, honestly, even though in my eyes, I think Protoss should be a bit more ahead, but actually, he's not.
Yeah, we are seeing a light pressure coming out here. Well, once these tanks get sieged up, I suppose... Is Siege an upgrade in this game?
Siege is an upgrade.
Yeah, I was going to say, I thought
Siege
so.
is an upgrade. You have to upgrade the Siege. And sometimes, I mean, it's a massive upgrade. It's a very expensive upgrade. So depending on how the game develops and the build orders, oftentimes you can actually hold this Dragoon pressure with just unsieged tanks in conjunction with the bunker and kiting back and forth.
So that's what we're seeing here, and especially if the tempo on the factories basically equalizes the tempo on the gateways, that's usually what you see. So it was a good call here from Artosis, and actually he's massing a lot of tanks here. He's going to go for a 4 factory. Well, the thing is, right now, Terran usually wants to get a couple vultures in the early game to, 1, smooth out their build because the tanks are really expensive, and 2, they want to get some mines out to, you know, just exert a lot of map control. But generally when you see Terran skip vultures like this and start massing tanks, especially off 2 add-ons like this, it means they're going to go for a really early push. So I'm assuming that Artosis is probably going to try some kind of 2-base timing here.
Yeah, I mean, these games have not been going his way. Right. Every single game, Protoss has been absolutely in control in terms of dominating, dictating the pace of the game, which you said is pretty typical for PvT.
It is.
But perhaps Artosis says, you know, screw this. I want to take fate into my own hands. Looks like we got another sub coming in here. Fantastic. Thank you so much for the gifted sub. That's you know, who said it? You're really out here supporting this event. Let's get that train going. We've had I think maybe three or four subs since we've been casting this series. Let's get 3 or 4 more. Come on, boys.
Absolutely.
And gals.
Well, so far again, Terran is kind of just passing here. I'm telling you, Artosis is definitely going to go for a push this game. You know, I was talking to him a bit before this event. We were talking about 5 facting, 6 facting, timing attacks, and I was like, dude, you just against the players that you feel confident against, you just need to 2-base them and check their skill, you know, check their mechanics, check their execution. And it looks like this game, because the previous 3 games, Artosis was playing rather defensively, rather macro-oriented. I think this game, it's a good time to change gears here and put on a bit more pressure.
We do see the Reaver out now. Another one just spawned here in the main, or is warped in, I guess you could say.
Yeah, I actually don't know. I think they're built here. I think they're warped in at the. Yeah, I mean, I don't. I'm a bit of a lore nerd,
I don't know.
I'm sure, but
I don't even know the lore of StarCraft 2, bro.
Okay, you know what happens when the Zealots die?
Yeah, they become the Immortals, right?
Oh, yeah, I think eventually, but they actually become Dragoons.
Oh,
but like, you know that blue thing that comes out of them? That's them getting sucked back up to Ire.
Yeah, that's the Protoss busting we were talking about before,
Absolutely, right? Yeah. And then they bust into a Dragoon, and then they become Dragoons with big blue balls.
Yeah, they come in.
Yeah.
All right, we do
Protoss
see a tank getting taken out there.
Absolutely wild.
Reavers are so fun for me to watch.
They're an awesome unit. They're an absolute.
I also just love their design. Like, they're aesthetically
really
so pleasing to look at.
They're really cool. Let's just zoom in on this Reaver right here, and this is gonna be the rest of the game.
Yeah, look at these big chunky boys. Come on,
am I the only one that you know, when you look at the shuttle, it looks like a smiley face, right?
Yeah. Yeah,
it's so troll, right? Like Terran's getting completely blasted by these like smiley faces running into them. It's just so tilting.
They should just change the eyes for X's.
They really should. You should be able. They should add emotes into the game, and the units can emote, and then the shuttle blinks, turns into an X.
Yeah.
XD,
you know, they
XD,
should put like you know, like in Counter-Strike they have like the spray paints you can do.
Oh my god.
Yeah, you should be able to tag the map with you should be able to tag the map with Reavers.
Disgusting. This matchup is already bad. Well, okay, this is really kind of annoying for Terran because given this position, it's really annoying for Terran to actually push through the middle and then go here. He would rather kind of maybe go up this ramp, but it's impossible against these double Reavers.
Yeah.
So he is doing the correct play, putting a couple of mines down just to avoid any kind of counterattack.
Chasing down the Dragoons here in the middle of the map, putting some serious damage onto them. You do see 1 or 2 vultures falling. Maybe that was a Goliath, or that was Dragoon, actually.
Yeah.
And so positionally, seems like things are going okay for Terran at the moment.
Yeah, this is basically. Oh, well, Semi's going to pull the trigger before.
Oh, man.
Set up. There's no mines, but this is also a lot of time for the tanks to siege up.
Yes.
What's in this shuttle double Reaver? Can they get the job done? But actually, a lot of the vultures go down.
And the Zealots getting on top of the tanks. Oh, we already see a couple tanks going down. That's 3, 4 tanks going down. Oh, my goodness.
Completely held. And Semi, I think he's done it. That was completely blotched from Artosis, and Artosis has no follow-up behind this. He's not going into 3 base. He got his entire supply essentially reset behind this. You can see Protoss is on 8 gates, 8 gate, 9 gate production. Terran's only on 6, so Protoss is going to be outproducing Terran massively and still has leftover units. So now, I mean, there's no more timing for Terran. Artosis somehow, if he wants to stay, again, this is he's fighting for his tournament life. If he wants to stay in this game, he needs to look for an expansion.
Artosis not staggering the move out there in terms of sieging the tanks and really paying the price for it. He is now sitting down over 40 supply as we see the Protoss forces creeping towards the Terran, knowing that you know, he can't necessarily break him right now, but he can keep him tucked away in this corner while he goes ahead and takes the bottom left expansion.
Oh, this is so tricky from Semi, but also super smart. Super smart in these positions. When you reset the Terran, this is like a guaranteed win condition, because Terran from this position, they can only play a long macro game.
You know, Artosis is sharking for it. He's looking to the bottom right here right now.
Yeah,
is he going to swing some units down to the bottom left? Now, I would say, with all of this unit movement in the bottom left-hand side, if Artosis sees that, I think he's able to put 2 and 2 together and understand that there might be a base down there.
I mean, as a Terran, you're kind of expecting this too, especially, but he's already losing. But this is like this. Even if he scouts, it's hard to do anything about this. The Vultures are going to poke bottom left. Actually, he does know this is a possibility. He does see the Dragoon, and this, if the Vultures don't get on top of this ramp, I would imagine he would 100% scan, but they will kill this Goon. He will see the expansion there, but there's not much. This is why it's such a strong move. There's nothing Terran can do to punish this. The only thing that can be annoying for Protoss is eventually they have to transfer probes, and then those probes moving across the map, there might be a timing.
Okay, well, well, he does get picked up there. You know, Semi does react in time. There is some damage on that shuttle, but he doesn't let the Reavers get taken out by the Vultures just sitting on the ground. Now, we actually do see one Reaver fall there. Did all the Reaver fall? Did he pick up the other one?
He has one more Reaver inside of that, but Terran is getting a lot of space, actually, and okay, Semi is going to transfer these probes. Artosis, if he wants a chance to stay in this game, he desperately needs to kill these probes off. Will he be able to pick some up? Oh, no, Semi. I was going to say Semi. There's no way you want to transfer through that.
Exactly. So a lot of mines being laid down. We do have a bunch of tanks trying to give Artie the positional advantage in the center-ish of the map there. We do see some, I believe, Vultures on the left-hand side of the map. It looks like they're going to try and swing back down to that bottom left base. I'm assuming trying to catch a couple probes.
Yes, absolutely.
But those probes, it looks like, have not yet been transferred. Semi knows that Artosis is going to be sharking for them.
Yeah, well, this is what the kind of the... Actually, Artosis is doing really a good job of denying this expansion. And
down 60 supply, very limited resources, and Artie is still making it work. He is not giving up yet.
And this is really difficult in this position. So on this map, the natural expansion, natural third expansion, for Terran is this base. Likewise, if he was in top right, it would be this base. It's just how the map is laid out. It's much easier to funnel your units into here. But unfortunately, it's facing the Protoss, so Protoss can easily attack this base. So you don't really want to take 12 o'clock. You want to take this expansion, but it's bringing the Terran units out here, and Semi's going to pull the trigger again.
The tanks do get sieged, but this time around, we do have High Templar, and we do see a storm go down. The Zealots are once again getting on top of these tanks. Massive damage going down on these tanks. I don't know if Artosis is going to be able to survive this time. The Dragoons getting on top of the Vultures. More tanks going down. Artosis is down to 3 tanks in this position. One more swinging down from the main to support here, and we do have a bunker to fall back on. But with that storm, my goodness, Protoss is just steamrolling through the middle of the map here, putting pressure onto the natural. Artosis is in big trouble.
Semi's done it, man. Semi has taken out Artosis. I mean, there's no way for Terran to come back from this. And Semi, he's having the tournament. I mean, he's having an excellent tournament, beating Crossy in the round before, and now Artosis, which I would say they're both upsets. But if you look at how he played against Artosis, he looked like the favorite. Absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Artosis looked like he was fighting for his life. Pretty much halfway game. Yeah,
every game. He's still now we're getting into the Artosis GG territory. But of course, this is a tournament. You don't want to give up just yet. But he knows. I mean, he's dead in the water.
We're seeing these last few tanks go down here. Storm takes out a couple SCVs and a Vulture. The Dragoons are taking a real beating pushing up this ramp, but it just does not matter. We are looking at a 60 supply advantage for Protoss. These tanks are getting awfully low. 1 goes down, 2 goes down, the 3rd goes down, and with it, Artosis' hopes in this game. I think we are going to see the GG call shortly.
Well, I mean, I'm not sure if Semi has enough units. Oh, yeah, he does. He's getting on top of this production. And I think think Artosis won't GG just yet. You know, he still
Looks like
has
there are a
some
number
units.
of units out on the map here.
These are mines. He does have 4 vultures to bottom left, 1 vulture bottom right, but I mean, most of his.
There it is, GG. Semi with the huge upset, a 3-1 victory over Artosis.
Absolutely
What
crazy.
a series this guy played.
Yeah, and he beat Crossy the series before.
Yeah.
So just absolutely, you know, I'm pumped for him, man. He's
Yeah.
probably really happy about
No,
that.
we got to get this guy over here for a little winner interview.
Please.
And I will absolutely let you conduct that one.
I will absolutely not. We need someone else to come interview Semi because I need some water.
Fair enough.
I'm gonna
fair
play
enough.
soon.
Let's grab Aaron.
Yeah, where's Escalade? Can you get Aaron, please?
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
Gypsy and I are going to wrap up our segment here. What a long but awesome series that was.
Yeah.
From that crazy game one,
Yeah.
40-minute set
Yeah.
with all kinds of, let's
Back
say,
and forth.
exciting plays and
Yeah.
back and forth
Yeah.
happening.
Yeah. And
but
big throws.
yeah, some
An
throws.
unoptimal play.
Yes, throws and
But
even
that's
throws
okay.
and a half. But ultimately, Semi did not let himself get
Yeah.
rattled. He pulled it out. He took
Absolutely.
out Artosis, and he's advancing.
And
Yeah.
it's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah.
But I mean, honestly, it was a pleasure
Yeah,
casting
absolutely.
with you.
You as well.
Guys, I hope you are enjoying the event so far. I think I'm going to step and go get ready for eventually the finals and et cetera, and I need a break because that was a long ass.
Yeah.
But much love to everyone in the chat. Thanks for supporting, and I'm going to leave it to Aaron, and hopefully we get a nice interview.
Yeah.
Do you mind staying on and doing an interview with them?
Yeah, sure. I can conduct the interview.
Yeah. Oh, you just do. I think he went to the bathroom first. I think he's earned a quick break. in the bathroom.
Well, what was your view on that series, Aaron?
Dude, that was nuts. Are you kidding?
Yeah.
Like, I'm sitting there and so game one, right? It's like, oh, wow, this is a great game. Okay, carriers are happening. Okay, I kind of have an idea where this game's going to go. All right, let's go out and have a quick smoke, right?
Yeah.
So we go outside and we smoke a bit more, and we come back in. It's at 34 minutes. They're still going. What the hell?
Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, like, Semi was in an absolutely commanding position there. And, you know, what I was so impressed by with this guy is obviously he's somebody who is not going to have had a ton of offline experience, right? So you assume that, you know, maybe you get a little bit rattled by
nerves.
Yeah, by being in such an excellent position and really kind of letting the game get away from you, right? Like, that's got to be frustrating. But nope, this guy stayed on the ball. He stayed on task. He believed in his strategies. And game after game, he just busted all over the turn.
Yeah, and it was one of those, like, you're watching it and you're like, okay, this looks good. Oh, he won again. Oh, what?
Yeah.
And it was wild to see. Hey, there's Semi. Hey, up on it.
Yeah.
Do a nice little interview and then
Have a seat, sir. You absolutely earned it. I am the SE historian. I'm not sure if we, formally met each other.
No.
But yeah, my name is Ahmed. I'm the SE historian. I'm a content producer primarily in the StarCraft 2 community. It's my first Brood War event. Okay. And wow, I feel blessed to have watched that series, man. What a series. So let's take it off from game number one there. Obviously, that was a crazy game. Tons and tons of back and forth. It looked like you had the ability to close it out on a number of occasions. There was a bit of miss micro, losing some carriers there. You kept getting close to that critical mass number. What were you thinking? Like, what was going on in your head during that game?
So obviously there was a lot going on. I'm trying to basically get him to have to separate his army, right? So I'm hitting one area with carriers, and I'm trying to draw the Goliaths over there, and then maybe hit his third, or just hit him from multiple angles, right? In that matchup, Protoss has more mobility, so you need to take advantage of that. I was hoping, he'd have tanks out of place or something like that. It was working out, but then, with all the chaos going on, I did walk a lot of carriers into Goliaths by accident. But, yeah.
I mean, that's the nature of the game, right? I mean, your attention is obviously going to be pulled apart. As you gain that advantage, you're really going to have to be tasked with managing much more than your opponent, and we sort of saw that on full display there. Now, late in that game, it looked like you were really crushing your way through again, and then Artosis was able to swing through, take out those two nexuses on the bottom left part of the map there, and it seemed like that really bought his way back into that game. But moving on to the other games that you were able to take there, it seemed like you were in such a commanding position now. And the word on the street from what I heard heard here was you were a bit of an underdog going into that match. But from watching these games, I didn't see that. If I didn't know what your relative skill levels were, I would actually think that you were the favorite player. You were dictating the pace of the game. You were really making the plays. What was your game plan going into this series? It seemed like you had a very wide variety of builds prepared.
Yeah, so with Vermeer being the first map, it's a 4-player map. It's a large map. I wanted to open Nexus first. I got a cross spawn, which is just what I wanted, so I got lucky in that regard. After that, yeah, I didn't really have anything planned ahead of time. I just kind of looked at what the next map was and then just kind of briefly decided what I wanted to do. So the second game on Butter, obviously it's a 2-player map. You're going to anticipate a gas steal. How I played that out from there, I didn't go into the game thinking, hey, I'm going to follow this up with a DT drop. It just seemed like a good idea at the time. It did a little bit of damage. I wasn't able to get the armory, but I was able to stall him long enough to where I could do, a stasis bust, and that worked out. What was the next map? There's so much going on, I can't remember what the next map was.
Yeah, no.
I think it was Radion.
Yeah. Game 3, yeah.
Game 3 Radion. I brought Reavers out. I kind of anticipated him to do like a 5-fact push. That's kind of the meta right now, especially in a close spawn position with my third base being towards him, right? With that bridge there, it's a good spot for him to do that. So I introduced the Reaver in order to stall that push, but it never came. And then, I just did a large bust and was able to break through again.
You also had those 2 Reavers positioned on the right side of the bridge there, and a number of Artosis' tanks did end up getting caught there, and those Scarabs ended up taking out like 3-4 tanks and a number of Vultures. That was really an incredible moment of the game.
Yeah, for sure. That was really good for me. And also just being able to slip in through the bunker and the turret, there was a gap there. I didn't get a whole lot of damage done, but did kind of make him, scatter a little bit. He was trying to gather up everything going on. Luckily, he didn't have any Goliaths. And actually, I was able to get back out through that same hole. So
Yeah. So, Gypsy and I were a little bit concerned heading out of Game 1 that you looked so commanding at so many points in that game, and that one did sort of slip through your fingers. We were worried that it might impact your mentality going into the following games, but it didn't really seem like it did. It seemed like you were still playing your games. It seemed like you were still executing what you wanted to execute. How did you deal with that sort of, unfortunate series of events that played out in Game 1?
Yeah, so that's interesting you bring that up, because just before the game I was talking to Dan Artosis about like performance anxiety, right? I had watched one of his streams or spoke to him previously, and he had brought that up, and I found that to be quite interesting because, as humans, we experience these anxieties, especially when we want to win, right? And so I was looking into it myself, actually, before I came here, and the one thing I found that's been, honestly, I attribute my success to this, is that instead of thinking about winning, I'm not thinking I need to win. I'm just trying to think about, hey, I need to nail my build, or I need to control my army well. And in thinking about that, instead of winning, per se, it takes a lot of pressure off of me.
Yeah.
And then if I am performing those little things well, winning is just a byproduct of that, right? So, like the mentality, like I lost the game. It was a close game. I had fun with it. It seemed like everybody enjoyed it. I mean, it really came down to the wire. It was a good one. So, I lost the game, but I didn't care. It didn't bother me.
Well, that's fantastic to hear. I think some people also might expect that, playing against Artosis specifically, not necessarily because of his level of play, but because of who he is, what he represents for the community, that might be a bit of a psychological challenge to, tackle in and of itself. So it was really cool to see you pull off what people sort of are viewing as an upset there, and in really, really sort of commanding fashion. Now, you advance forward. You're up against Striker in the next round. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. I know that's another one where folks maybe view you as a bit of an underdog, but you've obviously shown you can buck those expectations. How do you feel about that match versus Striker that's coming up?
Yeah, so I'm not gonna lie, I believe that he's a better player than me. I've never played him before, so we'll see what happens. But I feel like I'm capable of beating anybody on any day. So I'm not gonna go into it with the mindset that I can't beat him, because what's the point in that?
Yeah, you're definitely going to lose then, right? You got to you got to have that mindset of a champion if you want to be one, right?
Yeah, if he beats me, so be it. But I'm not going to go in there and beat myself. Right?
I love to hear that.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to those games. So, is this your first experience at a LAN event?
No, I've done a couple over the years. I've been playing this game for a long time. Actually, I played against Artosis last August. There was a New York LAN, and it was just best of one. He got the best of me that day, but so I'm happy to pull it back. And he's a great guy, and yeah, he's a good player, and he is a pillar of the community. And like you were saying, I can understand how some people might be intimidated by that. And but at the end of the day, he's human like all of us, and he's capable of being beaten. Anybody is, so it is what it is.
No doubt. How are you? What's your experience at this event so far? How are you enjoying it?
Well, to be honest, it started off quite poor. My travel experience was really bad. I got delayed. My flight got canceled.
Where are you based out of?
I'm from Cleveland.
Okay.
Yeah. So we got delayed there. I missed my connecting flight. I had to stay overnight in New Jersey. I only got 3 hours of sleep the first day of the LAN. So, and then I played Urban in the first match, and we had a really long series, good series. But after that, I was like running on fumes. I was lucky to have beaten the players that I did to survive this long.
Yeah.
I got some good sleep last night, so I feel really good about it. But yeah, everything since then has been great. It's awesome to come out here and nerd it out with your fellow nerds who love this game. That's like it's niche, but it's an amazing game. It's an amazing community, and I'm happy to be a part of it.
26 years deep, and here we are, Montreal 2024. This is the Chat Star League Montreal LAN. This is Semi. He just took out Artosis. He is advancing to the next round to go up against Striker. Once again, people considered him an underdog in this match. People consider him an underdog in that match, and we know how this series went. So I think we're all really, really looking forward to see how that one goes. Do you have any words to the fans?
I don't think I have any fans, but I just appreciate the support, and I love everybody. And
somebody called you the GOAT in chat. I saw it before.
Well, that's that's kind, but I'm not the GOAT. I'm just here to compete. And but if there's people supporting me, I appreciate it. Some of the guys are here supporting me, and I appreciate it. And I appreciate you coming out here and doing this. This is awesome. So I appreciate Aaron putting it on. Yeah, man, it's awesome. I hope that we can get some more LANs going. So
absolutely, and yeah, if you want more LANs, guys, let's support the event. There is the HelloFresh affiliate link that you can use. You can give bits, you can subscribe, you can give subscriptions. You can also, if you don't want to spend any dollars, that's fine. You can go ahead, you can share this tournament. Post it on Twitter, post it on Reddit, share it with your friends. Tell them there is still North American Brood War LANs happening. I don't think people know that. And it's really, really cool that we are able to have something like this. But thank you so much for joining me. Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah, good luck in your next match.
Cool.
All right, I am going to hop off the desk here. We are going to take a short break before the next match. Thank you all so much for tuning in. It's been an absolute pleasure. I am the SC Historian. We'll be back shortly. Yeah,
All right, guys. Sorry, we had a little bit of a delay there. We were just hanging out, getting things organized, guys. How are we doing? How you feeling, Escalade?
I'm feeling great, especially after seeing Semi winning versus Artosis. I'm a little biased here.
Artosis will be back for the finals. Don't you worry.
Yeah. Probably gonna see him.
Oh, yeah. I think it's going to be me and Artosis casting the finals. It's going to be a great time.
Exactly.
Man. So how have you enjoyed the LAN so far this weekend?
I've really appreciated seeing all the players I've been talking to through Discord and stuff in real life. So many high skill level players as well. Gipsy, Artosis, Crossy, Striker, Atenta, and many more. So, yeah, really great experience so far.
Man, it's been downright incredible. Everyone's been enjoying it. We have people that are coming in just like, I want to come and just see a little bit of
exactly.
Like, people who are, like, if you come for the whole weekend, like, it makes sense to me, right? Because I'm the kind of guy who's like, yeah, I'll go for a whole weekend and do a thing. But like, people are showing up like just Sunday afternoon. It's like, oh yeah, like. Yeah,
or some people just came 1 hour, give some donation, and then get out, and was fun. So there's like 10 people watching on the stream at the LAN, and some more at their computer watching the Twitch stream. Or
people, it seems to be doing great, and everyone was loving it. It seems. I only got to catch parts of what they were saying. It does seem like everyone enjoyed Gypsy and Historian casting. That seemed to do very well.
Yeah, it was.
Oh man, so we got Striker Semi next. I think Urbmon was casting that with ILPQ.
Maybe Rysat. I'm not sure exactly who's gonna cast the next series, to be honest. So we're gonna find out.
We got casters. We got too many casters.
That's the problem. And then the grand finals with the winner of either Semi or Striker versus your boy Gypsy.
My boy, yes. You know, me and Gypsy, you know, boys. Absolutely. Sorry, I'm getting
It's gonna be amazing. So no TVT at the end.
Yeah.
We started with the TVT with the possibility of TVT at the end.
Could you imagine the nice little like TVT on each end, cap it off?
Especially they play before, so it's gonna be either a TVZ or TVP final.
You know what's actually really funny? Fell. All right, Fell is a hero. That man's an absolute hero. Basculus Fell. He's a StarCraft 2 guy actually.
Thanks for the support, the donation.
So, it's you know what? It's because the game sounds muted because I had it muted. So you didn't hear the nice pretty lady tell you.
Oh, okay.
It was a donation. But it was he's a StarCraft 2 guy, and we were talking about the LAN. He's like, "Oh, that sounds really cool. I don't live too far from that." I was like, "Yeah, you know, you can show up if you want." And I posted some photos in the Basilisk Discord.
Yeah, just show up.
I went to go out and smoke with Urbmon and Lightswarm, and he just like walked up the stairs like, "All right, I guess I got to talk to you for a bit because like, welcome, friend." Also, it's starting to get a little toasty in here.
Yeah. All right.
Oh man.
Did you show up the trophy to the people?
Yeah, we can show it off again.
Yeah, sure.
Careful how you grab it.
Look at that.
Hey, look at that.
Forte just gifted 10 subs.
Whoa, Forte with 10 gifted subbies.
Damn, Forte.
Holy shit.
The man, the legend, Forte.
Fear getting a sub, doesn't show up, gets a sub.
Yeah.
Fear moment.
He wanted to be there, but he wasn't able to. He cut something, got sick, I think, or something.
Yeah.
Sadly.
Man. I can't believe this is I'm just glad everyone's enjoying it, man, you know?
Yeah,
like,
so far everything went really good so far.
Yeah. Guys, if you are enjoying, make sure you at least follow the channel, right? All I ask is that you follow. Like, if you want to sub, you want to donate, you want to do whatever, I greatly appreciate it, and it means a lot. But what truly matters is that you are watching, you're enjoying, you're
yeah, it helps the algorithm, and following is the bare minimum to just show your love to the...
Yeah, and honestly, it means a lot when it comes to sponsors and stuff, too. So, like, if sponsors they don't care how many views you get, they care, like, how many followers you have, because that's the only number that matters.
Exactly.
Even though we have more viewers than followers right now.
So make sure to stay tuned. We're gonna cast Semi versus Striker, and Artos is gonna cast the grand final with. We will decide which co-caster wants to go with him.
Yeah, it's funny that Semi's in the top 3 now. You know.
Yeah, and it's really weird because he only got PVZ to wall tournament.
It's
got
funny
his first PVT. And he wrecked this.
Yeah, now he's got back to PVZ.
Yeah, back to square one.
That poor man.
You gotta play the PVZ till the end.
I just realized you were still in that lobby.
Well, and if he wins, he got
replay.
another PVT, so he never experienced PvP to whole LAN.
All right, you know what? Yeah, for the people, we can look over some of these Ko-Fi donations, read some of them out.
Yeah, maybe.
Sorry, let me move some things around.
Yep.
So.
No problem.
Holy shit.
Okay, so. Wow.
Fell is incredible.
Basilisk.
$1,000.
God.
Holy
Give
shit.
this man a VIP badge.
He's a hero. It's funny. He, like I said, Basilisk is. They throw money at StarCraft like no tomorrow. They do a lot for StarCraft too. And, yeah, I'm gonna go get that man. I'm gonna put it on deodorant because I'm starting to sweat.
1,000.
And then I'm gonna give that man a hug.
Yeah. Then Sema gave
another $5. Good luck, Artosis. That aged well.
You sport his life by sneakiness.
Hell yeah.
Got Gabriel Dubé, $15.
Tickets. Least, thanks guys. Aw,
yeah.
Least is great. Piano, our hero, my TL hero. This guy is the one who actually is the only reason I'm able to make coherent threads on TL.
Yeah. And Guzed with his 25.
Shake ILPQ's hand for me, Zerg Build Order project. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll do, Pino. Guzed, $25 plus a bunch of subs today.
Yes. You guys are all been incredible. And let me say that it truly means a lot that you guys are appreciating this.
What is SEMA?
Don't
know.
Don't engage chat. It's a trap. It's always a trap.
That's the word we don't say?
I have no idea. I think it's Artosis' Texas.
Yeah, probably. Sema's life, Sema's love. Well,
yeah, to me
see.
that means it's his TTS.
So,
yo, Urban.
So just so you guys know, I'm the guy that is deleting message in the Twitch chats if it's crossed the line.
Can you check if Semi and Striker are almost ready? Oh, never mind. He's right there. All right. How long do you guys need? All right, so like 5 minutes. Sick. All right, guys. It looks like they're ready.
Yep.
Do you have anything you want to say to the desk?
Not really, except enjoy the show and have a great World War casting series again. And
thank you all. And we'll see you all in a few minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for tuning in to some StarCraft Brood War.
I'm joined here with Urban.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. Yes, Urban here, and we got IOPG, IOPQ, depending on how you're feeling.
Exactly.
All right, so we've had some interesting games today, and it looks like they're just wanting to jump into the next one, so I think
just type in casters ready.
Go, and we're just going to go right into it, ladies and gentlemen. And so Sammy's the talk of the town right now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, this is going to be great. I'm excited. Oh wait, yep, headset's on. All right, cool, we're good.
Okay.
We hear the game. I can hear you. You sound great.
Okay, so we have Semi in the top left corner as the Protoss.
And then spawning in the bottom left-hand corner as the Red Zerg, we have Striker.
Yeah, Striker put out some great games. I mean,
oh, dude, everyone's played out. So, whoop, sorry, I'm not used to F6. There we go. All right.
Yeah, but Semi, his games against Artosis were like just so crazy, right? Like that.
Yeah, the first game, I caught a glimpse of it, but I didn't actually get to like watch it, like to see what was happening. But everyone who walked by after that game happened was just like, that was the craziest game. And I'm like, what did I miss? Oh no, I gotta watch this replay now. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, go check out the game 1 of Semi vs Artosis.
Yeah, and now we're gonna see how he's gonna deal with. Okay, this is interesting. He's putting the pool there for defense against Zealots, not the boosting position in the left spawn. So means that he probably don't want to get wrecked by gate first.
Yeah, it's really the mineral boost is nice, but I'm kind of
he's not blocking the Zealot completely, right?
Yeah.
Like he's making it so it's easier to like kind of surround the Zealot if it goes behind the minerals. Like he's leaving that gap.
Yeah, but he's going pool first, so he's going to have the wings out beforehand, and it looks like we're going to be seeing a Forge Fast expand. So
okay, then I mean, in this position, I would want the boost, right?
Yeah.
But anyway,
win some, you lose some.
He made the third.
Oh, what?
On this, here's why,
that's
right?
Different.
Because the probe was blocking, so he's like, okay, I'll just make it on my third. But which third, right?
Yeah, but so he hasn't scouted, so he doesn't know the location. So that is typically Zergs do not want to go towards the Protoss.
Yeah, you typically don't. So like, you know how he's scouting with the Overlord to the right? I would put the hatchery in that position.
Towards that direction, yeah.
Yeah, because he didn't see anything there, so you're like, okay, I think he's not there.
That makes sense.
But then now he's like, I don't know, he'll feel like maybe let's do something more aggressive.
Yeah, it could transition to a 973, but typically 973 versus Forge Fast Expand, you kind of fall behind, and the tech comes out faster. So,
but actually, the difference is the Zealot count is like smaller, so you can sometimes just kill them if they are not in your base. Like if you drive out the probe, and then like they usually put down like a second cannon, it's not gonna stop like what 8 Hydras that comes out. Yeah. So if they don't know it's coming, then they have to make more Zealots. So if you make like those Zealots, then you just have to push and sacrifice them to make the cannons, right? Yeah. So it's also weird to play with like the Forge Fast Expand against Hydra.
Oh, okay. Oh, yep, thank you. I forgot about that update.
You just click there.
This was Semi.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean you click on.
So
just click.
Just click.
Oh, toggle, or.
Yeah, you click retro.
Click retro.
Oh, click retro.
Exactly. That's
oh, you're talking about just the map. Okay.
Yeah, just put the Semi back on.
There you go. Sorry about that, everybody.
Okay, so he decided to go lair. But he's like kind of blocking scouting, so maybe he's gonna force that second cannon out if saying he's not sure if it's gonna be Hydra. You're like okay, I can't scout you because he blocked that ramp. I really like that. You know, we see a lot of pros just being like, oh, I'm gonna catch the probe.
Yeah,
and
but it's really hard to catch them sometimes. They're usually lubed up with a little bit of grease.
Yeah, so like I love the hold position on the ground.
Yeah. Use Overlord, help out with that.
Okay, he undid it, but I guess he's going to get the Zergling speed soon. So the probes are not gonna sneak in after the Zergling speed kicks in, right? It's like 5 minutes probably.
Uh-oh.
What is happening?
Semi
He's getting
just showed
range.
his hand. Yep, Semi's going Dragoon.
Is that even a thing?
This is definitely a thing. I've gotten some games against Semi, and he likes to throw this in when he feels that it's called for. So,
wow.
Anticipate some Dragoons. Or, no, let's just that.
I mean, what are you going to do? Air +1, no Corsair?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I think it's Dragoons.
Yeah, this is going to be fun. So, basically, at this point, Semi's just going to have to sit back, and it's up to Striker to see what's happening. But if you look, the Overlords aren't in the base, so since Semi didn't see any Overlords in the base, he's going to be able to hide this. So this is going to be a little sneak attack that could just end the game. But
Lucky Noob here with love for goons.
Yeah, but this ramp is going, if Semi goes to the natural, he'll have a better and more advantageous engagement. But this could cause some issue for the rally of the
It's funny because he's going Dragoon. It's going to be hard to attack at that third base. It's actually becoming like a good defensive position. If he loops around, you can start making like a little bit of sunken and make a little choke.
Yep.
You know, because you have that hatchery going up, you spread the creep. It's
okay. The hand's shown.
He's coming out fast.
Striker sees Semi's pushing with the Dragoons. Once you see more than 2, you know what's coming. So Zerglings are responding. Striker pulling back to his third. Scourge they're not going to be useless. Or they're not going to be used here. Pushing up. No Sunkens. Mutas aren't out. Just additional links popping out of this larva. And I think this timing might hit. It's going to come down to Striker defending at the natural, because it looks like this third is gone.
This is actually like much faster than I expected. Like, this is a surprisingly good build. Wow.
Oh my God, the pale horse has risen, ladies and gentlemen. The man is back from the dead. Getting knocked down from the winner's bracket to the losers, and then just stampeding his way back to the finals.
So we have some Mutalisks coming out, but like they're not actually good units to fight against the Goons. This is a big issue.
Yeah, no, Striker's in a terrible position right now. Semi trying to just keep his army together, and then everything that's near him is just going to die. Striker's got to try to just keep alive the mutas he's got. He's going in. This is going to be the final push. Drones being pulled. We've got, whoop, that's a lot of Dragoons. 5 mutas, 2 more spawning. We're kiting back. This is
a lot of Dragoons.
Yeah,
they're very beefy units. You know, you need SCVs to really fight with workers against Dragoons.
Yeah,
Drone's not gonna cut it.
Who says Dragoons are bad units? Semi just takes the game.
Yeah, if you know it's coming, but look, he took that early third next to his opponent, so you can't actually get the Sunkens out when they're coming to your base.
Yeah, it's one of those surprise attacks where, since the Overlords weren't in the main or the natural, he had no idea. In his head, he built the Scourge thinking it was going to be just a standard Stargate playstyle. But
even if he goes speed lot, he gets those mutas, he defends.
Yeah, exactly. So like it's
so you think you're safe against everything.
Mm-hmm. But really, he comes in with the Dragoon all in, and it did what it needed to do.
Yeah.
And he got that W. All right, so it looks like the next game is up. And I hope everyone's enjoying this. These have been some amazing games. And hey, Clever Combat, love you, bud. Love to see everyone in the chat. Yep. All right, looks like we're going to the next game. So this is going to be game 2 of Semi versus Striker. And here we are.
Striker in the top left as dessert.
And in the bottom right-hand corner, the pale horse himself. Coming back from the losers bracket, we have Semi. 1, 2, 3, semi-fighting. Oh, man. So, all right. The map we have is Vermeer, one of my favorites.
Definitely like a standard map. So,
standard macro map, my friend.
Yeah,
it has all the resources. It has all the monies. Oh, and I got to change that, too. Thank you for the heads up. Escalade is the man. Boom. Hey, thank you. I'm getting, dude. I'm learning here. I'm learning today. Update score. Yeah. I'm trying my best, everyone. But yeah, 4-player map. It provides additional resources for the later game.
What's interesting about cross spawn like this is that Zerg no longer has any advantage in the matchup because the 973 is too far.
Ah, okay. So those precious seconds are gone.
Exactly. So you don't just get an extra free win doing it.
Look, let's see how.
If he did 973 last game, it would have been totally different.
Yeah.
That hatchery being close actually be a huge advantage. Yeah. So that's why I thought like, oh,
it seemed like it had potential to be that, but yeah, he didn't decide to go down that route.
Okay, we have just the overpull from Striker into hatchery eventually, but he's just scouting with this probe. Probably gonna go to the third. And
just instantly. Oop.
And he's getting
oh
harassed.
my god, yeah, he's actually doing a pretty good job right there.
Okay, he got away from the probe, and he's gonna throw it down to the natural. No biggie.
And there it goes. Natural, ladies and gentlemen.
And then Semi's just gonna probably throw down Nexus and then Cannon.
It's kind of, I mean, he got the scout off. He didn't see Zerglings, so when you see that, you don't have to put down the cannons immediately. It's when, instead of seeing a drone, you see sixlings coming to your bases. When you're like, oh, all right, I need to respond. All right, one little Zergling boy chasing a little proby boy. Third going down. Gas should be finished. This is kind of a later gas.
This is a earlier GAD.
Or no, because
look, the third's not up.
Oh yeah, I thought he was about to put it down. Okay, so yeah.
So it is an earlier
good catch.
Earlier gas. This was kind of meta before, where against Forge Expand, you feel like I lose so many Overlords to the Corsair. Let me just get those scores like right away. Just catch it, right?
Yeah.
And maybe go Muta, but don't have to.
The Corsairs are always ever so annoying, and no matter how much you try to optimize your Spire timing, it always feels like the Corsairs will beat you to the punch, and you will lose an Overlord.
But look,
I don't know, it just seems like
this is a really good lair timing, 320.
320? Okay, so you know the timings.
Right, so...
I'm more of a field guy myself.
like, if you, like, really want to optimize it, you want to throw it down at, like, 316, like, click it up, right? So if you throw down the gas at the right exact timing, then, like, 48 seconds before you want to start your lair, then you actually get the perfect amount of larva, because you get a new larva when lair spawns.
Yeah, you always get one. And then what's the time frame for a larva spawning? It's like 5 to 7 seconds?
Every 14.5.
Oh, 14.5?
Yeah, something like that.
I thought there was like a range.
I thought so too, but actually not.
Oh.
Yeah, it's just every so many frames, right?
And this is coming from the man who knows his numbers.
Yeah, so what you want to do, like against like Terran, is like a 248 lair or a 302. But against Protoss, you want like a 316, 17 or something like that, like a late 316 or early 317, right? Or 14.5 seconds later. Right?
Yeah. This game goes deep, ladies and gentlemen.
Right.
I gotta stop saying that. Ladies and gentlemen. All right, so we got a Zealot pushing out. Probe's going to distract. The Zealot's going to actually go to the third, going right around these Zerglings.
Oh, he's being a sneaky boy.
They have speed, but no, he sees the Zealot, so he's going to pull back to his third. Will Semi be able to get anything off this one?
Oh, no, he tried to optimize, actually lost the timing to kill the...
the Zealot. But he's got a good position. He's going to be able to at least get 3.
No,
he only gets 2.
This
so
is actually most common result, because when you have 2 hitting, like actually the Zealot hits really slow. Right?
Yeah, well, it's getting the 2. You can't always rely on the 2 lings attacking. Sometimes it's 1, then it goes to, and it's like, oh my god, why is this game so bad? But we love it so much.
But like, if you micro, you actually lose nothing, right? Like but it's like too hard to micro Zerglings against the anything
behind the mineral line.
Yeah,
always a joy, always a blast. Can't wait till Protoss stop doing that. All right, so we've got the natural gas going down. We've got our 4th and 5th macro hatch with the Evo chamber. Spore is up. There's currently no Scourge, so.
It's 6:40 p.m. in Montreal.
Ooh, 6:40. 1 Corsair is producing, so looks like a pretty standard play coming out from Striker. I'm liking his position. But what's Semi building into it? So he's got the double gate natural,
yeah.
so we do not have +1. So interesting. Probably going to go DT out of this. That's what it is. But no, his okay, there it is.
No,
yeah,
I saw
there's the DT. Yeah,
like a build that was popular a while ago, where you make just 2 gateways, and then go like super fast +1 and speed. Where like you got the Corsair, so they don't expect the 7-minute +1 attack.
It hurts.
But
catch you with the pants down type play.
Yeah. So I thought that was what he was doing, but like he didn't get the +1, so I'm like, well, I guess it's DT.
What are these little ninjas gonna do? Looks like they're just having a little smoke break. All right, here we go. We're going in. Hydra's okay, just pushing it back. So that's a big win for Striker.
So
what
he
about
knows
the 3rd? There's only 4.
I think he's not gonna go in.
Yeah, he's gonna play it safe because this isn't like he still has the units. He's not losing. It was just a kind of like a passive pressure. And so Semi not able to get anything done with the Dark Templar, but that just means he'll be able to get a Storm out a little faster, and the transition to the 3rd should be a little smoother. Unless 10 gateways go down.
I mean, that's a thing now.
It's always been a thing. Protoss can do whatever they want.
No, but like against Zerg, you are more constrained. It's not like versus Terran, where you're like, I will choose a number for my gateways now, and I will go this many gateways, and I challenge them to break me.
Yeah. No Protoss. So, no 4th. No, we're not even to the desired drone count yet, so that's not even an idea.
Well, depends on what you're making, right? Like, if you're making a lot of Hydras, you don't need that many drones, right?
Whoa. What is happening? Okay, so Semi seemed like he got a bad read. Those additional cannons seem kind of unnecessary. And if Striker's just able to take this 4th expansion.
That's why he droned a lot. Yeah. And I'm like, you actually don't need that much to go like 6 hatchery Hydra.
Yeah, but
now he's going to transfer to the 4th, and he's going to go like massive macro Zerg, right?
Oh, yeah. The best Zerg. But we got 2, 4, 6, 7, 8 gate, 1 single forge. No robotics facility yet, so we're going to hold off on that, but lurkers shouldn't be anywhere.
Yeah, he already threw down his gas, the 3rd gas, so he's either going to go lurker or Muta or both eventually.
Yeah, these additional cannons, they just seem unnecessary, so maybe he was thinking that it was going to be like a heavier
like a
Hydra pressure.
6 hatch Hydra, yeah.
Yeah, but probably just
no, but like you don't know if the Zerg is like massing them right now.
Yeah,
right?
You never know until you get that Corsair out.
Yeah, so I mean,
yeah, Striker, he's putting on a front of aggression, but it just seems like it's just a front. Like he's really just macroing behind this. Semi pushing out, getting a 1, 2. And I'll just say it's about 2 Hydra kills there. Okay, lurkers are out. Do we have the robotics facility? There we do.
And he went preemptive Dark Archon because, like I said, he's thinking, oh,
it's going to be Mutaplay.
Mutaplay, but it's a lurker contain.
Yeah.
So that's it's okay still because like if you catch a bunch of Hydras, you can just storm them, and it's like okay, that's 12 Hydras, right? Like you usually don't get 12 Hydras in one storm, but if you maelstrom them first, right?
Yeah,
but
that changes the situation.
Is it gonna be like ideal?
All right.
He doesn't 100 energy. He has enough, but he didn't catch them. Okay.
Yeah.
I guess he wanted to wait for more. I don't know.
Okay, it looks like Striker's burrowing his lurker, so he's going to be setting the contain. But honestly, if he just goes around, nope. Okay, we're just going to take a third.
But like, okay, so this is a funny position because like if the Zerg makes a bunch of units and like camps between the third and the natural, it can be like hard for Protoss to kind of come out of their base still because they only have like so many units. But I like Striker's just being like, okay, I'll just get more bases, more drones, more money.
It's more like I feel like what Striker's doing is just putting on like subtle aggression to make sure that.
And he's like camping up on the ledges here, like in this map, you can do that. But surprisingly, like that kind of lurker thing is not as strong as it looks. Like you think, oh, 5 lurkers on a ledge. That would be like unbreakable for Terran,
like
but for a Protoss, you just like walk up there, right?
You just need some storms, but
not even like because he only has the lurkers, right? You can just surround them with the zealots.
Yeah.
So it's not as strong if there's no supporting units.
Yeah, exactly.
Or like swarm
if you
or whatever.
camp on them, you're fine.
Yeah, like swarm and plague, then you can be like very efficient with your lurkers.
All right. So Semi pushing into Striker territory.
Or you just have lurkers behind lurkers. That's always a good plan. Like
you can never have too many lurkers.
Yeah, that's what I found out. Like versus Terran, you're like, okay, if I make too many, they're gonna irradiate them more. Against Protoss, it's like they're never gonna storm all of your lurkers if you just make more.
Ooh, all right. So one thing that Striker's doing is always having his army readily available. Semi never ever getting a chance to push in.
Yeah, we have like a whole quadrant of the map like blocked off, and I'm guessing he's just gonna take his 5th, right?
Yeah, Striker getting his double Evo with his additional macro hatches at his 4th, so he's never going to drop a beat in his macro. And trying to fight up this ramp, the Dragoons have a higher percentage of missing shots, so all those units could have taken additional volleys.
And then I really like this, mixing in some Zerglings, because you kind of want to storm them and you kind of don't, you know. There's 2 Maelstroms, but are there... Okay, there's the storm.
Yeah, okay, that was a good control group right there.
Yeah.
I mean, it's so funny because, like, the Protoss isn't even moving, just Zerg attacking into this wall of Protoss.
Right.
Oh, wait, is the Observer gone? Oh, my God. He, like, won the fight, but without the Observer, he just couldn't break through.
Right, but then now Striker's going to be like, okay, let's take our next base. He's going for the main, so he's looking towards 2 more bases eventually because he's going to get the Defiler. And then you just, well, eventually you're going to get that thing.
Oh,
yeah,
there's the Defiler, man.
Yep.
Okay, and the Nidus now going down for the, looks like he's going to be expanding to the bottom left.
When he expands to the main, he just set up with the lurkers on the top of the main, and then if the Protoss tries to like break it, you just go kill their 3rd or something.
Yeah, if you have a swarm, it's a lot easier to do it. But
but like
you're pretty much just
if they're like sitting there and storming your lurkers, it gives you the time to counter them. Yeah, so it's like good timing to get both the Defiler and that main base, right?
It looks like Semi feels like he has to put a little pressure on the gas pedal. Going into this engagement on yet again another ramp. I don't think this is going to help out. Storm going down, only getting a couple of Zerglings, but the damage done to the shield of his army, it's pretty significant. Dark Archon almost at Maelstrom. What's the Storm energy or the energy?
Maelstrom is 100.
100? Okay.
Yeah, so I tried going like Dark Archons, like against my friend who's a main Protoss. We switched races.
Yeah, yeah.
And,
always fun, always fun.
And I'm like, now I know people don't like always make them because it takes so long to build up that Maelstrom energy, right? But like as a Zerg, when you kill that Dark Archon, it feels so good. Like, it's twice as good as killing a High Templar.
Not as good as an like a regular Archon, though.
Debatable, because like if you get like the thick juicy Maelstroms and they get like clumps of your units, it just feels bad.
But it doesn't kill.
Yeah, but if they storm, it's like But okay, now look, we have like a really good spread of like lurkers.
Yeah.
We have the Zerglings mixed in. We have like this really nice setup on a main. So the Protoss basically has to set up on another main, right? Otherwise, he's just gonna be like running out of minerals eventually, right? He's like taking his fourth, whatever. But
whatever. Once you get your fourth, Protoss can just infinitely produce High Templar.
Yeah, but that's the problem though. He's running out of his main bases in a few minutes. So now he's gonna be on some like low like gas.
Oh, he's double expanding.
Oh, well, that's what I said. Like, nice.
He was able to sneak the Defiler in, sniping the third. It's always that 1 to 2 Zerglings left. Dang, sneaking in, getting that expansion denied. That's huge. Going to cause Semi to actually push in.
But that's not going to work.
It's not going to work. In the play going down on the Dragoons and the Zealots. This is such a bad position right now. The economy of Semi isn't gone, but it's not what it could be. Could have been.
And look, he's not max, but Striker is never a good sign.
Yeah. Never want to get behind versus Striker.
Never want to get behind any Zerg.
Yeah. So at this point, we're just going to be seeing a lot of catch-up being spewed out by Striker. This army is just going to slowly get damaged.
And turn into blue soup eventually.
Yeah, so
that's not
it's Striker's game. He can win this. He just needs to be able to end it. And that's a whole different task of its own.
And I like how he's splitting the lurkers. A lot of people will like immediately burn them and then like lose like 5 layers to one storm.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, and then he's like, no, I will just walk them one by one into the storm. Because what are you gonna do? Kill me with 3 zealots?
Yeah.
No. This is like, when I try to do it, it's really difficult because you get stormed, whatever. But like, we just have like this push. I mean, okay, the Reaver.
We got Reaver
out.
now.
Yeah.
It's just these expansions are what really hurting.
Yeah. And so Reavers surprisingly not great against Zerglings.
No.
Right. Like they eventually killed them, but like okay, you lost your base, you killed all those Zerglings. Congratulations, right? So. The Zerglings are just going to kill the 4th, and then the 3rd is going to get counterattacked, or not even counterattacked, just double attack, I guess you'd call it. While Semi is here, it's like, okay.
Striker is everywhere right now. There is no front that Semi can hold. Semi had an army at the 3rd. That goes down, and Striker takes the game. So it's tied up, 1-1. Holy crap. The Striker wasn't messing around. He's like, oh, you're going to come at me with the goon all in? Well, guess what? I'm going to just overwhelm you.
That game, I don't see at which point like Semi could reverse it, because he was like
he could never push out, but if he incorporated like some sort of like storm drops or something, maybe. I don't know. Hindsight 2020, but yep. I'm sorry.
Okay. You want to adjust the score and stuff?
Oh yeah, for here.
I also want to.
Oh, am I too loud?
No, we're doing the exposure.
Yeah.
We're too white.
Oh yeah.
And then that was 1-1, right?
Yeah.
And the map is NDO.
Yeah, not a favorite of mine against Protoss. Like Zerg can definitely win. Because so few bases. If Protoss like takes 4 bases, it's like you can take 6, right? But like it's a really like easy push up with like reverse to your like other closer to them, like 5th base. And if they split the map, like it's
yeah.
done,
When
right?
anytime you play a 2-player map and you split the map, it just
but like in other maps, they have like the middle base with like minerals where you can be like, okay, if I have that middle base, maybe.
Yeah, maybe there's potential.
There's potential, but like against Protoss, like if they kill that like 6th base, like you have no chance.
Yeah.
So it's like Eon Zerg also doesn't like it, like he said.
Yeah, no, Eon Zerg, insanely skilled player, actually went out to Korea to practice in Korean houses and stuff. And if people who don't know, go check him out on Twitch and YouTube. Great dude. But let's get the introduction in. Spawning on the top left-hand corner of Neo Dark Origin as the blue Protoss, we have Semi.
And in the bottom right corner, we have our Zerg Striker.
Hey, there it is. All right. So 1-1 NDO. Let's go.
Yeah, and Striker is just going with his, okay, I'm going to scout and see what's happening, and he's just going to sneak.
He's kind of like dancing with this initial scouting drone.
Yeah, you kind of want natural because you want to keep transferring drones there. So you get a little bit more econ, right?
He's just relying on this Overlord to see what he needs to see.
Right. You don't need to scout in this map until they go 2-gate and you die, right?
I disagree. Just have someone build double gateway at your 3rd or something, or your 4th, and then next thing you know, you're just fighting Zealot all in. Yeah.
So really funny thing, like against 2-gate, there's a whole like metagame where when people go 2-gate, there's like they cannot get the fast courser out if you defend it.
Yeah.
So it's like you just go all in with something. And they don't know which all-in it is.
Yeah, it kind of goes on both ends. Because you could go Muta all-in or Hydra all-in.
Oh, you can go Lurker, slow drop. And that is like, that wins like every time against 2-gate.
You're evil. Show a little mercy. This is why people say Zerg is OP, because people like you. Ooh, actually, okay, so this is different. Instead of denying the pylon, he just throws down the 3rd hatch a little
Hey,
off.
Herman is a salty Zerg.
Always. Yeah. I'm not going to say no to that, obviously. Tell me something I don't know.
No, like, always have nightmares of, like, gates in places we didn't scout.
Yeah, dude, always. It's always a spot that I did not scout. That one base is where something's hidden.
Or, I guess technically on this map, you could sneak a probe around the side and build gates inside your opponent's base.
You can jump the mineral patch. You can't really see it right now on the mini-map, but you could build gateways back there.
Exactly, yeah.
Evil. Evil.
That's another reason why it's like this map is a little bit annoying, where like, yeah, I'm just gonna build gateways behind your base.
It's happened before.
Yeah,
I've had it happen.
But there's a really funny way to play like late game Zerg here. It's like normally you would take that 3rd base and then you take your closer 4th base on either side.
Yeah,
could do, or you could take your opponent's base.
Oh,
and then mine out the patch and then just like defiler lurker them from the back.
Yeah.
And it's like it's really hard to stop because like once you get defiler and you have that Nidus there, like how do you gonna kill that base?
That's when Zerg can start holding position.
Yeah. And like if you move out to go kill the Zerg, you're dead. Like you have to kill them now, right?
I mean, I think that is the mission objective. Is to destroy the opponent.
No. The mission for the Protoss is to do nothing but just camp for like 40 minutes
and eat all the resources.
And eat all the resources and just keep storming until Zerg has no more units or minerals. This is the meta on this map, right? Because you can really like run out of minerals on this map. That's why this map makes me a little bit salty. Like you don't even go Reavers because Reavers use minerals, right? No.
You don't want to use that.
No.
It's
just
too
only
expensive.
gas. Only gas.
It's too expensive.
Right. Because you get like the little trickle of gas, just mass Templar.
What is happening here? Okay. No,
I'm surprised he put that hatchery down before this one.
Yeah, you think you'd want to like kind of expedite this hatchery, but
that's fine. It's not a big difference.
Huh.
Because like those drones, there's not that many, so they're just mining the closest patches.
Yep. So we got a second cannon.
The 5-minute safety cannon. You know, you don't know what's happening, so you just throw it down.
You can always cancel it. But yeah, first Corsair going out on the map. We don't have +1 going. Citadel's already down. +1 for ground. Attack is on its way. So it looks like we're setting up for a Corsair Speed Zealot timing. Oh, what are we doing? Whoa! And
I
he only
thought
used it to Scourge.
I thought you can never catch the
yeah,
Corsair.
Well, that's how you catch a Corsair.
Yeah, so that's what I'm talking
about.
about.
By doing nothing.
That's what I'm talking about. Like, you get that fast gas, you get the Scourge like a little bit earlier.
Oh yeah.
And then the Protoss like, let me scout your base.
And then it's already waiting there,
ready. Yeah. you just sit in front of their path, you know.
Oh man, that. I hate to see it. But at least he knows
well, he's not
what's
completely
happening.
blind because
he knows that the Scourge
the Scourge are out. It's not a high roll in or lurker drop into his main, right?
So we're seeing a third gas before 6 hatchery, unless he's hidden it somewhere, but I don't see it. So I'm wondering if we're going to be mute up. Okay, there it is.
Okay, so
that's
mute
what
us
I've been looking
right
for.
in time, but he doesn't have a sunken here. It's going to be okay. He has the Hydras too. Okay, so mute a Hydra. Actually, pretty good. Hydra's a little bit more beefy against Zealots, so they take longer to kill them, right? Like before +1, Zergans are fine, but then after +1,
oh,
up
okay,
there.
Yeah, I was like, wait, what's happening? Where are they at?
We're getting some nice sun in here.
Oh yeah, our future is bright. Okay, so popped off those mutas.
But look, he's been like really macroing hard.
Oh yeah,
he has more supply than the Protoss. This is definitely looking pretty good for Striker, right? Like because when you do the Zealot attack, right, you're trying to get some like drone kills or whatever, but you're using like 100 mineral units to kill 50 mineral units.
Yeah.
Or like he killed some Hydras, which are 75-25, but notice that the gas mining is faster than mineral mining. So like in the early game, like now, losing a few Hydras doesn't hurt that much.
No.
Yeah.
But I would say that the fact that Striker went for the 5 mutas and delayed his 6, it just like a weaker unit production, just for temporary. But once he gets this operational, then everything is just pretty much mainstream.
Yeah, but like he's zoning those Zealots and making him like make more cannons, which is delaying the production of semi. So it's actually like really good to get like 5-6 mutas.
Yeah, just for that the threat.
Right.
The threat of the muta.
And then like you get a few more and you can start sniping Templars. Like you just fly in and see, oh, what is that? what are you building here, buddy?
Oh yeah. Oh, you got like 10 gateways and no third. Interesting. That's it's good to know.
Right.
Ooh. Okay. So not only are we taking the 4th, but we are getting a macro hatch to go with it.
Right. So if Semi moves out, I mean he needs to really start pumping from his gateways like hard, right? Like. Because Striker has so much supply, right? That means he's droning really hard.
Yeah.
So he needs to go soonish with some like big push out. It doesn't have to kill the 4th, but he has to start doing the roaming thing Artosis like to do, right? Like, oh, I storm your Hydras, I come in here and like kill this, kill that, you know, and then you can take your like 3rd. Well, Zerg is busy because they think you're like all in or whatever, but like you don't have to. But now like the the lurkers are out and they're just gonna do a contain. And contains are rough on this map because of the bridges.
Yeah, there was that weak point within Striker's play where it was just nothing but drone production. So every second from here on out is just going to go into Striker's favor. Does look like Semi's setting up for an attack though. We've got 6, 8 gateways, and that's a lot of Dragoons. I think we're gonna just go for the Doom push.
Yeah.
But there's no way Semi's going to be able to cross the bridge. So
he's going to go up maybe the other way?
Yeah, he's going to go around, but then that's just time.
Yeah, but so he's going to have to reset up his contain on the other side, too. Oh, he goes.
Oh, no.
And then he doesn't go.
Yeah, he's just poking. Wait, no, he's going to be setting up a third? Okay, does he have an extra forge? No, he's just on single forge right now. Okay. All right, so...
Okay, so he can't really go around and set up the third at the same time, unless, you know, those units have to be repositioned. So now we're just going to go transition more of a macro game, no 2 base all in.
Yeah, so I would say that right now Striker's ahead. He was able to get those drones off. There was no exchanging. So Semi's on the back foot. Not in the greatest position, but if he can just hang out, take his third, then
I
take
think
his
he needs to take his
fourth,
fourth, yeah.
and then cuts the map in half and never just loses an engagement or anything, it's going to be in Semi's favor. So Semi's definitely opting for the super late game, but Striker at the same time is doing exactly that too.
But so Striker's going to have that timing with the Defiler, right? So he's probably taking to Hive.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there you go. That's the timing, right? So there's a clock on Semi to do something. You can't just be like, okay, so the Zerg gets the Defiler, runs into my, like, I don't know, fourth or whatever, and I just have to keep storming the Lings that keep killing my Nexus. Like, that's not a good place to be, right? Or the funny thing is, like, you know how if Protoss actually crosses this bridge, they can storm the drones on that fourth, right? If Protoss doesn't cross the bridge,
good observer
the
sniper
Zerg
there.
can set up a lurker to attack the fourth's probes on this map. So you can have kind of a revenge with that play, right? And that could be annoying, right? I mean, you can keep storming it, but like you just have so many lurkers. Like, how many lurkers can Striker make?
Yeah, this expansion is definitely vulnerable, exposed, but
then he has the contain over here, right? So he's gonna, like I said, go around the other way, and but like Striker can handle both.
Oh my God, Striker is just running away with this right now.
Right. So if you can like cover all the parts of the map, then this map doesn't feel so rough, right?
Here comes Striker, aware of the push out from Protoss.
Yeah, and then this is still a strong push, right? Like he's actually behind on supply, but like he has very cost-efficient units, right? So doesn't have to like super hurry it.
There's a meat grinder right there.
Yeah, so even if you have like Swarm, if you run in with all your lurkers and lings, like you're just gonna get stormed to death.
Are they?
Or unless you use all your Templars, right?
All right, Striker pushing in, getting over the ramp. A lot of Zerglings making their way over, but Closelt's going to come in the natural.
It's a good decision to kind of
but at the same time, it looks like Semi is going to be pushing out of the fourth, possibly breaking this lurker contain. Some additional lurkers being burrowed.
Yeah, but
the massive Semi seems like he might be able to break, but no, more reinforcements from Zerg. Can Semi break this?
Okay, so actually, like, kind of sending in your forces piecemeal is not a big deal as a Zerg because, like, they have less to store.
Yeah.
So if you have just that much that you can keep sending more and more units, like, just keep streaming them, you're like, okay, we're just trading. Trading is good if you're that much ahead,
for
right?
Zerg, yeah, exactly, with all these bases. And yeah, this rally's pretty much just set right here to the other side of the bridge. And
nice pick off.
He's just going to continuously just whittle down Semi. But Semi is going to be going for a fourth.
This is a
producing still
crazy
off the
macro
8K.
Zerg. And he's going to go Guardians.
The Guardians?
Guardians.
Oh, he is?
He's morphing them right now. That's what those Mutas are doing.
Yeah.
And the funny thing about Guardians is they're cost inefficient, but they take so long to clean up. You're just like sitting there storming Guardians that keep dodging the storms.
Yeah.
So
it's not easy. It's an art.
Yeah, and then
slow.
so what's gonna happen is like while you're doing that, you're just gonna get pushed by like some Defilers at the same time because the Guardians don't need like that much babysitting once you split them.
Yeah, Striker's just basically going to be hitting from every direction.
Yeah,
while
he's gonna hit like 3 bases at the same time.
Because at this point, Zerglings have their upgrades. They are actually only 1-1. It's only 15 minutes, so he'll get those up eventually. But yeah, once Zerglings get cracked and then they get the swarm advantage, it just is not nice. Oh, and I totally missed the third going down.
The Guardians didn't get to appear. Let's keep quiet about them.
Oh, no. Yeah,
okay.
Exactly, yeah. Happened. Everything hit at the same time.
Okay, same time.
And the GG goes down. Striker takes game 3? Or so it's game 3, but he won 2 games.
That's right.
And, yep. Oh, cool. Man, you're on top of it. Thank you so much. And the game's already up. Striker is on a roll right now. So we have...
Let's update that.
Yeah,
score.
but am I on? No, I'm on desk, so I can't do that.
Okay.
All right. Oh, man, that's fun. You guys can see it right now. Holy crap. We've been casting
this is not overexposed. This is actually how it looks like.
Yeah. We can only focus on the screen right now. If we try looking any other direction, we are just
I just found
blinded.
Like a spot for my eyes where I cannot move or I'll be blinded.
Yeah, I apologize for the observing, but I'm trying my best here.
Okay.
Okay, so semis in.
And then when they say they're ready, we're going to start the next game. And it's going to be on Radeon.
All right, we're going into the next game, map Radeon.
And then tell them that you're ready.
Oh, yeah. What?
Oh, okay, they went anyway.
Yeah.
We're not ready.
We're not.
We're not ready for strikers.
Endless macro cycles, just consuming the entire map and just being like, all right, I decide to kill you now.
Zerg.
Yeah. The best Zerg.
Okay, let's update the scoreboard.
Yep. On top of it better than I. And there we go.
And
we are on
Radeon.
All right. We're up to date. Now let's get the introduction in. On the bottom right-hand corner as the red Zerg, we have Striker.
And in the top left corner is the blue Protoss Semi.
Man, Semi's been putting good games this entire season. All right, I chose the wrong map. What? I thought you said it was Radeon.
It's Citadel.
Yeah, Citadel. Oh. Come on. Man, my Overlord decides what map I'm playing on. All right, so going to the bottom left, everything seems pretty standard. Spawning pool going down. Overlord should be popping momentarily. And Shazam. Pylon going down to the natural. The question is it going to be Forge Fast Expand or is this going to be a Gateway Expand? We will see. FFE.
And it's a Forge.
All right. And
usually when the Forge is like a little bit later than the gate, you want to get that gate fast. Because if you're getting 4 pooled and you don't have a Zap.
Yes.
But the Forge, like, you can just throw down a cannon inside your main, be like, okay, I have 11 probes. You have like 4.
Yeah.
So that's why, like, Protosses like to get a little bit extra econ and just throw down the Forge like a tiny bit later, when it.
I mean, if they're feeling really spicy, they'll throw down the Nexus before the cannon too.
If they're feeling extra spicy, they throw down the Nexus before the Forge.
Man, Striker does not mind taking the third as his natural.
Oh,
like it throws my rhythm off, but for Striker, it's like okay, yeah,
this
fine,
is like
cool.
standard now.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like you can, like if you play against those like crazy good probe micro Protosses, like the Walt, you just never have that natural. Like
at the standard time.
I already said it's Radeon.
Okay, but it's just on the
Yeah.
And like I looked it up and I was gonna mention it because like this is the minimap image.
Aaron messing us up, jeopardizing this cast. How dare he? Ooh, the 973. Yeah, we dropped the hatcheries before we dropped the gas, so I think we're going to have a little bit of Hydra aggression or a super late lair. Whatever Striker decides.
I think it's a super late lair because he let the probe into his base.
Yeah, right.
I mean, yeah, there's not. It's not like you can just throw down your Hydra Den on your third. Like, who does that?
Right? Oh my god, that'd be hilarious. All right, natural is finishing.
Or you kill the probe and you like put down 2 Hydra Dens. Extra spicy style.
I've done that before. You got to get those extra upgrades out.
Sorry about that. Let's go toss.
Oh, don't you say that.
I'm just reading the chat.
Oh.
I would never say that.
I don't agree with the people. Even though I love Semi.
No, I want to see a really good game out of him.
Yeah, good macro game. All the bases are completely mined out. You got Dark Archons, mind-controlling Guardians. I want to see that.
You know, I did play a game like that. I learned so much. You should get queens and just broodling your own larva, and then wait for your opponent to leave.
That's actually a really smart idea.
Because I built like a hatchery in front of their like last base and make some like sunken spore.
Yeah.
And like they can't mind control that.
Yeah.
And like if you try to breaking it with like reavers, they just run out of minerals.
Oh, that's
so
genius.
I also like if they have reavers, just keep sending like little bits of broodlings. I use the broodlings to consume, so I give them Darkstorm broodlings. I have like 2. It's like do you storm 2 broodlings?
Yeah, right. Oh my god.
And if they go like zealot to protect against that, I just broodling the zealots. Right?
That's the smartest thing I've ever
But then
heard.
they mind control my queens. I just have to make more queens. So
Yeah.
then they fight me with my own queens.
Yeah.
So it's a game you want to avoid.
Yeah,
do not
super
let
end game is
do not let Protoss take like half the base on the map. It's just never a fun game at that point.
Never is. Never will be.
Yes, you can broodling larva because it's a unit. It's a Zerg unit.
Never thought of that, and I just can't wait to run into a Protoss player that wants to play the super late game with Dark Archons.
You can parasite the Dark Archons and you can see them, but then like they still mind control everything that you try to kill them with. Yeah, they like maelstrom them or mind control. There's like, so you can't really attack them with units that cost money. But like, the only problem with my strategy, if they can get that one Archon out, it can kill infinity broodlings under Darkstorm. So you really need to like dive on it. This is like a theoretical discussion for most of you people, but I've played this game.
Yeah.
I literally played it on ladder.
You can find anything on ladder. I've been people built a cannon me into my main and then built reavers. It's like how do I stop this?
The answer is don't let them do it, right?
Yeah. Once they get those cannons up, you're pretty much toast. But all right, so we got the +1 coming out from the air upgrade and then continuous Corsair production. Citadel's down. We got the double gateway, but no Templar Archive, so it looks like we're going to be going for a very strong Corsair Zealot pressure.
I think it's the thing that I said where like you go like super fast everything.
You good? All right, so yeah, no, just the Corsair Zealot pressure is definitely something that can and looks like will happen.
Right, so you can actually push out when your +1 is finished, because like, what is that going to do, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then your speed kicks in. And then you can be like, oh, I'm out on the map. It's not even 8 minutes. You didn't even expect this, but
what?
The Zerg is under pressure.
Yeah, we're going heavy pressure.
Yeah, it's a 5-hatch Hydra. I think it's all in, right? Because he doesn't.
I mean, all in depends if it doesn't do anything.
Well,
like
yeah, but he doesn't
have damage.
He doesn't have +1 going. So if the Protoss defends, he's gonna have 0/0 Hydras against like +1 Protoss, right? With potentially the.
I think Semi's actually in a really good position right now.
Well, he has only 1 cannon against all these Hydras. I don't know.
Yeah, but the second the speed's done, he has his +1. He'll be able to just swell.
How you gonna roll out from this like choke, right?
Well,
your own buildings are like destroying you.
Oh, cannons finish. Okay, 1. All right. Yeah, no, this rally is just too much right now. I thought.
No, like any Zerg
Oh, the
probe
probes are pulled. Forge goes down. Gateway's going down. DT out, but the overlords are there.
Yeah, because with the 5 hatch all in, you actually get the speed. You're like, I don't care.
All right.
I can afford speed.
Yeah, this looks like it's pretty one-sided. The rally of Zerg's quick.
Yeah. So that's why I said, like, you actually want to come out with this, like, build maybe a little bit faster.
Just to kind of, like, hold it back.
Because then you actually know what's coming. And then
it just seemed like a little ragtag Hydra army, but no, it just completely pushes in. Striker going up the ramp, the GG goes down, Semi ends it, and Striker's advancing. Yeah, just like that.
Striker put on a dominating performance.
Oh my God, yeah. Yeah, that was insane. Striker's so good. He's so good. But
if you asked me, I'd be like, yeah, this is Jaedong. Like, I mean, come on.
He makes matchups look easy, and it's like, of course, that's what Zerg does.
When I grow up, I want to be Striker.
You want to be? Yeah, same. I still cheer for Semi. You know, Semi did an amazing job. His run this event was just. He had the most iconic game versus Artosis with the double-digit supply battle.
And
that I still need to go back to watch.
No, but like his games versus Artosis, he just showed why like the new Protoss meta with like mass Reaver Gateway is so strong, right?
Yeah.
He just transitioned to mass Templar. You know, who needs Arbiter? Who needs Carrier? Yeah.
Protoss units are good. Just make a lot of one and you're fine.
Yeah,
right?
like that scales until like Terran gets like super high upgrades, but like
but then what doesn't survive like up Terran maxed arm, like max upgrade, max army, like you're not just killing that right off rip. It's going to be wave after wave after wave, and then you're like, it's still there.
Yeah, so the only thing that is like cost efficient against that super crazy mech army is like carriers, right? That's when you can like scale.
Yeah,
but,
that's when you can start abusing the ledges.
Yeah, just killing CCs, and I don't have a mining base, but do you?
Yeah. Yeah, but it's unfortunate. Semi getting knocked out. Striker advancing. So who's going to be playing after that? Oh, interview Striker. Of course, that'd be great.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll let you do it.
All right. So we get to interview the Shield Battery King, the Tyrant, the man who's making a comeback.
Whoa, really sunny.
We've been trying to deal with it. It's been an interesting.
Trying to get behind a shade here.
Find the right spot. You know, I got this hat down.
Yeah.
But congratulations, those games are amazing. Your
Thanks.
macro muscles are just flexing, man. Like
yeah.
The first game, I gotta ask you, the Dragoon all in. Like, did you expect that at all?
I had like a suspicion when I saw the Goon come out.
Yeah,
but I wasn't like sure, right?
Well, what's usually the trigger for you?
I mean, having a Goon out is pretty suspicious.
Yeah, it's usually the second one I see where I'm like,
yeah.
Oh, it's coming.
Yeah, it was too late though by that time because
Yeah.
my third was also close to his base, so I didn't help myself with that.
Yeah, like obviously had you known a little bit earlier, throwing down a Sunken, I felt like the supporting units would get caught up in that. So
Yeah.
like what you're dealing with is just that. But unfortunately, he was able to get up to the third, do what he did. But
yeah, it was a lot faster than I expected.
Yeah.
So yeah, kudos to him. He took advantage of my. I didn't put my Overlord in his main.
Yeah, that's another thing.
The
I think
third was close to his base. So
yeah, I think that was the trigger. If I would have to ask him, yeah, I think it'd be that the Overlord wasn't in there, so he's like, give it a shot.
Yeah, it was.
But you didn't let that happen again.
Yeah, I mean, the rest of the games, thankfully he didn't cheese. And I was like, I put my Overlord in his main after that, so just to make sure he wasn't.
Yeah, you always have to keep that the eye out, because they'll cancel a Stargate as soon as that Overlord leaves, and quick Citadel, gate all in. You never know what to expect. But how game 2? How are you feeling on that?
Game 2 was on Vermeer, right?
Yeah. And that you just ran away with it, like you controlled the ramp.
Thanks for the shades.
Yeah.
Someone's putting up shades for me.
Yeah, you controlled the high ground. He never got a chance to go in between those two. So every engagement, it seemed like you forced him to go into there, and it just played into your hands so well.
Right. Yeah. The he had a DT opener, which is a big investment for him.
Yeah.
And you know, if it doesn't do any damage, I can basically just macro up 6 hatches, like.
Yeah.
And you know, because he put out his tech so early, like he didn't have gates to do like a zealot push or something.
So there was no threat.
Yeah. So I just like droned up 6 hatches, got my 4th, and then from there on, it's just like you know, SH and then build lurkers and then just like match his supply, and then I scouted for his Sayer count, and it was like he wasn't making any. So I was thinking of going, whoa.
Hey. Oh, no, you're fine, man. I'm good. I got the hat. The hat works. But, so the Mutos?
Yeah, so I was thinking of doing it, but then I realized he made 2 DTs and not 1. So I was like, what if he just morphs that into Dark Archon?
Which he did.
Yeah, so I saw that later. So, you know, I figured I'm like ahead anyway. I don't like need to do damage with the Mutos necessarily.
Yeah.
So I just went Mass Lurker, Hydra, just defense mode.
Yeah, the drone production itself was the risk. So just doing that and getting away with it, you're just like, okay, I don't need to make drones anymore. So just Hydra.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, that's awesome.
That just kind of is my play style anyway. So kind of just play into my hands afterwards.
One thing I noticed though, out of multiple games that you got to the Defiler point, you would always have a little ragtag like Defiler, Zergling, little army control group, and you kept sniping Nexuses. It's actually really hard to keep up from an observer standpoint. There's like no build up. You just sneak right in, and then it's like, oh, and that base is gone. So, yep. So, dude, you do an amazing job at that. So.
Yeah, he was like pretty goon heavy.
Yeah,
and,
just get away with it.
Yeah, I mean, I also saw a lot of Templars with this army, so I figured like maybe he didn't have it at his 3rd or his other bases. Yeah, I mean, if he has a couple of Zealots, it doesn't really work, but I got lucky. He just only had cannons and like Templar I picked off, so yeah, I was able to get some advantages from that for sure.
Yeah, just making the matchup look easy.
Yeah, I mean, the macro game I'm pretty confident in.
Yeah, no, it shows. Yeah. It shows. It's so. Would you say like kind of the earlier game is a little bit more?
Well, there's just more uncertainty. Like if there's like a cheese or something.
Yeah.
You know, there's a lot of things to think about.
Yeah. The gambling risks. You know, like will this proxy double gate work? And you're like, well, I think that would work against a lot of people, regardless of the skill.
You know, if you don't scout it, if you last to scout it, then you could be in trouble. So.
Yeah, you gotta love it. Yeah. So how are you feeling? How are you liking the LAN?
It's been great. Yeah, having a lot of fun. It's been a long day, though, I will say.
Yeah, we've got the place to 11, so thank God, because we'll be able to finish out the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, maybe I'll take a nap for an hour and come back.
Yeah, right.
Just kidding,
yeah, who's playing next?
I think it's a rematch with Gypsy.
Oh, you go back to Gypsy? Ooh,
I don't know how it works. Like, does he start with like a 1-game lead, or is it?
Does it?
Because he won the winners bracket, so does he start with like a lead, like a 1-game lead, or I guess we should just ask Aaron. Yeah, I could use a break, so.
Yeah. All right, well, I'll let you get to it, man. Thanks for the games.
Right,
thanks for the interview.
Thanks for observing and commentating.
Oh, yeah, no problem, man. I love watching your games.
Thanks, man.
So it's dope to see you out here, and we're going to go on a little break, so thank you, everyone, for tuning in.
All right, cool.
Yep, and thanks for supporting StarCraft Brood War. Peace.
All right. We're back. Oh, man, we got the I got to fix the camera.
Sorry.
No, you're good. I think we grabbed the opposite headset, so
there
the wires
we go.
are a little messy.
Oh, okay.
But
do we want to switch headsets or no?
It doesn't really matter. It's just messy, but as long as we're not playing with the wires, I don't think it's fine. I do have to fix the video because we just put up shades.
Look at you, you fucking professional. I would just be casting in the dark right now. I don't fucking know.
Man, too much years of production, man.
Yeah.
All right, so I guess I just told everyone here, so I should probably tell the people on stream. They might want to hear this announcement. What do you think?
Yeah, I would say so.
All right, guys, I've teased it a little bit, and I've talked about it. Guys, what I have to tell you is something incredible. I'm sorry, I need to open my MacBook for Escalade to update the bracket. So coming up in October, starting in October, we are starting a new Pro League, CSL Pro. And I was supposed to put the icon here so that way I could immediately unhide it. And like a genius, I absolutely didn't. So, guys, we will have a new CSL Pro League. Oh, wow, that's bigger than it needs to be. CSL Pro, guys. It's coming. It's going to be a year-long pro scene. It will have 2 major events along with regional events leading up to said events. As if you watch StarCraft 2, it's going to be the exact same. It's going to be exactly what ESL does, basically, because they figured it out, and I went, I'm going to steal that because
that's great.
Work smarter, not harder,
sick.
Right?
That actually really, because you just mentioned it, but I'm like, I need the details on that. But if it's what ESL does, I get it. All right,
yeah,
sick.
So we will have a winter event and a spring event with regional events leading up to that.
Like live events or online events?
Figuring still.
Okay.
That still hasn't been decided. That's simply more of how far we get, basically.
Gotcha.
So we will have these events with online regionals. At least regional events will be online. I would love to do offline main events, but it all depends on getting someone like Izu here, you know?
Yeah.
Or DeWalt. It might be a bit of a challenge.
A little bit.
So we will do what we can. There will be monthly events. So starting October, we will have a monthly tournament because, and this is very important, we will not be doing a ladder stage. So everyone will qualify via points. So all the more CSL and ideally the CSL related events that you play in, I might partner with some other tournaments that you might recognize here and there. And you will get points towards the circuit, and based on those points, that's where you'll decide where you are, seeding, how events go.
Sick.
And that's exactly why you want to play in these monthly events. You want to play in the regionals because at the end of the circuit, there will be a last chance tournament to get some final points, and then we will be doing the finals guaranteed live at Montreal LAN, and this is going to be hopefully for several more years.
Sick.
At least 2 more years is what I'm guaranteeing.
I can't wait.
And I'll be playing.
Oh, man.
Can't wait.
It's going to be
fucking congrats, man.
League.
Cheers.
Well, cheers.
Cheers. All right. To CSL Pro.
CSL Pro,
Star
baby.
League, man.
Guys.
It's been sick here. It's been great. Everyone's had such a good time. Everyone's enjoying themselves so much.
That
so
is what
thank you for
really
putting
matters.
this on.
The fact that everyone's enjoying it is truly what I've been worrying about the most.
Dude, everyone's so chill. Everyone's having such a good time. It's great. It's great. There's nothing more fun than
getting an actual event, just putting some people in a room together, playing some StarCraft. Oh man, I'm tired. I'll admit. You get to the end of the day, you're just like,
oh, dude, it's been a long day. Yeah, you've been live 8 hours and a half. Oh my god.
And you know what? This doesn't include the fact that we killed the power or the internet at one point, so the stream had to restart.
Oh my god.
You were playing a 10-tat, right?
That's right. I had to restart game 1. I was winning.
What happened? Did someone click a power strip?
I don't know what happened, but a few computers turned off, and mine was one of them in the middle of a match.
I get downstairs, and I'm like, all right, time to light up a blunt. And I go, and Escalade comes down. We've got an emergency. Fuck. Here you go. Smoke this without me. I'm like, well, I guess I really can't do anything because you just have to regame it if you want. Or
yeah. There's nothing to do. Shit happens.
It
happens to everyone.
Welcome to being at a LAN event,
Yep.
Does it happen online? No, but do you get this online?
No, it happens online too. Disconnects and shit. It does. It happens.
True. Also, I know there's some people in the chat that are really good casters. If you want to cast CSL Pro, please DM me. We're going to try to do our best to make sure casters and staff get paid as well.
Sick.
Because I believe fixing esports requires doing it right.
All right.
I have a lot of issues with how esports.
I like everything you say, man.
Well, it's one of those you hear the stories, right? Because obviously we had Ball here this weekend who did WCG, and he's like, yeah, you basically had to fly out on your own. You had to sleep on the floor, and then you were around.
Oh, those are some poor days for sure.
And it's obviously I can't afford all of that, but I would love to provide for people. And it's like you hear other tournaments like, oh yeah, the casters don't get paid. They take 8 hours out of their day, and it's like you know, I can't pay much, but I want to like give you something. You know,
sick.
It's just
damn.
I don't know. I'm a man of too many morals for this.
You're becoming like a Pied Piper of StarCraft. All the players will follow you anywhere you want, man. Walk us all into the river.
Nah, I hope not. I mean, to swim right now feels. The breeze is really helping, man. It's gotten really spicy in here.
Yeah.
But let's see. Let's get this. I definitely didn't just blank on what to type there for a minute. But yeah, it's we got a best of 7 finals. Gypsy will start up 1-0 because he obviously went to the upper bracket.
Cool.
So I think they're still getting set up. Yeah. So I guess we have some more time to talk about.
Yeah. It's going to be a good finals. It's going to be a good
excited.
finals. There's been a lot of good matches today.
Everything Semi has played has been just wild.
Yeah. There's been some insane games. That first game against Stryker, that was a crazy.
Oh,
God, that was crazy.
Man, it was.
I can't believe Stryker was able to upset Semi. That's the big upset of the tournament.
Yeah, Stryker beating Semi. Like, what? Didn't see that coming at all.
Yeah, no. Semi played out of his mind. He really played well today. Beating Crossy and then beating Artosis of all people.
Ooh,
Holy
man.
shit! Whew, that guy's been to a couple lands.
Dude, game 1. I see the carriers come out. It's like 18, 19 minutes. Like, all right, I have an idea where this game's gonna go. Go out, smoke, come back. 35 minutes. It's still going. There's like 30 supply each, and I'm like, what the fuck did I just miss?
Dude, that was crazy. Cross spawn Nexus first greedy version into carriers is the most broken shit in the whole world. I can't believe I won that game. One of the best games of my life, honestly.
Yeah, I mean,
one of the best games of my life.
The Vulture just diving in, trying to pick off an Archon. It's like, oh, what's happening?
Dude, yeah, no, you got to be quick. Turn right 24. You got to flick shot and run, man.
And you actually can at turn right 24.
You
at a LAN.
can. It's like the thing is they kind of slide a little bit while they attack. It's tough.
Yeah.
It's tough.
Mechanically demanding is what we'll refer to it as. Yeah, it seems like everyone enjoyed that one a lot.
Thank you guys in the chat. Guys in the chat, make sure that you follow Aaron's channel. It's Platt Esports or Plate Sports, as I like to call it.
You and everyone
doing
else.
Great shit. Yeah, I know. It's just it's perfect. But yeah, guys, follow it. Like you're putting on a lot of great stuff, man. I enjoyed. Even the qualifiers leading up, like the qualifiers, like I got to go through the first one. So
even your games against
nice.
IOPQ?
I didn't play him.
Or who was it that you played that you ended up with like a 2-hour series or something in one of those qualifiers?
Oh, yeah. yeah. No, that was Rage, I think.
Was it?
I think it was. Like, we had a really long-ass.
Wasn't there like a draw in there somewhere or something?
Dude, no, it wasn't a draw, but like it was. He barely took me out 2-1 in the winner bracket. And I'm like, fuck this guy. So I 6-facted him 2-0 from the loser bracket and then qualified. But, yeah.
That was sick.
Yeah.
Like, you could tell absolutely. Like, as I was casting, I'm like, yeah, Artosis is just pissed that he has to play this guy again.
Yeah.
6-fact.
I can't believe this. But, no, that was fun. The round-robin stage was fun. And then, you know, the fact that you're able to help cover, like, trips out here.
Yeah.
Fucking amazing, man. Amazing.
That's the part that my wallet's like, are you sure you want to do this? And I'm like, I'm sure I want to do this.
No, it's
for better or mostly for worse.
It makes a big difference for a lot of players.
Well,
like,
I
really
know
does.
that like a lot of people, like JD Conan, who got screwed by visas in Canada, is like, yeah, the only way I can come out is that you're helping me out with this. And I actually need to get him a letter so he can come to Chicago.
Oh, nice.
I've already been talking with him about it.
Damn, I wish I could make Chicago. I really do.
Yeah.
Oh, we got the first game up.
Oh, hey, someone's paying attention to the screen.
Yeah. Yeah, I have family stuff that Chicago weekend, but everyone should go. This has been such a blast.
Yeah.
And actually, I don't think I've ever been to Chicago, so I'd love to go see it. But I guess next year you're having one there,
good
right?
news. Yeah, every year.
Do you live near Chicago? Or?
No.
Oh.
I live in Oklahoma.
You just like Chicago? Or?
So Niantic, the guy right there with the mask.
Yeah,
he lived like less than a mile from the venue. And when I was talking about putting on a LAN last year, you know, just a small fun one, he's like, hey, I know a place. And I talked to the guy who owns it, Adam. And Adam, the guy who owns Midlane Esports, is where we host it. His entire thing is that he runs it as a side business just because he loves people playing games together.
Nice.
Much like the guy who runs this place.
Nice.
And I'm like,
nice.
I need to stop finding great venues because it just makes me want to host more LANs.
Yeah. Well, no, keep going. Keep going.
What a problem to have, right?
Yeah. Well, I'll do my very best to make it to Chicago next year. I'm so sad I can't go this year.
Well, you better get those points so you can make top 8 for the qual. Because instead of qualifiers, we'll be doing it just off points for next season.
I prefer that. I don't like ladder stages as much. Ladder stages are like, You can look through match histories. It's like,
Yeah.
oh, wow, you had 13 levers? That's so sick. You're so good.
Yeah. I mean,
ladder for foreigners is weird, man. It's no good. It's not a good measure.
It's funny. Yeah, you get those, and then it's like, wow, great. A lot of these people made the ladder stage because of levers, and they're not playing in the tournament.
Yeah.
I've heard plenty of those stories. But
D on the bike. I assume you're the guy that I was talking to today. Thanks, man. Cheers.
Nice. Points are good. Yeah. It has just in StarCraft 2, which admittedly is well organized, believe it or not, because they have a whole business doing it.
Yeah.
Alex and
most of BSL's ladder, but they did try points for the Thailand thing, and it worked out pretty well, I thought.
Yeah, everything leading up to Thailand was really good.
Yeah, I thought that was a pretty decent format. It's like definitely a commitment. You gotta make sure you're playing a certain amount of tournaments.
Yeah,
you know.
But
it's like if you're on the borderline, you can play more tournaments, which kind of helps out. So like,
I
like the reward of if you're putting the time in. It's like helping with the points and everything. It's nice.
My goal is with the monthlies to make it so. Oh, I didn't do great in the regional. Let me play a few months of the monthlies. Like,
yeah, exactly.
Someone, say you, right? It's like, oh man, I got knocked out. Just, I needed like 20 more points, or I haven't done the math of what it should be. But it's like, oh, I can just play in a couple monthlies, get those points back real quick.
Totally.
And then there's the last chance leading up to Chicago, where it's just basically you need points because you're like 9, 10, 11. You're like, oh, I can totally make it if I cross
So how
this.
many players will play at the offline?
It'll be open like this, but it'll be seeded.
With seeds. Okay,
Yeah.
cool. Yeah.
Because I still believe in the LAN,
Yeah.
Like,
No, LAN's
obviously, I love me a big tournament.
Yeah.
I love Dallas, DreamHack,
Yeah,
all these
yeah.
events. And someday we'll get there. We'll get to DreamHacks again. Brood War DreamHacks, they're coming, baby. You just got to buy more merch.
You know what I always thought would be a good fit? And I know it sounds crazy.
What?
Someone needs to get fucking Brood War at EVO.
Really?
It fits. Fighting games and Brood War go together. Seriously.
Well,
everyone that likes Brood War likes fighting games. Everyone likes fighting games likes Brood War.
That's actually a big fact.
That's a fact. Like, seriously, I know so many people that are like that. Yeah.
I mean, we had you playing Smash earlier.
Yeah, no, I fucking love fighting games, man.
I actually, we've been working on, so obviously I do a bit more than just Brood War. We do a monthly lower league tournaments, right? So we have a monthly Brood War, it's 1,800 capped. We do a monthly StarCraft 2 that's 5.3 capped. And, excuse you, Urbmon breaking the setup. And then we now actually just a couple months ago started a Tekken 8 tournament.
Oh, nice.
That's uncapped because their MMR system makes no sense because no one's quite figured it out like StarCraft has.
Okay.
But, yeah, and so it was one of those things where people were like, oh, you got to get into fighting games. I'm like, all right. And it's worked out well. It's fun.
Nice.
So in addition to what you see here with the Pro League stuff, there's still that other monthly content that will also be on this channel.
Nice. Damn. You got big plans, man.
Hey, one step
Can't
at
wait.
a time.
I hope you're successful in every fucking one of them.
Man, a man can dream. Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, without dreaming, you're never going to go anywhere.
Yeah. It was funny. I had to do, for my job, I'm a contract to hire. And so I just had to do my technical interview because they have to. I work for the government, so you have to go through the steps, basically. Even though it's like, if I could, I would hire you right now, but we had to go through the steps.
Oh, okay.
And they're like, well, where do you see yourself in a couple years? I'm like, oh, I kind of like my job here and everything. But also, I plan to be successfully running tournaments across the globe. And they're like, yeah, we see that.
Nice.
Yeah.
See, I would have tried to game the system and be like, oh, no, I just want to work for you forever.
Oh, no, I mean, the thing is that.
Like, okay, now we know you're lying. You're not hired. I'm like, oh, shit.
Oh, they would probably prefer that I did because, well, let's just say that I know what I'm doing for some reason. I put in no effort and still know what I'm doing. Oh, hey, he joined the lobby. Shit. All right, guys.
Subscribe.
Oh, it's time. All right, let's go.
All right. You want to start us off? Oh.
Ooh.
Sick.
Yes.
Yes. Someone tap him on the shoulder and say yes.
All right, here we
You're
go.
always ready.
Here we go.
We don't get a choice, actually.
We got in the top right, our blue Zerg gets Striker.
Yeah, that's fine. It can die. Bottom left, guys. Red Terran player. It's Gypsy.
So, if I heard this correctly, I kind of wasn't there at the very end, but it's best of 7 with Gypsy up 1-0?
Yes.
Okay.
So we were talking about it, and it's one of those, as a viewer, I've always had strong opinions that the 1-0 start kind of kills the viewing experience. And so that's how I've always felt. And I understand where players come from, where it's like, well, you know, the upper bracket, you should get an advantage or whatnot. And no, it's you start 1-0 because of the upper bracket advantage. And it's
I think I
get why
there has to be
like
some advantage from upper bracket because everyone else lost a series in the tournament and you didn't. So like if you don't get that advantage, it feels really bad if you lose. Like really, it's like, oh, I lost one match and lost the tournament, whereas someone else lost one match and won the tournament. It doesn't feel right. And
it's my other issue is always like, well, you know, the advantage is that whoever just did the lower bracket run, especially when you do some tournaments where it's just back to back to back. Like you can go to the bathroom and maybe that's about it.
Yeah, you know? But you stay warmed up too. I don't think it's that bad. Like I generally end up doing loser bracket runs because I won't make it to the winner bracket finals. So
which is like what we ended up talking about is that it's like Gypsy's like, yeah, I've kind of just been like falling asleep and he's been playing consistently, so he's warmed up and I'm not.
Yeah, something like that.
Well, yeah, I get it.
But really, they're going to play pretty much as best they can here. And speaking of which, like I'm trying to figure out who I have favored here.
Well, if I caught anything from your conversation with him yesterday, this matchup's impossible for Terran. So
it's completely impossible.
Please tell us my ZBT win rate, please. Like
well, you got to get to a certain level with your mutas, and then it becomes impossible.
Yeah, that's fair.
but yeah, like honestly, like Striker should have won when they played earlier. Like Gypsy did end up getting the win. The Firebat's running by, and Striker just did like a weird all-in at the last game, even though he was ahead. Like that Ling Muta all-in, like into the choke, it just
didn't work.
Yeah, so like really, I felt like Striker should have won that. It really looked like he should have won that. But the thing is, you're at a LAN, and sometimes people panic, or you know, there's a lot more pressure, and everyone's sitting around watching you and stuff. So I get it. You know, people fuck up sometimes, and so I feel like that's what happened to Striker. But by now, I think he's probably settled. So I think Striker's gonna take it.
Okay, I could Striker. I mean, as a Zerg, obviously I want the Zergs to win. But what I'm more interested in is how we get there, because I feel like we were talking a lot about like 1 Rax a CAD, 2 Rax a CAD. At my level, you see a lot of people play mech, and it makes me mad. But like, I'm curious if we'll ever see anything like that at the higher level. What do you think?
Yeah, Mech is making a comeback because of Flash. Like, he's trying it out a lot right now on the ladder.
Yeah, like Apocalypse. He has like a Mech build on Apocalypse.
It's
I've seen a lot
sick.
of people talking about.
Dude, he makes so many Goliaths.
I hate him so much. Goliaths are way too good at everything. They kill your mutas. They kill your Lings. They kill your Hydras. What are you bad at?
Yeah. But you won't see that from Gypsy. He's not a Mech player at all.
Straight like SK, you think?
Yeah, he'll go SK. Like, he'll 8 racks a couple times probably, but it'll be mostly SK Terran. He might make there might be games with Valkyries, there might be games with Vessels, but
well, we're opening 1 racks into NG Bay, so quick +1 timing.
Yeah, he likes that a lot. He is very into 4x +1 pressure. He's really good at it too. Like, if you can macro very cleanly, it's a very popular build from Koreans right now. Like, everyone's just playing SK Terran and generally opens with this.
Interesting. I gotta pay more attention to the morning pro leagues then.
Yeah.
It's funny with my job. I walk into work, I sit down, I grab my tea and my Pop-Tart, and I turn on
and your Pop-Tart, I love it.
I turn on Hot Tube, and you're just like, there we go. Let's let light just get bullied for a while.
That's the most excellent morning, isn't it?
Yeah.
Tea and a Pop-Tart. What type of tea?
Earl Grey.
Earl Grey, just straight, or you put milk in it?
Straight.
Straight Earl Grey with your Pop-Tart. What type of Pop-Tart?
Well,
do you have frosting on the Pop-Tart or no?
Yes.
Yes, but what type of Pop-Tart though? Is it like the berry filling? Is it like one of the chocolate ones?
The
fudge one, yeah, the fudge one's
good,
best. Dude. Yeah,
yes.
yeah. No, I'm on board with you. That's the best one.
So what I learned recently, because I'm a Costco shopper, right?
Yeah.
So, but they don't carry Pop-Tarts. They don't. For whatever reason.
Okay.
And they also don't carry Chick-fil-A sauce, which I'm also a whore for.
Okay.
And so I go to Walmart to get my Chick-fil-A sauce, and I was walking through, and I realized they have a box where you can get basically 4 boxes of Pop-Tarts for like $12.
All right.
And I went, and you get the fudge, you get 2 fudge and 2 s'mores with it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. The s'more ones are good.
Yeah.
Now, do you dip that in the Chick-fil-A sauce?
No. Okay. That's okay. Yeah, that might be a little far for me.
Okay. I'm just making sure. Okay, so taking a look at this game, really, really standard openers, third hatch and main for Striker, which is kind of funny, actually. It wouldn't be bad for him to just take third on location, but if you're playing against Academy Rush, it can be rough.
Yeah.
But, like, Gypsy really likes +1. Oh, and he is getting a very fast third. Look at this. Fast third before the mutas.
Down at the bottom right, too.
Yeah, yeah. That's, he'll go very heavy mutaling for a bit, so this is going to come down heavily to micro and rotating the mutas around.
Okay, so basically you're just hoping to keep the bio ball back, keep it thin.
Yeah, yeah. If the bio hits critical mass, they can sometimes kill your third, but it's very tricky killing thirds at really high levels, because if there's like two things, like when you get a really high level Zerg and you start to make progress towards a third, two things can happen. One, they kill your army. Two, they counterattack so hard that you die.
Yeah, the Ling Muta hit backstab.
Yeah, because he's going to be on 4 hatches, so like he can make enough to kill your stuff. So you have to be really, really careful if you're deciding to actually go after the third.
Okay, I can see where this is a problem. Oh, he wants to take some swipes at the ball, but it's really well positioned where the angle he's coming from is just a line.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to get any good hits like that. Although
that's exactly it. Yeah.
Couple of medics down here you could try and swing in from here, but with the turret here, you know, you're bouncing around, taking too many hits.
Yeah, it's good positioning there. But yeah, exactly what you said. It's like you're looking for Marines that are sticking out. You want your Marines in a flat line facing the mutas. Okay. That's really all there is to it.
Yeah. Well, it's funny because that's...
See the flat line? He doesn't want to attack. See, he comes in from the angle. Oh, the flat line moves back. Yep, very good.
I'm a sucker for Hydra ZVZ, right? Like,
oh, yeah.
one for one is not a great trade there, but I'll explain it to people. I'm like, it's kind of like using Marines against mutas. You need to have a line. You need to target down one at a time.
There you go.
Except you don't have stim, so he kind of sucks.
And you're talking about Hydras versus
mutas.
I actually tried that the other day. It actually did better than I thought it would,
yeah.
But I still lost.
The biggest issue, actually, is that you just don't have map control. The muta player just gets 2 groups and they get map control because you're trying to hide behind spores and take fights with a little bit at a time. And then they're up like 4 bases and you're on 2, and you're like, well, this is not how I expected ZVZ to go.
What's on the ramp there? Okay, 3 lings. Okay, good micro from Jib.
Oh. Does it really matter? Is Zerg just that good?
Yeah, the one Marine won't be able to do anything there. But that was really good that Striker had that there, because otherwise those 3 Marines can actually almost win the game.
Yeah, just gun down the entire mineral line before you get there.
Yeah, yeah. If you lose 4 or 5 drones to something like that, Terran's really far ahead.
Okay.
I'm sure that this has happened to you before.
I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah, yeah.
All of a sudden it's like, huh, where did all my workers go?
Yeah. It's like, oh, I slipped a couple of Marines out there. Sorry, buddy. So this is starting to go well for Striker right here. Okay, Gypsy's reinforcements come up immediately. So this is, it's like you have to continually reinforce.
Yeah.
Because if you lose a big bio ball, like, it matters the level of the Zerg. Striker is so good, like, in these types of situations. But, like, for instance, you'll notice if Sulky ever kills this group, he never loses the game.
Yeah.
So, like, it's really incredibly important. And obviously, like, we make more mistakes than Sulky does.
You sure? I think I play exactly like him.
Very close, I will say, okay?
Conceptually,
just because you're putting on great tournaments, better tournaments than Sulky does. Now, but yeah, he's got to be careful about this. If he ends up losing this, a little bit sloppy there by Striker.
Free lings. Oh, no. He was doing some really good split shots there for a minute. Oh, well.
That was excellent.
I'm sorry. 4 Marines for 1 shot is the greatest thing you could ever hope for.
All right, Gypsy, I bet you has 2 Valkyries making. Can we check?
Yeah, we can absolutely.
All right, 2 starports. Look for an armory.
No armory
no
there.
Armory?
There
it is. Okay.
Yeah, Valkyries.
Yeah, I know Gyp's style pretty good. Like, that's the problem is he lost that bio ball. Like, if he had not lost that and the 2 Valkyries come out, he might be able to go kill him based on how quick the lurkers are.
Okay.
But, yeah, he's still... Yeah, see, now the lurkers are getting up here. This is... Oh, you got a burrow, bro! Oh, there you go. Okay. So this is such an uncomfortable situation.
Yeah.
This is like... They go hard with mutas, and then they bring the lurkers up, and it's really hard to deal with. Like, he can't really break that with bio.
Oh, good volley. Ooh. Oh, Striker, please. Please.
Oh, man.
Please.
That's pain.
My Zerg heart. I can't handle this. It's not safe for Zerg. And
he might try to push. I think because the thing is, Gypsy can get out through the north. He actually backs up. I don't think he had to back up. I think he could have just sat there. But, like, Striker is really good playing turtle.
Oh, no.
Oops.
Guys, if you like donations, you can donate to this stream and continue to support StarCraft. Striker is going to donate to Gypsy instead, which I think is fine, but not nearly as good.
Not as good. Not as good. I'd rather donate to this stream than to Gypsy. Although I am sorry I didn't donate to you, but I did donate to Gypsy earlier today. So yeah, I know Striker's feel.
Off the desk. Come on.
So, like, Striker now is getting his getting everything up, right? Like the Nidus and everything. Oh, he didn't have a scan. That's crazy. Dude, that saved the base. No scan.
And the thing is, Striker pulled everything back except that one lurker.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, he's got to have a scan. He did not have a scan.
He did not have a scan. That's crazy, and now that's not breakable. So Gypsy's taken a third.
Yeah.
And, okay, so what we got to, like, kind of watch out for here now from Gypsy is, does he want to go heavy dropships? Does he want to stay heavy vessel? And are we going to see him switch up into battlecruiser? That's like basically what there is for Gypsy here.
So I feel like vessels are better because obviously you're radiating down lurkers, especially as we just saw the Ultra Caverns coming up too, right?
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, I feel like dropship play is really easy to pull apart a heavy lurker player.
Yeah, like dropship will give you so many wins that feel so nice because it's so easy. It's kind of like no, I'm not going to make a Protoss joke, but you know what I was thinking.
Yeah.
But no, the like, it's not stable.
Sick, bro.
Right? Like if they catch your dropships, you're dead.
Yeah.
So.
But the amount of games I've lost because I have everything here. I got my Sun Gids and my lurkers, and I look down, and all of a sudden there's a dropship of Marine Medic in my mineral line, and I'm just like, well,
let's look at
that's cool.
Let's look at the edges of the main bases here for Striker. Look at that. See, you gonna drop in there?
No.
No,
he's already miles ahead of me.
Yeah, see, it's not perfect everywhere, but, like, he's very good at catching dropships.
It's like he's good at the game or something.
Dude, he's really good.
It's weird.
He's the best late-game Zerg player outside of Korea.
You believe that?
For ZVT, 100%.
Nice.
100%. Every Terran will agree with me. Like, as far as late game goes, he's the strongest.
Oh, that's scary then for Gypsy.
Like, yeah, no, the position he's in here, this is what we're talking about. It's unkillable. We'll see if Gypsy's able to kill it or not. But look at this. He's got the 5 lurkers like spread here. He's got, Nidus going on.
Yeah.
He's got defilers. They're spread out. He's blocking drops. He's getting upgrades. He's prepping ultras.
Yeah.
But
the ultra's got to be somewhere. Probably these eggs.
Yeah, he might just wait a minute. Like, if you stabilize right now, if you like. Because if you're, like, about to start ultras, like, let's say you just start ultras and dropships come in, you're like, oh, shit.
Ooh, there you go.
Yeah, so Gypsy is, like, he's expanding to top left, and you can see he's got some groups spread around. You got to rotate your units out. This is, like, it's so APM intensive trying to play SK Terran like this, and he did end up, he went for the mass dropship. There it is. There it is, and he is going to follow up with battlecruiser.
Okay.
So this is a good play as far as dropships go. Like, if you go 4 to 6 vessels into 4 dropships into battlecruisers, it's pretty good, but you have way less irradiates. So basically, you have to get asymmetric rewards with the dropships and or the battlecruisers, or you're going to lose.
Okay.
Because, like, in theory, if you control your vessels really well and keep them alive, you'll end up killing the Zerg, but it's, like, so hard to do.
Okay.
So now that you have way less, you have to make this work.
We go for the drop.
Dude, this is killing. Oh, my God. The Dark Storm helped him.
Yeah, the Dark Storm actually just saved Terran.
Yeah.
That feels way too Zerg, man.
Okay, gets a Dark Storm up there.
The Dark Storm's
good play.
All right. Oh, reinforcements gun down all of the Scourge. The Defilers are getting absolutely wrecked. This is not good.
Dude, Gypsy's getting so much damage. This is already very successful, I'd say.
This is what Terran Dreams are made of.
Yeah. You get this type of damage, you're like, all right, I can finish from here.
Yeah.
But Striker, like, you got to be careful, man. He knows how to come back from a bad position. Yeah. He's not dead. He's like, this feels good for Gypsy. I'd be like, if I was playing this game, I'd be like, I'm gonna win this. Yeah. But he's taken a fifth base right
Another
now
one
at 3. But yeah, Gypsy has a lot of units coming over too.
Yeah, I think the problem is the drop hasn't actually. Well, I mean, it's still going, so I can't say it hasn't, but
it's not going to kill the hatch, right?
Yeah, no, the hatch didn't die. He didn't really kill a whole lot of eco. Like, look at all the drones still high.
Yeah. He saved everything important, basically.
Yeah. Well, except this one Marine, Jim Raynor here, gunning down drone after drone.
Oh, man.
But yeah, I think this is about what you can hope for Striker, is that he doesn't actually target anything important, and you just trade out a bunch of army. Like, obviously, defilers are expensive, you know, mutas are expensive and everything. But, whoa, spores are good.
Yeah. So now we're on like an ultra defiler play, and he's about to have 5 gases. So the drops were good. Gypsy still has vessels. I guarantee you he's making 3 battle cruisers right now.
Looks.
Oh, he doesn't have 3rd add-on. Oh,
yeah.
I guess my guarantee is off. Does he have the battle cruisers?
Let's take a gander. No, not nothing here.
Yeah, this is Striker's actually going to win this. I'm sorry.
There they are.
Oh, okay. Well, that definitely does help. That definitely does help. But Striker is starting to attack some, and that's huge. Like, when they have both Ultra and Defiler, if they're attacking you, you're in bad shape.
Ooh. Yeah, we forced a lift off here because we couldn't actually get up here to save it. That's not good for Terran. This is what my dreams are made of. I don't see it very often, but this is what my dreams are made of.
Dude, right now, Gypsy has lifted up one of his bases. His battle cruisers are, like, doing a little bit.
Double plagued.
He has top left, but top left is barely mining. And, like, this could, like, if Striker just figures out it's there, like, he might just randomly send a group of wings, it's dead.
Yeah,
right?
you send up a few scouts. Oh, and I just saw the camera movement, and that's ultras.
Yep.
Never mind. Yeah, that's.
So that base is gone.
Bye.
And so it's like Gypsy is up 50 supply, so there's still play in this game. He literally has to kill 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
I don't know if he even knows it's there, but he has to kill 3.
I actually don't. I don't think he's actually seen it as a base. He's seen. He saw units rotating through, but I don't think he actually scouted it.
You're probably right.
Well, losing all the Scourge is a great way to start this for Zerg.
Yeah, he's
D-Matrix Firebat in the way back. Classic.
One of the greatest things in the game, man. D-Matrix Firebat.
Actually true, though.
Sick plague.
Oh, God.
So much pain.
You just send out the rated Ultra, just, here, go hug things.
Yeah, right-click it through Plague Marines, man. It's so painful.
I saw a clip. I was going through my channel clips the other day, and I have no idea when this game was from or anything. Eraser, by the way. But with Burrow. So, haha. You fucked. But at some point, someone had irradiated like an Overlord for whatever reason. Like, it was just got clicked onto an Overlord. And they just took the Overlord and just patrolled it across the mineral line to erase the Terran.
I love it.
And I'm like, yes, this is the kind of Zerg play we need.
Yeah, the reverse eraser.
Finally, someone figured out how to make irradiate balanced.
Yeah. So right now, like, Gypsy is holding this base technically, but if he shows up here with the Defiler, it's dead.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is really, really bad for Gypsy right now. I know he's up 40 supply, but like, Striker is going to win this game.
Yeah,
like, he is really far ahead right now.
His economy is just this right now, you know?
Yeah. Like,
Striker's still mining from the main because Zerg, you know?
yeah, this is the danger of going dropship, right? Like, you lose so much vessel build time, you can't just continually kill units. You have to get that asymmetric reward, and he didn't. Like, it did well, and honestly, I would have done that, and I would have felt like I'm ahead, and then everything fell apart, so.
Yeah.
I would have been wrong. I'd be like, oh, shit, I thought I was winning.
Like, fuck, wait, what went wrong? And you look at it, you're like, That's one of those where you hit watch replay, you skip through, and you're like, I see where it fucked up.
Oh, Zerg has 5 bases.
Yeah.
They're not supposed to have 5 bases.
This is absolutely one of those, he's going to come in here, see this, and go,
Well, battlecruisers are pretty good. He might be able to kill this base with that, but even if he kills that base,
yeah.
Well,
I mean, there's actually
I love
not
it. It's
much
like slow
here.
motion.
Slow march of death. But yeah, like, realistically, losing a 5th gas obviously sucks for Zerg. But there was 6 drones here total. Like,
not that big of a deal right this second.
Yeah, as long as the hatchery survives.
Oh, he still has the Valkyries?
What? Why are you still here?
I'm surprised. I'm surprised. Good. Cool for him.
All right, sick. All right.
Oh, man.
We're sending it across. Ooh, what was that, like 5 Scourge to kill 1 vessel? My favorite kind of trade. Ooh, another Plague Goo.
Yeah, very good Plague there. He's got Dark Storms on both sides, not able to mine. These attacks over here like are really not doing anything. He really just needs to send one Defiler over there.
Yeah.
Or
just run past the bunker into the mineral line. Just send the Lings in.
Yeah, Gypsy's in some severe trouble. Looks like we're going to get this series tied up very quickly.
Yeah. We spent 20 minutes talking about should you get the plus the 1-0 start.
Yeah.
Striker's like, yeah, it doesn't matter. Let me it's the only map you're getting.
Yeah. It's too bad. If Gypsy had a scan, he would have killed that lurker and he would have canceled the fourth and had a tempo advantage. And very much of Terran is just like playing from tempo advantages, like gaining them and then playing from them.
And then, but unfortunately, StarCraft is a game where what could have happened and what do happen, not always the same.
Oh, God. I know that better than anyone in the whole world, my man.
Man, playing Terran and learning that SCVs actually are just dumb, that was eye-opening for me. I was like, wow, all right, maybe he's onto something.
They're bad, man. They're bad.
Oh, yeah, just go hug some
I don't know about this.
Go hug some SCVs.
I think Gypsy's going to be a bit frustrated here. He did kill that base, which is cool.
BCs are down,
but 12 is being taken, and it's still these 4 bases.
And Valkyrie's like, we'll get something, right? We just patrol here. Yeah,
he must be 3-3 on the Marines or 3-2?
3-1.
Wow.
Versus 2-5?
Yeah, much better. Really what matters is attack versus carapace, which is equal, but the extra melee attack is very nice. Yeah. You know, Ultras actually have higher DPS than Marines. Even Stim Marines.
All right, so they do 20 damage a cleave, right?
Yep.
Huh. Yeah, I guess you're right.
Yeah. Terran units actually have the lowest DPS in the game.
Which is funny because a lot of people talk about the Marine being like the highest DPS unit.
I know, it's a meme. They do it to make me angry. So he's coming in with some more irradiates here. The thing is, he killed 3, so yeah.
I love this game.
He's got to right click on the sunken, man. He's not hurting anything. Dude, this is a chance for that Marine to make something happen.
Oh, nope. Guess not. Oh. It's not the way I want to go.
Such a tough game. I like that he has Restoration. That's becoming more popular now.
Is that what that sound was?
Yeah, that's the Restoration sound. Right? You don't hear that every day.
I have played this game since 2001. Mostly campaign and UMS. I don't think I've ever heard that sound.
Yeah. That's a real thing.
What
Restoration on a vessel. Quality move.
Guys, we are actually gaming in 2024.
We are gaming.
Actually,
click on a vessel. Let's see if he has vessel energy. No, he doesn't.
No,
he's not that cool. Vessel energy is gaining popularity right now, too.
Nice. What about medic energy?
Yes, it's gaining popularity. If you play SK Terran, like,
what?
The game always gets into the stage. So it's like Restoration plus medic energy are both very useful.
Yeah, because you're just deleting plagues off your important your battle cruisers and whatnot.
And energy upgrades make you pop out with more energy. It's just like
That's true.
It's just good stuff.
Yeah. So I had to get rid of them in StarCraft 2.
Yeah.
Sorry, Warp and Storms will always be my favorite thing that I lost.
Yeah. That was so broken, my God.
I mean, yes, but I mean, you were Protoss back then, so you should.
That's why I switched to Protoss actually, and then they took it away like a week later.
And then they gave us Graviton Catapult, and they're like, "This is totally balanced, right?"
No problem.
I feel like this is just slow attrition at this point.
Yeah. Gypsy is like he's trying to continually gain value with the vessels, and that's like kind of like the way to win TVZ in a way. It's just you recursively get quality damage with the vessels, but like the vessels were like he had 4, then 4 dropships, then 3 to 6 BCs. So like his starports were not making him nonstop, right?
No, it was
like he could have had like 25 vessels or something. Obviously, some of them are going to die, but yeah, it's tough, man, because it's so hard to manage that many vessels too. But you know, the fact that Striker took 12, that's why Gypsy is still having a very hard time here. If Striker didn't have 12, I'd be like, oh, Gypsy's actually grinding his way back in. I don't think he knows about 12, but I'm not sure.
I haven't seen anything go up there. The Lurkers are finally making a comeback. Still no +1. The Zergs are making me so mad. Someday Zergs will realize +1 is really useful. D-Matrix, though, absolutely useful.
But
I
think
think
the best spells.
Absolutely. What do you think is the best spell? Okay, I know what you're going to answer, but I'm going to ask anyway.
Actually, the thing is, there's so many good spells. Like Dark Swarm is unbelievable. Plague is unbelievable. Storm is unbelievable. Defense Matrix, I would say, comes after those 4.
Yeah.
Defense Matrix is unbelievably good, though. It's so strong.
Yeah.
If it was on a unit that could be masked, oh my god. Like, imagine if it was on the Goliath, man. Terran would never lose.
Oh, God. Goliath with Infinite D-Matrix. I don't want that. That sounds like my actual MMR help. There's the Plague we were looking for.
Yeah,
Gypsy's... Restore.
He's pushed so far back. I think that he doesn't have the energy anymore.
No, he doesn't, actually.
No. That's why you get the medic
irony.
energy. Yeah, they're equal supplies. Gypsy has almost no money. He's almost not mining. He's got like 1 patch left.
Yeah. With 4
and
minerals.
he sees 12, so he's going to leave in a second, I think. His BCs are the last chance.
Oh. I hate this game. Dog shit game.
Don't worry, you're not going to hate it anymore when that Spore finishes and he loses the BC.
I'll feel a little bit better about myself at that point.
Yeah.
GG's. What a banger to start us off.
Great first game.
Oh, man.
Great first game. It's,
absolutely the way to start a finals.
Yeah, that was a tough one. Really well played by Striker. It's, you know, I think that Zerg vs. Terran has become really refined lately.
Yeah.
Like in the last 6 months or so, it's become really refined. Like, people got better against the Valkyrie builds, and so we had to kind of back away from those a little bit. Mm-hmm. They still exist, but they're not like, you know, like a year ago they were used every game. But yeah, it's so refined at this point. When you go for something like the dropships, they just have to do enough damage.
Yeah.
It's otherwise, like, you don't have the tools to grind the Zerg down. And Striker is the best at showing that in the foreign scene for sure.
Yeah, it was definitely one of those like, oh, we feel like he's ahead. And then it's just like, well, he's no longer ahead, and, well, now Gypsy's dead.
Yeah. It's that was a good game, though. And we're going to go to Sylphid. Oh, very different map.
Sylphid.
This map will look way different from that. Sylphid is so aggressive. Both sides, so aggressive. You can't really play like Striker just played there.
Yeah. Once we're in game, I have to tell you a story of why this is in the map pool.
Okay.
So there's
I hope the story is, it's a great map. I love it. I'm like, me too. Yeah, it is a great map.
No, okay, so I think it's a great map. But, hitting 0 now, so I guess we'll wait a moment. All right. Go on, dude.
Here we go in the bottom left. Our Canadian Terran player. It is a Gypsy.
Bottom right, guys. We got Striker with the blue Zerg. Oh, we got Striker fans in here.
Damn.
So
1, 2, 3, Gypsy.
Terran, right, guys? Everyone just laughs.
Terran players are the best, even if they don't win.
Well, no, we still have a chance at least one winning.
Yeah.
But, so, ASL 9.
Yes.
Chose some Zerg Soma versus Light on this map, round of 4. Soma banks Queens and snares Light's army on the high ground right here and wins the game.
Damn.
Ultra links around.
Yeah,
that game,
I remember that game.
That game is specifically, 1, why I love this map, 2, why I love playing Zerg.
Dude,
that and everything
Queens
Shine has
with
ever done.
Ensnare are fancy. It's some cool shit.
Yeah.
I love seeing a good Ensnare. It feels underutilized.
Yeah.
It feels like the next unit will figure out, you know?
I hope so, because I love it. Broodling is really great when they're starting, like, Marine tank pushes have been really common, especially at my level.
Yeah.
And it's like you just get a couple of Queens out there to Broodling down the tanks, and you can actually take the engagement.
It's actually, if someone tries the tank push and you have Broodling, when that happens to me, I just chalk it up to map hack. Like, no. If I don't have that, what you got a Broodling a medic? Like, what are you doing?
Game's dog shit.
Yeah, this is a terrible game. I don't know why I played this fucking game.
No, but I will always get in snare. Almost at this point, it's part of my build. I'll just get in snare.
Nice.
Because if nothing else, like, I'm bad, so my macro doesn't matter. But if I actually am on point and I get it and I use it, it actually comes out so well.
It's not a bad way to look at it, actually. This is something I try to tell people who are improving, where it's like you don't have to follow the build order perfectly. Like, if you're trying to 5-fact, for instance, and you have a bunch of money, you can make a 6th fact. If you're trying to 6th fact in your, you can make a 7th fact. Like,
just
you can make extra shit that like a pro doesn't need. Like, absolutely, just spend your money on anything, literally anything.
Just build more macro hatches.
Anything, even queens and queen upgrades. Like, you want to get fucking medic energy early because you always have a bank. Okay, just spend it.
If you're spending your money, you'll do better than So obviously, I do a lot of CPL casting, and the number one thing I try and tell people at like tier 3, which is the lowest tier, is that a lot of these games will come down to you losing because he just made stuff and you were trying to micro, and you had 3,000 stuff in the you had 3,000 in the bank and he had 1,000 because he just built stuff and sent it across.
Are you trolling me right now? Are you, because you said like, oh, the lowest level of CPL, and you're literally describing half of my ladder games?
Yeah. Hey, as a tier 2, I'm coaching the people who beat you. You know.
Yeah.
The Protoss.
The very worst players are the ones. Exactly. Yes.
No, but it's something I've been trying to like explain to people, because a lot of people are like, oh, well, I want a micro, you know, like especially Zerg's like, I want to get my Muta micro down. It's like, work. If you spend your money and you move the mutas in, there's a reason Blizzard added counters to the mutas before anyone knew how to micro. They were just that good.
Yeah.
Like, this thing happened for a reason.
Can you imagine if Brood War wasn't around, man? No one would ever beat Zerg. The game would be dead.
Yeah, once Zerg's actually figured out how to micro, and it's like, oh, well, all right, game's over.
Yeah. No counter to that.
Yeah. No counter to skill.
No. So, do you play this map a lot?
No, I wish.
No.
It's one of those maps that if I can get it in a pool, like obviously I'm well involved in like NSL and stuff, and I'm like, hey guys, but then we don't do any standard maps in NSL, so it doesn't matter. But in the leagues that I get to have any amount of swing in, I'm always like, you know, I like these maps, which is also why Butter's in, because I know a lot of people hate Butter, but I think Butter's great.
Butter, I like to cast Butter and watch Butter, but playing it is a different story. I didn't have a good experience with Butter. I banned it in every match except for the one where I lost with it.
Wow, consistency is key, you know?
It is key.
All right, so what do we got? 2 racks of CAD?
Yeah. So he might be trying to get a move out here, which snaps the 3rd hatch if it's at a 3rd base, which is very common on this map. Or when this, actually what I should say is when this map was in the map pool, that was the meta to make your 3rd base on location. Or 3rd hatch on the location
and
of a base,
especially because you have these high ground bases that are tiny with a small ramp. It's super easy to get this down, sunken, couple of lings or a lurker to block.
Yeah.
Easy hold.
Yeah, you're not going to really break that easily. But
although, what do we get? This nice little link surround.
Oh, man.
Oh. All right, what are the odds of a keyboard flying across the room in the next 5 minutes?
This will tilt him. This is actually good play because you know, Terran players are emotionally fragile. So this was a great play. Like he just screwed up Gypsy's build hardcore.
Yeah.
You know, if you make those speedlings and they don't come out,
he's absolutely gonna get them.
Yeah, he's all right.
Okay.
With the repair, he can always pull more SCVs if he needs. But like that's a big advantage to Striker. 0 pressure now. Striker can expand very easily and just make mutas.
Yeah, I'm surprised he hasn't actually already dropped the 3rd. Instead, he's going mutas first, it seems.
Yeah, it's because he made all those extra speedlings, right? Like, he didn't really have the minerals for the hatch yet, but I think he'll make it now. Like, he should send a drone out right now and get it into position.
Come on. Do the thing.
Actually, he'll do it. He'll do it.
He's only got 4 drones in the main.
Yeah, so what you
really low.
Oh, here, I'll give you a tip for your Zerg games.
All right.
So when you're doing a Ling all-in like this, send drones from your main to your natural, because Terrans scan the natural.
Okay.
So if you see a low drone count in the natural, you know it's speedlings, and if you see a high drone count, you know it's not speedlings.
Oh, so
which is why you did that.
Transfer a bunch to the okay.
Yeah.
That's smart.
Because you don't want to waste all your scans all the time. So, like, if there's one scan, it will be to the natural if the Terran's good.
Guys, can you believe it? Artosis knows something about the game. He's kind of a smart guy.
Gosh. I should know more considering how much time I put into this shit, man.
Dude. All of my knowledge is useless either lore knowledge or like really niche knowledge, like how pathing works. Like that's something I've spent a lot of time learning.
Yeah, the pathing's fascinating, actually.
Yeah, the way it calculates. And I'm like, I was talking with the Basilisk guy, Chris Felt, and I was explaining to him, and he's like, "This is like, what? What?
Dude,
what?
This is crazy."
No, no.
No problem. No problem. Okay, what's the Mutas do in the main? Oh, shit.
Mutaling is in, though. Which I get why you're AFK, but, like, what?
Dude, he is going for the kill right now. Meanwhile, is that Marine still killing shit? This is so crazy, dude.
The Marine's got 5.
Oh, my God. If Striker doesn't win with these Mutas, he's going to lose.
Yeah, it's over.
To one Marine.
Oh, my Lord. What is happening in the...
I can't believe this.
Oh, it finally died. It died to the drone pole.
Dude.
There it is. There's our killer. What is this?
This is a clowny game we are watching right now. These guys.
This is a game of all time.
Dude, this is a symphony of errors. And, like they are. It's crazy too because they are both doing their absolute best, but like crazy stuff is happening right now.
Yeah, this is not what you expect to see in a finals in the tournament. Like it's great because it means what I've always said is that when you get games that were, by the way, bunkers down. This is not great. But what I've always said is that when you start to see these mistakes, that usually means that these guys are like right on each other's level, so they are pushing each other.
They are. And Striker looks like he's going to take this game. Those lings and the natural and him blocking on the bio.
Yeah.
The thing is, he has almost no drones at home, so he has to continue to do this damage. His drone count is wretched.
Yeah, this is
dude. If this was StarCraft 2, he would have less drones than you start with. It's crazy.
Yeah.
He's playing ZVZ right now.
Man, hey, don't knock low drone count ZVZ like that. Nah, it's true though. Oh, GG.
Crazy game.
Holy
Crazy game.
Crap. Man,
crazy game there.
I feel like I joked about at one point that like you get the +1 for the map win, and then he just doesn't matter because he gets swept anyway. Maybe I joked about this at some point, and
it can happen. Striker is strong.
Yeah, I mean this is what you want to see, right? This is what we call good StarCraft.
Yeah.
There we are.
No, this is fantastic though. Like you can see them like both completely tax their greatest.
Yeah. Oh, that made it really laggy.
Yeah, it is laggy now.
I don't like that at all.
Guys, we just moved so fast we look blurry.
All right, there we are. Oh, well, it's a little dark. Congrats. Is that our sun in? Well, I guess the sun's kind of gone down.
So now he leads 2-1. Striker leads 2-1 in this best of 7.
That's not the. I mean, I guess it is kind of what you expected with our thoughts on TVZ, but.
Okay. Neo Dark Origin.
NDO. This is loser's pick, by the way. The way they're doing it is loser's pick.
Okay.
So
that's good.
Sylphid and now NDO are Jip's pick.
Okay. Here's the big question. Does Jip go for an 8 racks?
I feel like you would at this point. Like,
if Striker opens Overpool here, I think he's in Jip's head maybe.
Yeah. It's the age-old question of when do you cheese in a best of, right?
Yeah.
And there's always the argument of like, well, there's better times to cheese. Like, how much do you have to lose, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like at this point, what you have to lose is absolutely worth cheesing.
Dude, I like you gotta mix in cheeses, right? Like a lot of people asked me after I did the BBS against Jip on Radeon. Like, what was that all about?
I'm just surprised you did it on match point. That was where I was surprised.
Well, that's where you got to actually have the balls.
That's
like,
fair.
you got to just fucking go for it. But, no, you got to, sometimes you got to do it.
Yeah. Escalade.
Makes you dangerous,
Do you need a beer?
I got one, thank you.
All right. What is your
Still working on it.
Yeah, no. When you're done with the things. All right. Top left of NDO, we got Striker. What is this? This is a warm beer. There's nothing left in the cooler? All right. Well.
Dude.
All right.
How dare you speak poorly of Estella Artosis?
All right, Striker.
I brought you that beer from my house. Of course it's warm.
It's been sitting in your bag for a day and a half.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Waiting for the finals. That's the finals beer right there.
Oh, shit. All right. Look, I had to do the Esherluf shot in Krefeld.
What is that?
It's a liquor that is specific to Germany, and it is spicy, jalapeno spicy.
Oh, okay.
Spicy. This man over there took the shot, and he's like, "Oh, this is fine. This is fucking German in the background here." I took it, and I went, "Oh, that's fine. Oh God, I can't handle spicy food." So that was a straight to the bathroom run for me.
Oh, nice, nice.
Well, I guess no 8 racks.
No, he's walling.
Standard.
Isn't that interesting? I really did not expect this, but he might be walling because he expects, right? There's a set of mind games because he likes the 8 racks a lot, so there's a lot of overpools that come out of Striker. And in fact, Striker being up right now and having a huge tempo advantage.
Yeah.
Like I was saying, like an overpool, a 9 pool might have been very nice here.
And you're on a 2-player map. It makes the most sense to do a 9 pool.
It could be.
Or an overpool. It said he's 12-11-10ing.
Yeah, if he had gone for a pool first, Gypsy would be really far ahead with this.
Yeah.
But he's not. It's just normal, so it's a normal game.
I feel like this is one of those like where you try to out-mind game your opponent, and it's one of those like if Jip had gone the 8 racks, it's just builder loss.
Yeah,
know?
He'd probably get a lot of damage with it.
Yeah.
Like sometimes you hold it fine, but like he probably would have gotten a lot of damage. So, you know, still he's going for some sort of tech build, and I'm not sure exactly what this is going to be, but he's still mining gas.
So
this is going to probably be an all-in. It might be 2-port.
So 2-port all-in? Do you think maybe mech or anything? Like heavy factory production?
More likely, this would be a starport all-in, but it could be something like starport for a vulture drop. It could be
couple of
two starport wraith. It could be a vessel rush, but that's like kind of very old. No one really does that anymore.
Yeah, I feel like that's just way too far out of the meta.
Yeah.
Although
not something I ever see Jip do. I never see him do builds like this.
Yeah. You got to admit, though, one of those, like, off-color 2008 builds, you just randomly pull it out, and everyone's like,
yeah,
I've seen that in a fucking decade.
I've beaten some S-rank Zergs with some one-base vessel rushes lately.
Really?
Yeah, they have no idea what's going on. So he's going 2-port Wraith.
Okay.
He doesn't do this very often. And one of the ways you can tell is his SCV gas mining optimization was slightly off, which is fine. But, like, because normally you pull the SCV, like one SCV off gas for a little bit more minerals. But this is such a small... He doesn't practice it much, is what I'm trying to.
It's one of those.
People.
If you were trying to really get this build down, there's a better
I can
way
tell this is not Bishop. Okay,
yeah, that's fair.
That's what I'm trying to say.
But
I don't know how good his 2-starport Wraith is, but he used to be a Zerg player, so he knows how to micro.
Yeah, that's good. Being Zerg is always a good idea. But the thing is what I hate about this build and similar builds is that you just end up supply blocking Zerg, and as a Zerg, obviously I hate when it says 23 out of 3.
Yeah.
And you're like, I fucking hate this game, bro.
Yeah, that looks anti-fun to me.
Well, I mean, the Spire's coming up, so it'll depend on micro, but you can absolutely get an Overlord for free.
Oh yeah, he'll get Overlords, he'll get drones. One of the big questions is Striker getting Burrow?
Ooh.
I don't know if he knows that Gypsy can do this, because I haven't seen it. Maybe he's done it to Striker before, but I doubt it. I feel like Gypsy right now is just kind of looking for any sort of map win.
Do you go well, I mean, I guess Overlords obviously negate Cloak pretty well, but...
Yeah, you do want to eventually go Cloak. You want your 2 first Wraiths out 100% of the time before Cloak.
Okay.
You get it after 2 Wraiths or after 4 Wraiths.
Okay. So we're going 4 Wraith here, it looks like. We're sending him straight across to try and get some damage done before the Spire comes up. Do you think it's worth more going for the drones or trying to get an Overlord to stop the mutas from coming out?
Yeah, you definitely want to do both. I think you want to kill some drones first.
Okay.
Like you want to hobble their economy and then go and supply block.
Okay. I'm tracking. Yeah, we got 6 eggs coming on up here. Another hatch. But denying the second gas is critical for Drake. This is literally how they have to build island maps nowadays because around this.
Yeah, look at how much damage he's dealt. This is an insane amount of drones. Insane.
Yeah.
Okay, he's got to get out of there.
Yeah, the mutas are going to pop. Hey, remember, if Blizzard had their way and it was still 1998, this is how you're supposed to fight mutas, with Race. Come on.
Imagine
it's on the box art, man.
Yeah, that's true. There's a lot on the box art, though, that we'll never see.
What, Scout Carrier versus fucking Bio?
It's one of every unit fighting.
Ooh.
You know what's really funny? You know where you start the game and it's like single-player, multiplayer?
Yeah.
The single-player thing where it has all the units fighting. A Wraith is fighting a Scout, but the Scout's using its ground attack. Explain that.
Man, top 10 things science cannot explain.
No, I can't explain it.
Yeah. Man, someone get the scientists in here. Basilisk was here.
So he's got 6 wraiths now. This one shot's a drone. Oh. So 6 is like a very important number. I'm surprised that he like skipped cloak. He's just like going pure wraith, but it looks like it's gonna work.
He's absolutely crushing it here. He hasn't lost a wraith yet. He's killed what, 4? Oh, this is a shot. There we are. All right, there we are. Now
this is too much micro. This is where just right clicking is fine.
Yeah.
So he's gonna just end up taking this with 2-port wraith, man. Crazy.
Yeah, it's over.
Well, he has burrow, right? So he has a bunch of burrow drones there. He's gonna continue to try.
Yeah, but I mean, if you burrow all your drones, you're not making money.
That's true.
GG.
2-2.
Yeah.
Tied up.
We got a fight on our hands. That's all I really wanted, was just a good fight, you know?
Yeah, yeah. Well, I'm happy that he took that game because that's like if he loses that game, I think it just ends in the next game. But now that it's tied, it's like, okay, this is
get
really
a little bit momentum back,
right? Yeah, you need to get that combo breaker on your losses.
Yeah. I feel like a lot of people who have never played a series don't understand how bad momentum can be for you.
Yeah.
Like, it's just one of those things that...
If you lose 2 in a row, you're like, I'm so bad. Oh, fuck.
Yeah, and it just compounds. It's not just, you know, a little bit worse, a little bit worse. It full on just, like, ruins your day. Nantek, could you just plug this in over there real quick? Can you plug this into my charger over there? Thank you. Hey, how you doing? Saito, she does art for the StarCraft 2 scene mostly.
Nice.
Awesome person. Glad to have you here. Welcome. Cheers. Man, literally everyone has shown up.
Yeah.
It's one of those, on paper you can look and see, you know, 20, 30 tickets sold. And then you actually see it's like, oh wow, it's like all the people that I love talking to on Discord and online and stuff.
Yeah.
And obviously all of you people actually online.
And I bet people snuck in without buying things too.
Nah. 1 or 2. I know I let a couple people in right here at the end. It's like, I could charge you a full weekend ticket for the finals. Could. But, like, all right.
I think it's time.
I think it is.
Getting a game, well, 4 or 5, depending on how you want to look at it.
Yeah. Math is hard.
Yeah. Radeon coming up next.
Radeon, let's go.
Gypsy with some more momentum on his side.
Yeah, there's a chance.
That was the greatest cheer I've ever heard right there.
Absolute 10 out of 10. These guys are killing it back there. Man, it really just feels like ASL, man.
Yeah, yeah. In the top right, we have our blue Terran player. It is Gypsy.
And in the bottom left. So it's a Zerg crowd. Got it.
Yes.
They figured it out.
It's definitely a Zerg crowd.
They absolutely figured it out for Striker, guys.
Yeah.
We got Striker here, bottom left. Cross spawn. Who goes next is first?
Oof. Oof. That's when suddenly we look in the top left and oh shit,
wait,
Semi is in the finals.
That would be the ultimate twist.
Yeah. 1 versus 2's a man. You watch.
It's like every free for all. It's just, you know, everyone gangs up on somebody.
Yeah, team up.
A Gypsy's out, and it's just like, oh, okay, we got another 20 minutes of 1v1.
So, yeah, Gypsy. Oh, is this Arax? I believe it is.
Yeah, actually.
Yeah, Arax, all right.
Sick.
Yeah, not surprised to see it. He really likes Arax. But are we going to see pool first? Overlord?
No.
Spawning pool? No?
It's going to absolutely be probably an 11 hatch.
Now, that being said, it is cross-spawn, so the Arax is not nearly as effective.
Yeah. You lose a... Where are you going, drone? Don't stop at the gas. Okay, yeah, it's going to be a 12
Yeah, he
hatch.
moves his drones around a lot by clicking on gases, actually.
Okay, that's interesting.
That's how he pulls them out of the mineral line.
Because technically it's not supposed to be able to mineral walk if you don't have an extractor there, but somehow it just kind of does.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, I don't know what it's supposed to do, but it definitely does mineral walk on the extractor.
It's one of those things that someone told me, they're like, oh, yeah, it actually can't because of this. I'm like, but it does.
It does. It absolutely does.
Like, I don't know how to explain it, but it's Brood War. It just does. Man, the cross-spawn scouting.
Yeah, he's scouting the 2 close spots. Starting to rally out his Marines here as well.
Yeah, I mean, let's see. By the time you get across the map, the hatcher, the pool will be just about done. So
Striker's going to know what's happening because his Overlord is spotting the second SCV. So as soon as you see 2 SCVs, you know this is an 8 racks.
Makes
Like,
sense.
it could be a BBS, but it's probably an 8 racks.
Yeah. I mean, Jip doesn't strike me as the BBS kind of guy. Yeah, we've already got
Yeah,
drones pulled
yeah.
here. He's ready to deny the bunker.
3 drones is super low. Normally, you're pulling closer to 7.
I think I was talking with Hawk about it.
Yeah.
Thank you, someone. I heard it. Thank you for the donation. But I was talking with Hawk about it, and what he's always said is that it's more important to actually go after the Marines than the bunker.
Yes.
And that was something like, you always think like, oh, if you can deny the bunker going up, it's fine. But if actually you want to just push the Marines back, 2 drones go down, bunker is going to go up though.
Okay, so he kills Anna's CV. He's definitely got some lings being made. He doesn't want to lose another drone here. 2 is okay, but 3? 4?
Oh, not quite.
And now, he has that bunker. I think you just leave that bunker and you expand.
Yeah, bunkers are in fact invincible.
Invincible?
100%.
Semi killed my bunker.
Yeah, I don't. Protoss, man. Protoss can do whatever they want.
Oh, that's true.
But when you have Zerglings and drones, bunkers are invincible.
Yeah, pretty much.
I've sent like 20 lings into a bunker and just watched them all die. And you're just like, oh, this is a fucking great game.
Yeah, this is very annoying for Stryker, but like, yeah, he will eventually break it.
Yeah. You just need to build up, you know, actually, maybe you can catch the Marines out of the bunker. But for now, the nice thing here is that the bunker is so far back. Like, normally, like, if you get a bunker, like, here,
oh, yeah,
you just hate life.
Well, the thing is, when it's that far up, it's really hard to get it up because of the drones, right?
Yeah.
That's why you build it further back, because, like, then the drones are so far away from home, they have to retreat sometimes.
But also, this actually is just doing nothing to Stryker. Like, you get you get the run out and you try and pull him back in, but he hasn't killed, like, he's killed maybe a Zergling with this. Oh, he's going to go for the surround. Jip's just going to let it fall, it seems. Or the SP's doing.
I don't think there was, like, too much of an option here. But he forced, like, a lot of lings that should have been drones. And don't forget, he killed 3 drones. So
yeah,
Gypsy definitely is ahead.
Yeah.
He's ahead here.
Command center coming on up here. We're getting our eBay, so we're going to go for that +1 4 racks probably.
For sure. He loves that follow-up to 8 racks, too.
Nice. Gypsy.
And you can actually go 5 barracks with this one.
Because consistency.
Yeah. Because you slowed the layer quite a bit with this.
Yeah.
You can go ahead and make 5 racks if you want and kind of go all in with the build.
Oh, interesting.
So we might see him do that as opposed to 4.
All right. Just going to bank up some Marines here. The Lings, you know, out in the map, but not threatening anything. They're just kind of chilling here looking for any sort of move out. You're not going to get a whole lot with that. +1 starts blinking. So what are your thoughts on the fact that only some buildings blink when they're in use?
Dude. It's like you're trolling me. It's
okay, maybe
it's so stupid. It's so stupid. Terran is the only race they finished. It's the only race with concussive damage. It's the only race where every building shows you what it's doing.
Yeah.
Crazy.
And then they were like, oh, wait, we need a 3rd race. Zerg. It's fine.
Should we show anything's upgrading? No.
Nah. This pool, it's just doing pool things. You know, that's all you need to know.
Always. Always the same.
That is one of those things that I love. For as great of a game as Brood War is, sometimes you forget it's just like a pile of, like, whoops.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. It's a beautiful accident, but also a disgusting accident.
Yeah, and you're like, this
It's the
thing
most
is really
frustrating, perfectly frustrating game there's ever been.
Yeah, and it doesn't get any better than that.
Yeah.
well, you know, when you start esports with it, I guess it was a good game on some level.
Yeah. Well, we're all here, aren't we?
Fuck yeah, it's true. So we're going to have 4 hatch here, getting the 3rd and the in-base hatchery at the same time, roughly.
Yeah, so it looks like I think that this is probably a good plan from Stryker if he just stays mutiling for a long time. If he can crush 1 army, he should be feeling good.
Yeah, well, the 4 racks +1, you know, it's going to have to take some careful swipes with that, the mutas.
And, you know, if he gets that bottom right base up and everything, if he's able to take this game, it's going to be really hard for Gypsy to come back. Because this one, like, Gypsy is definitely feeling ahead. He's feeling really confident about this position, no doubt.
This is one of those where he feels really good, and if you lose it, you're going to feel really bad.
Yeah.
Like,
when you open that well with Terran, you're like, okay. You got to – if you don't close those out, you're not going to win tournaments.
This is one of those, if you lose it, you just walk away from the keyboard for a minute.
Yeah, and he does.
I'm actually surprised we haven't gotten a break yet this series. Like, any substantial, like, hey, I need to go.
Yeah, yeah.
Guys are just gaming.
Yeah. Well, you wanna keep it going.
Yeah, I get that. Well, they're going to go in for the run-in.
Look at this. Oh, he's going to try to maybe target down some of these missile turrets.
But unfortunately, Marines popped at the right time to actually get killed, I guess.
Yeah, it's still pretty good for the... Still pretty good with those, right?
Yeah.
Like, you kill a couple Marines, a little bit of damage.
You confirm what you know.
You force everything back, too. It's not bad.
Yeah.
You got to slow him down right now, right? Like, Stryker is just slightly behind, so he just wants to get some drones up, get those mutas out, keep this ball back as long as possible.
Yeah. And, I mean, Stryker's just absolute goat of these split shots, as we've seen so far this weekend. Yeah, going your Hydra Den. Pretty standard Zerg. No crazy Zergs, unfortunately. We're not going to have anything.
Yeah, Stryker doesn't really like crazy Zerg. Not many of the NA guys really like it that much.
But it's so good.
It is so good. They're stupid. I agree.
And just all of a sudden, a bunch of Ultras show up.
Yeah.
That's when I win most of my games. Is, you send some Ling Ultra here, and they react, and you just send Ling Ultra over there, and they're like, oh, well.
That's my ZBT build for sure. So he's, he's whittling this down a little bit. I'm surprised he hasn't gone around behind this. It's really good to put the mutas in between the rally and the bio ball sometimes.
Yeah, you pick off single Marines, medic here, If
he tries to bring everything back.
Cool. Hello. We are bleeding out quite a few mutas without actually getting any damage done, though. Last few engages.
Yeah, it seems like Gypsy's doing a little bit better here in the center.
Yeah. Not sponsored. Oh, wow, look at that.
Huh? What's that say?
Ah, interesting. Good question. All right.
Now, Jip back at home. Is he making an armory? I don't believe he is. I think he's going to go science facility here and just go vessels, which is actually, I think, the right choice. I don't like some of these Valkyrie builds. Everyone's so good against them now.
Yeah.
Feels like you get 2 Valks out, it doesn't do anything. It pushes mutas back, and then you're just...
Yeah, then Scourge show up and
you don't have any irradiates. You don't have defense matrix, right?
Oh, this is huge. 2 Overlords for free.
That's nice.
I don't like that. I'm sure Gypsy likes it though.
Oh, I would have let those attack right there.
Yeah, I mean,
if you can pick off a Hydra, that's one less lurker there.
Yeah, and I mean the Marines are absolutely going to win that fight. I think against just 2 of them.
So Gypsy is maybe going too far here. This is not going to work, I don't think, right? No. Like, there's enough mutas here. Oh, there you go. He has reinforcements coming down, so that's pretty good. But if all these lurkers finish at the same time, he's going to be completely fine.
Just one Marine just standing by, like, I'm just here to watch.
Damn, this is actually doing way more than I thought it would. The lurkers must have just started as we got there.
Oh, man, the entire mineral line just gunned down.
The longest morph on lurkers ever.
Oh, we scan. Oh, he gets 1 spine off.
Oh, my God.
This is it. That's it, I think.
That was a lot of damage.
Was nuts.
That was a lot of damage.
The fact that Stryker's still in this game is just testament that he's good at the game. But, like, absolutely after a moment like that,
he was close to death there. That was was bad.
Jeez.
But he's got enough lurkers to stay alive for now.
No.
Right? So
now begins the grind, right?
This is the grind time.
Yeah. You can beat your opponent, but can you kill him?
Same thing, right?
Not always.
No, definitely not always. So we got to wait and see. Like, is he going to try to go dropship? Is he going to just irradiate pressure? Honestly, like, the type of position he has, if he just plays a very solid macro game with pure irradiate, I think that turns into a victory. Whereas if he tries for dropship, if that gets shut down pretty hard, that gives Stryker a way back in.
Yeah.
But it's a lot easier to win that way, too.
Yeah, the lotto ships, man.
Yeah.
Take those dice and just see what you get.
That's the tough thing.
Although we have one hell of a supply block here. Going from supply block to supply block for Jip. the average Terran experience, though,
what
I've heard.
Yeah, he doesn't get supply blocked as much. That's why he's one of the best. So, maybe a little bit stressed right now. This is one way to get unsupply blocked, by the way.
Yeah. You know what's even better is when you actually don't
He's, I mean, there's more bio coming, so hopefully Stryker, like, he has a Nidus, so maybe that'll finish up and he can send more over. He doesn't have a lot, man.
No.
He does not have a lot.
One lurker morphing, whatever's in these eggs, probably lings because it's panicking. You have that panic ling.
Yeah, yeah. Which are not going to help that much.
No, panic lings are the worst. And look how many there are.
Oh, this is getting bad. This is getting bad.
Irradiated. Oh, no. So now you just wait, 10 seconds for that to be dead, and then, yeah, these are lings. Oh, and a Hydra. Neat.
So only one lurker here. Like, you can easily break that, obviously. But now a lot of lings. Okay, second lurker. Okay,
yeah,
he's gonna hold.
Dangerous.
He's gonna hold.
Yeah, I feel like there was absolutely that moment where Jip could have pushed in, but if he pushes in and commits on that, and then everything pops out of the Nidus, I get where you don't want to commit to that. Third base is up, so got that going for him. Getting that saturated.
Yeah, adding a bit more.
Yeah, SCVs.
Dude.
Love this game.
This actually happens a lot with this type of base setup.
Oh, he pushes in. Does not look like he can win against those lings.
The pressure here is good by Jip, but he's going to end up losing this, I think. But he's getting very good irradiates.
Yeah. Keeping the lurker ball basically at 0. I mean, losing these medics is going to suck the most, though.
If you're continually irradiating lurkers, they have to make more lurkers. You can't just switch into something else.
No, you need them to hold on for a bit.
Yeah.
Oh, here comes a bunch of fire bats. Those are useful.
What upgrades do we have?
Let's see. We got 1-1 here for.
Okay. 0-0. Oof.
Yeah, Hive. Do we have
Hopefully 1-1's almost done. Dude, I can't believe he goes Ultra Scavenger already. Like,
yeah, that's kind of nuts.
I think that's just his build order, like a time he makes it. But like normally he has a 4th up in mining when he makes that.
Yeah, you should.
Because you can't afford Ultra here. 100% you can't.
No, you can't afford mutas, lurkers, and ultras.
Yeah.
And defilers.
It's
so
you
much gas.
You need the 4th gas to really be able to get into that. So, yeah, maybe he's just preparing the upgrades.
Man, it's nuts. Man. Thank you guys for all the support. We're here in the Bings. It's awesome.
You guys are great. Appreciate it. Make sure you follow the channel as well. It's important.
Yes. It really, I hate how important it is. Like, especially nowadays where YouTube runs on shorts and not like any metrics. But
oh yeah.
But still, if you don't have a certain amount of subscribers, you can't get monetized. You can't get certain things from Google because they care. It's still built on subscriber count.
Hit them follows, guys. So Gypsy is like, this irradiate pressure is really, really good. If you're ahead, like this is the most sure way to win. Where it almost doesn't matter how good your opponent is, right? Like it becomes a math problem where you're hitting so many irradiates. It's just so hard for them to do anything. And then the extra fire bats.
And that's a kill.
Dude, he might GG. He might GG.
The fact that he's still in is a testament to his mental strength.
Yeah. Once defilers are out, like defilers just kind of got out, but like the magic number, Zerg is still invincible at 70 supply. When they drop below 70, that's when you know they're about to leave.
What a plague. That poor Marine and factory.
Hey, got to work it down. That's how the win condition, kill all the buildings.
True. One building at a time, plague them down. I don't think that's what Blizzard was thinking, but...
Actually, I bet you they were. When I was a noob, I was like, yeah, you drop the defilers in the base, and then you plague their buildings.
Fuck, actually. That is such
I was pretty sure that was how you use those.
That's such an early 2000s. Like, fuck. You know,
yeah.
Shit, that's actually...
I was a great newbie.
I know what I'm doing in my next ladder game.
Dude, yeah. In what I used to do here, I'll give you this extra level of the strategy. You burrow it after the plague, and when it gets plague energy again, you unburrow it.
And you plague again because it takes 2 plagues to get them burning.
Yep.
What? All right. I'm sorry whatever turn I run into on the ladder because you're about to get bullied.
Ooh, a plague on those vessels would be so juicy.
Oh, there's so many. They're so clumped up.
Dude, the irradiate counts are getting out of control right now.
Yeah.
He has so many irradiates going off.
It's at this point. Well, there it is. There's the second irradiate. Plague on the
A few more.
We're getting there. It'll burn down
4
eventually.
irradiates, and that thing is going to be nothing.
Yeah. There's a pile of
or
rubble.
4 plagues.
Yeah, radiate my building, please. And I feel like it's just, all right, next army, rally it down, crush. We're building sunken in the back line, waiting for the ramp.
That's rough. I think he knows that it's very likely this gets broken, but he wants to try to keep going.
Yeah.
So, like, maybe the final line of defense will be up there.
He's maybe hoping that he can deny another base, but we're building it on the ramp to have a bit of a wall here and everything.
Dude, Gypsy up right now, 80 supply. That is a big, big number.
Yeah, that's enough to say we're...
Ooh.
All right, good
That's a
job,
good
Crack
moment. That's a good moment right there. Stop in the fourth?
Yeah, that's beautiful. But, I mean, the Lynx won't be able to do much else. He just drops it over as natural. Yeah,
slows it quite a bit. Like, it, you know, in 10 minutes, we might be talking about how that was a critical moment.
True. Oh, there's the big battle cruiser and a dropship. We look away for his base for a minute, and all of a sudden he's got all the tech.
Yeah, this is getting super rough. Throws down that the Dark Swarm. Throws a few lurkers under there. The battle cruiser's just powering through everything. The battle cruisers were a great choice here. Just he's so taxed on everything.
Yeah, I mean, look at his bank, right? 1,300, 300. That just shows how little gas he's had when you're trying to do all of this on 3 base.
Yeah.
It's just impossible.
Look, he's not even mining gas here, unfortunately.
Yeah.
The bio going to run into the natural again. Does he have... Ooh, can he throw it? Ah, great targeting there by Chip.
Yeah.
Oh, gets the hatchery. Little counterattack.
Nah.
We're very close to the GG. See the 74? 70?
Yep.
Oh, and he leaves.
GG. GG.
All right. Gypsy is up 3-2.
Man.
3-2.
Yeah, and they said I was crazy for thinking best of 7.
Best of 7's great, man. This is epic.
Man, this is nuts how well it's going.
Yeah, must win right now for Striker.
It's kind of, I think it's gotten a little dark out. Beautiful.
Nighttime, damn.
Yeah. I mean, what time is it?
Long day.
It's 9 o'clock.
Oh, wow.
Sheesh. God. But you know what? It doesn't feel that long. It doesn't feel like it's been this long,
No.
you know?
The time flies. Time flies.
Yeah, all of a sudden that's what we were talking about. Like, oh, it's going to be late when we get out. I was like, will it? Oh, shit.
Yeah. Oh, man.
It's fine.
Wish it could last forever.
You going out to the bars tonight?
Oh, maybe. Maybe. Yeah, for a little bit.
Yeah.
A little bit. Hang out with everyone.
Sick. Oh,
a little bit worn down.
Uh,
when I leave early, you're going to have to blame Semi for that one.
Didn't they just play on radio?
No. Yeah, they played Radeon. This is
Oh.
Wait, what? It says Radeon, but it's Citadel. It is Citadel, though.
Yeah. That's weird as hell. No.
Oh.
Yeah. I'll just let him remake real quick.
Okay.
Just in case there was actually an issue with that.
Oh, there you go. Now it's
Weird.
the Citadel. That's weird, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, this is what, the second weird error we've seen? Like,
yeah.
Niantic couldn't sign in with a capital N because like it was given that error.
That's
so
what
that was yesterday,
It was
the way.
capital N?
Yeah, you can't start with a capital N.
Is that because he's on a Mac?
I want to say it was a Windows thing, but he is on a Mac, so, you know.
Yeah,
like,
it's definitely not a Windows thing.
Man, I've seen so many dumb Windows things that Brood War revolves around.
Yeah.
Like file paths are too long because Windows changed it and
Oh,
Blizzard
yeah.
never did.
Yeah,
and I'm
yeah.
like, why don't I see these replays?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Here we go.
Crowd favorite. Bottom left. It's Striker.
And in the top right, it's Gypsy. A lot of Gypsy fans out
Yeah,
there.
absolutely. Everyone loves the Terrans, man.
Yeah. Me and the few other depressed individuals here rooting on our Terran boy.
You, Havier, Rice Hat.
Yeah. Do for us what we can't do for ourselves, Gypsy.
Win a
Win
game.
this tournament.
Gypsy fighting, absolutely. Are we gonna get another 8 racks here? He's feeling it, man.
Yeah, not too surprised. Now, if this is pool first, because it's cross spawn, sometimes you catch the Marines on their way over.
Yeah, you send the Lings across. Yeah.
Yep. And that can go very well for you. Like, they have to be able to, if they don't spot it with the SCVs first and the Lings find the Marines.
That's a bad time for Terran.
Yeah, you can lose the game.
It's going to be another 12, 11, 10, it looks like.
I think you're right.
Yeah. Oh, man, there's how many drones? What do you think? Well, last game was
after
3.
this?
Well, how many he's going to lose? Sorry.
Oh, yeah, no, just 2.
Just 2?
Yeah, he'll defend it well. He's warmed up against it now.
Fair. Yeah. Back-to-back victories not going to happen off the 8 racks.
No. Well, I mean, he might win the game, but hopefully Striker does brings us to a Game 7. That'd be sick.
That would be sick. If we go all the way to Game 7, man, I'm down for it. We'll be here half asleep, like, oh, man, haven't eaten yet. That reminds me. Someone make sure Escalade finds us a place to eat afterwards, please. Fuck.
All right.
Last time we went to a bar and they had no food. And we're like, well, like, I want a beer.
Beer's liquid bread, man. All good.
True. But sometimes I also want bread.
Yeah, yeah.
You know?
Dry beer, you mean?
Yeah, I know, right?
Oh, okay.
Poorly made beer. All right, yeah, we've seen the SCVs. We got the drones here. Once again,
yeah, 5 drone start. He did bring 7 last time eventually, so he probably has more on the way. Got to bring that one back. All right, here's one more, so 6.
There it is. He's coming.
Yeah.
Jip playing on the high ground, you know?
Yeah, he wants to punish if he starts to come up. That's just outside of Overlord vision, so.
And I mean,
drones pop up, see it. He shouldn't engage here, I don't think. I think you make him walk all the way over. Because he doesn't have a bunker started, there's not as much pressure on Striker to attack.
Makes sense. And unlike SCVs, drones are ranged.
Yeah. They can kind of fight okay, but Marine SCV kills drones pretty fast. So there's one. There's one. But this is almost over. So, like, this is, it looks to me like this is advantage Striker for sure.
Yeah, only one drone goes down. The Lings are out here. They could, if they wanted to, group them up, try and run down the Marines, you know?
Now, if Striker gets 3 on gas right now and kind of recovers a good layer timing. Okay, yeah, he's making his gas. The Gypsy just started his command center. It looks like he wants to go eBay.
Yeah.
Wait, did he start a 3rd depot? Giga supply block. Artosis level supply block here.
26 out of 26, baby.
For days.
Man, supply
I want to walk over there and shake my head next to him. He's going to know why I'm there.
Oh, they're in the trees. He actually went for a fair bit of Marines here. He's still putting on the pressure. You know?
I like it. I like it. Try to force your opponent to make less drones because you're feeling a bit behind.
You just force out continuous links, and you can try and pick off 1 or 2, so that way he has to make another set or 2.
Yeah, he'll actually go home now because the way that Striker was maneuvering those Lings, he knows more Lings are being made. Like the way he went behind them.
Yeah.
Because that means that they're going to bring up more and try to sandwich you, so he's like, nah, screw this, we're going home.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the damage right there. There's no drones, extra Lings.
Yeah. It's good stuff.
Yeah. Now back to the CC's about finished. The depot does finish eventually. You get +1 in Academy. This is actually a quicker Academy than he's had the last games where he's done this.
Oh, is it? Okay. No, that's good. It's like you're never 100% sure of the timing of everything with this.
You know, it's a 1-Rax Acad. That's why. 1-Rax eBay
Acad.
Yeah.
Good build. This is the way that you should generally do that. Because if you don't, it's like your scan is so late that you might get caught off guard with something.
Yeah. 2 base lurkers.
If they happen to do that, yeah, you'll die if you go 2 racks before a CAD. So most people go the 1-Rax CAD.
All right. Looks like he's going to be 3 hatch, 2 base, going probably mutas. We're not lucky enough to see another lurker game.
This looks good right now for Striker. I like his position completely. Like, everything about it's really, really good. You know, I feel like we're going to see him take that 3rd before the mutas are done. Yeah, see the drones going out. Will it be in the bottom right, or is he going to just take 6?
I feel like
probably bottom right. Based on
bottom right,
the way the drone is arcing up.
It's, I don't know. Obviously, taking another main super good. But I've seen a lot of people talk about taking a natural instead because you can get better sunken
Striker
coverage.
does that a lot. Yeah, you can't defend a main with sunks.
Yeah.
But the lurkers defend it really well.
Okay.
Naturals are more bustable, but you have to make sunkens there generally.
Makes sense.
But the natural can be a little bit scarier in some ways because if they live through bust timings, 4th base is instant.
Yeah.
You know? Whereas if they're up the ramp, you can slow that down.
Okay. Makes sense. All right. What do we got going on here? Oh, there's 5 racks.
Oh, he is going 5 racks this game.
5 racks stim +1.
Yeah, he wants to finish the tournament.
Yeah.
This is when you go 5 racks plus 1. That's like serious. Like you can't. It's hard to afford your factory.
We are here to win.
Yeah. No. This is him saying, "I don't want Game 7. Let's go."
Mister, I'm tired. I want to go eat.
I don't think he's going to go after the 3rd. I think he's going to go for a kill with this.
He's straight into the nat?
Yeah. He's going to like just try to not get supply blocked at all from here and just send.
All right, well.
You need your +1, you need your range, and then you go.
Well, there's +1, still blinking. Presumably, at this point, range should be blinking. Yeah.
Yeah, he has range going and +1 going.
I don't know the exact range timing, so. But I'm like, about that.
So, Hydralisk Den is already coming up, so it's pretty quick lurker he's going for. If he gets lurkers up and doesn't get busted, he will be ahead.
Yeah.
Like, he will be in a very good spot.
Jip basically needs to get either massive amount of damage or win with this. Otherwise, he's just having a bad day.
Yeah. And you never go home with this bio ball. You're on
Never.
5 racks, you never go home here.
You just let reinforcements build up at home, basically?
Yeah, and then you'll bring them out all at once.
Okay. Oh.
Jip can't turn around. He has to go.
Yep, he's sending it.
Okay, SCV's come out to fight. All the turrets are going to go down, and he's going to get on top of the barracks. So this is suddenly looking pretty good for Striker, but Gypsy might kill him with the counterattack.
Yeah. Ooh.
Oh, he's not going to. He's not. Dude.
You got to send it, though, before they're done.
Yeah, no, he's going to stim in there before they're done. Like, Gypsy's going to win it, I think.
Yeah. Come on, stim to win, stim to win. First sunken finishes. Oh, no, the sunkens are finishing.
Coming.
Lings coming.
4 sunks?
Oh, no.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
No.
Oh, my God.
No. No.
Oh, he's just barely going to break him, I think. Oh, my God. This is so close.
What?
But Gypsy,
Production kind of in shambles.
And he's just making any turrets he can right now. Oh, he's getting every drone.
Oh, no. He's going to get the Hydra Den next.
Dude, this is
aspect.
so painful for Striker. He was seconds off of holding this.
No. I think
it was a good call from Gypsy, man. You got to play
that instinct,
decisive.
Man. Sometimes making a decision is the most important thing you can do in this game. Yep.
Yeah, the muta's coming in. He lost his natural. He lost a lot of drones in here as well. He did deal damage to Gypsy, but not the type of damage he took.
No, like, at this point, like, the Sunkens obviously cost money. You don't have Larva anymore. It's just, you don't have enough DPS to kill medics that are circle jerking.
Rough.
Man.
Like, the only possibility here is pure Muta. If Striker stays in the game, it should be just Mutaling.
Yeah, but I mean,
I don't think he can do it with that, man.
Yeah, no, look at the bio ball.
Yeah.
We're getting our machine shop.
This is just crossing his T's and dotting his I's. The only thing that can stop him is Lurker.
Okay, that makes sense. Oh! Yeah, it's not great for Striker. I bet at this point Striker's wishing he had argued that he couldn't get the +1. GG!
And that's it. We have our champion.
We've done it, folks. Gypsy takes it in an incredible series.
Damn. What a game.
GG.
What a series.
Do you want to do the interview?
You can do the interview. It's your tournament, man.
Fair.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Yep. Do you want to make sure you send him on up here? All right, guys. I can't believe it. That was incredible. Can I just turn my flashlight on and get any amount of light in here? No. The answer is no. Sick. So you're going to get a dark interview. What you're going to get. Oh, where's Gypsy? Someone send Gypsy over here. Gypsy. All right, he's coming, folks. He is coming. Our winner. Our official champion. This is why he fought for the 1-0 start. First of all, how you feeling? Congrats.
I can't believe it. Honestly, I was really not confident at all.
TVZ impossible?
I mean, my TVZ just hasn't been that great, and Striker just, honestly, when he plays standard, when he just plays solid, he feels like impossible to beat. So I just...
Damn. Well, first of all, congratulations. Unfortunately, we don't have a whole lot of lighting for the camera, but you guys have seen the trophy. Here you go.
Oh my God, that's so awesome.
It is now. You get to put it up in your background.
Thank you. Well, I had another trophy from the second place of the New York LAN that I lost to Jaeyoon, and I was really mad about that. So
this one's number one.
Yeah, this one's
one
number
trophy
one.
for the winner.
Thank you.
Congrats.
That's so kind of you. Thank you.
So how'd you? Obviously, that was started out not quite in your favor.
Yeah.
So what was your thought like the first couple of games where it's?
I just felt not confident. I don't even remember now, man. It's like I can't. What was the first map?
First map.
Retro. He completely crushed me. What was the second map?
Second map after Retro was Sylphid.
Sylphid. He completely crushed me.
Yeah. And then you did 2-port on NDO.
Which I barely practiced. So I wasn't feeling too good about it, but I did play one ladder game where it felt good. So I was like, I'm already getting slammed. I might as well try something different.
And I mean, it worked.
It worked. Yeah, I got really lucky. I think maybe he wasn't expecting it. I know, he watches me stream sometimes, and
Artosis was saying that I don't think he's never seen you do that build. He doesn't think. So
yeah, well,
it absolutely caught him off guard.
I think so. I don't think he was ready for it. It just seemed like I had too many. Like I had more race than he had Mutalisk, so you just take the fights there and you win. So
that was perfect.
Yeah, I think that and honestly, I was thinking about doing that the first series we played. I picked NDO and I told myself like. Honestly, the mind games going into this game was kind of insane because I feel like I always 8-racks him, and I always tell him I'm going to 8-racks him, and then I was also like 8-racksing every other Zerg in front of him in this event.
And then you 8-racked him after you 2-ported him?
Well, yeah, because at that point I'm like, dude, this guy's just 12-hatching every game. And then I 8-racks every game, and most of the time he's getting cross-spawn, which Radion he got cross-spawn.
Fucking cross-spawn hatch first.
And it's really bad for 8-racks. Like you saw, he held both times. I think
you got 3 drones the first.
Yes, actually, on Radion was good.
Radion was okay.
Yeah,
but absolutely that last game was.
I was so far behind, and I don't know. I mean, I think Striker sometimes like it's so weird. He just mixes it like when he plays in tournaments and stuff. He mixes it up really well. Like I wasn't expecting Sylphid. He did the same thing against me in the first series we played, where he just flooded Lings, waited for my 2-racks. But I never moved out, so that was like the freest win for me the first time around. And like second time around, he's not going to do it, and he does it again.
He wouldn't do this to you again,
he did,
right?
But he did, and that's so un-Striker-like because usually he's so stable and everything. But I think sometimes I don't know. Then that game on Citadel, he tried playing just like Cross does. Cross does that to me so many times. But I think my tempo is just too fast. I saw his Hydra Den. I was already moving across the map, and that was close. I mean, maybe if he had a second, like another sunk, and the game's over.
It was one of those where it was just if you hit like 2 seconds later, the sunks are done as you push in, and it's over. So but you were able to pick them off as they were finishing, basically.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, right now, I really feel for Striker. I feel like he feels probably how I felt in the last LAN we went to, which was at New York. I really felt like I was, I mean, at the time I was playing a lot, and I really felt like, you know, I have to win this.
Yeah.
And honestly, Striker, I feel like he was definitely the best player at this event, and well,
I guess not.
This time. I definitely got lucky, I think, but he'll probably get me next time. But he played really well.
As you heard earlier, this is going to be a year-long circuit coming up starting this fall.
Yeah, you're crazy.
Yes. I mean, yes, I'm not going to deny that at all.
Yeah.
The voices said this was a good idea.
I wish you all the best, man. I really do, because it's hard. It's hard, I think. It's going to be a lot of work, but there's a lot of people that will appreciate it, and I think especially, you know, guys, Air was talking to myself and Striker before the just trying to figure out like what the format should be like, and he was taking our feedback like to heart. And I think honestly, I'll say this, like as far as tournament organizers go, I think on the one hand you need to have like your own vision and you do what you want to do, but on the other hand I think it's really especially if you're talking about the NA guys, like we're really here, we really want to help with making the best events. And we've had tournament organizers before that just come in, they do their thing, they don't really talk to us. And I think these events would be absolutely amazing. I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to playing in them. And
Do you think you'll be able to make it to Chicago in a couple months?
Well, I guess I'll play. I was going to see. This was like my barometer to see how I feel about your. Honestly, you've done great organizing. I have to shout, and I don't say this lightly, but I really think you handled everything this week really well. I think the format was good. I think you picked decent maps. I think they were good maps. I really have no complaints, honestly.
Something I didn't announce to the group as well, but I'd said on stream, so you probably didn't hear it, is that for the CSL Pro, it's all going to be point-based and not ladder-based.
Okay. That's a really good.
It will be
ladder, anything that does with ladder qualifiers is absolutely god-awful.
So every tournament that you do and all the monthlies and stuff, they will matter because
you are a crazy guy, man. You are a crazy guy. I wish you luck, honestly, and I think we'll all help you achieve this, honestly.
I'm just glad that people are enjoying it, man.
Yeah.
Like,
well, so far, this was a really good event, right?
Yeah. I think, chat, you guys have enjoyed it.
I think so. There's like a lot of viewers.
Yeah, honestly. I mean, we peaked at like someone was saying 400 or 500, something like that.
That's good for the first one.
Yeah,
that's really good.
And I was just like, well, it's funny because it's like, you know, I don't expect to see this many people, and all of a sudden you're just looking at chat and you're like, I'm a very numbers-driven guy, right?
Of course,
It's the business side behind everything I do, right? You know, I think about numbers a lot, and I'm just looking at them like, how the hell? Like, what? What?
I think there's potential, but I think it's also you have to do the right things and just keep at it.
Yeah.
And I mean, this event was really good, so I'm sure the other ones are going to be. Also
I'm glad you're doing it because there's, like I said to you and Striker, is that there's no point. There's two reasons to put on a tournament.
Yeah.
Because people want to watch it.
Yes.
Because people want to play in it.
Yeah.
And if you lose either one of those, you're going to lose the other.
Absolutely.
Because nobody wants to watch it, then no one's going to play in it.
Absolutely.
What's the point? If no one wants to play in it, there's nothing to watch.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I agree. And again, you did a really good job.
I appreciate that. It means a lot that you say that.
I don't know how much you know me, but I don't say that lightly.
Well, I didn't see any chairs getting sent across the LAN center. So I felt really good.
I would behave. I behave in person, but I wouldn't tell you that you did a good job if I didn't mean it. Honestly.
I was joking with Artosis when the first 8 Rex, that was game 4.
Yeah.
That was played.
Yeah.
Where it was like, if you somehow lose this game, I expect a keyboard to be flying behind the camera between games.
Absolutely not. I would never put anyone in danger like that. I would just be really sad and kind of sulk in my corner. That's about it. But
you won. So, haha, easy win.
Luckily. I'm really happy.
Well, congrats again.
Thank you.
Our absolute Chad winner.
And thanks, guys, for tuning in. I hope you guys enjoyed this event. Make sure to support Air because, honestly,
can you hand me that MacBook real quick?
Doing a lot of work.
You can just unplug it.
Yeah.
I just realized that I don't actually have Twitch set up on here, so if I'm going to raid somebody, I got to do it from here.
Yeah. And I'll see you guys when I see you. Thanks for tuning in. And thanks again, Air.
Thank you. All right. Wait for this to boot up. So I guess I got a minute to fill some desk segment while I wait for my Mac to reboot because it died. So, guys, thank you all for watching. I'm glad you guys appreciated it. Gypsy, our absolute Chad, the man who bought a ticket on, like, Thursday, and I'm like, oh, he is going to show up. Managed to just show up and crush it all, right? Like, wait a minute. Wasn't what we expected. So, guys, thank you all. Let me see. Who do we got here? Similar size, same category. I mean, I guess similar size is a very...
Where's the subscriptions?
Yeah. What this guy said.
5 subscriptions right now.
$5 a month.
Bump them up. 5 gifted subs. One of you.
What was her? Do you remember that girl's name?
What girl?
There was a Twitch streamer, and she's like, "I do all this, and you couldn't give me $5."
Yeah. That was actually hilarious. Yeah,
that woman is nuts.
Yeah. She's just like, anyway, he works hard. You can't give him $5.
Oh, do you want to sit on the desk for a minute while we do a raid? I guess we can sit here and talk a minute while I look for somebody. Look, you're better at selling out than I am, so like.
Come on, guys. I haven't heard any ding-dangs.
The ding-ding-ding.
Come on, let's hear the ding-dings. We're about to close up shop here.
Guys, getting ready to. Man, I can't believe that we've had a great weekend.
Hell yeah.
I'm glad you came out, man. I genuinely am. You ready to go drinking and eating?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I'm nothing if not a hedonist.
All right, guys. CSL Pro. Oh, before I go, one thing I do want. Before I go, something I want all of you to have is thank you. Guys.
Yeah, no, you good. Thank you.
! Discord. If you want information on the Pro League, this is where you're going to find it, in this Discord. So I want all of you right now to click that link, because that's where you're going to find out when we go live, when the format's announced, when the dates are announced. All of that info is going to be there, all right? So make sure you're there, because if you're not, well, stop being silly. Be there. Where all the information is.
Yeah, no, but in all seriousness, it's awesome that you guys are watching. You guys peaked over like 400 concurrents, right?
Yeah, something like that. I saw between 400 and 500 is what I was hearing.
Hell yeah, dude. So like that's some real numbers. Like that's awesome. I'm glad that people turned out, and we had a lot of people here over the weekend. And overall, I would just say, like, you know, obviously thanks to this guy.
10 hours going strong.
Yeah, it's not easy to put together an event, and this guy lays out a lot of his own cash. So,
yeah,
let's.
It's fun though. Like, yeah, I wouldn't do it if I didn't love it. You know?
Of course. Nobody forced you to do it either. but you like it, and but also, you know, it's worth acknowledging too.
Yeah. Well, I thank you. It does mean a lot.
Yeah, it's not easy, man. I know it's not easy. So, yeah, no, seriously, like whoever can support, like obviously, if you can, you can. If you can't, you can't. But
if you can't afford to sub or donate or anything, just following and sharing.
Yeah.
Those are the two greatest. Join the Discord. Tell your friends.
Yeah.
Get them in the Discord.
Thank you so much. This whole StarCraft Brood War scene, everybody I met here is fantastic. I read so many of your great comments during the.
Everyone loved your casting, by the way.
Oh yeah.
There was a Discord watch party in CPL, our community league.
Yeah.
And I hopped in and I'm like, oh yeah, we were talking about like maybe you being on the finals, because I was like, I don't really know who's gonna cast.
Me and Artie.
Yeah. I'm like, I'm a little selfish. I wanted to cast him. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
But
listen,
like,
I wouldn't have declined it.
And so everyone's like, oh, yeah, he was great. And so everyone loved you, man.
That's great. I appreciate that. I had a great time. Gypsy was a phenomenal co-caster.
You wanted someone with knowledge.
Yeah.
I gave you Gypsy.
Yeah. You gave me the guy who knew a little bit about enough to win, right?
Yeah, a couple things.
Couple 3 things. But seriously, I guess we're about to raid. Who are we raiding here?
We're going to raid Blanderstrudel.
All right. There you go. This guy's about to have a great evening. Support this guy at the very least. Follow,
everyone,
share his content.
If you've been around, I raid Blanderstrudel a bunch. He's Latin American, I believe. And he has like different camera angles, so his camera will just like randomly change what view it is. He's a super cool dude.
Yeah, I just saw it shift over there.
Yeah, yeah, it just randomly does it.
That's hilarious.
He put so much effort into it. And thank you all for hanging out. I will see you guys. Next weekend starts the CS LAN qualifiers.
Yeah, and actually in 2 weeks there's going to be, on July 13th, Saturday, July 13th in Philadelphia, there's going to be Cheese-Adelphia.
That's when the date is?
Yeah,
Fuck!
Saturday, July 13th.
I can't be there.
At local host in Philadelphia. I will be there. I might do a little commentary over there too. Dude. And I'll definitely be competing, so you can watch me get destroyed.
Cheese-Adelphia is a great event.
Oh,
I want to start. I need to. Can you message me who puts that on?
Yeah, it's Joe Lugudis, but technically it's Nerd Street Gamers. So Nerd Street owns local host or whatever. They're the same company.
But who actually organizes
Joe.
it? Okay.
Yeah, he's been doing it forever. Joe
should be his
started,
info, because I want to talk to him, because I want to do the venue I get in Chicago.
Yeah, in local host. They have one, yeah.
Well, I want to use. I like my venue a little.
Yeah, that's fine.
But like,
I'm saying, but you could do one in Philly too. You said like people were talking about maybe. Anyway, whatever. This is not
either way. Yeah, this is a later conversation anyway.
Yeah. No, but Cheese-Adelphia is happening in 2 weeks, July 13th. You should definitely check that out if you like StarCraft 2. It's a one-day event. It is viewer-funded, so you can make donations to bump up the prize pool. But
it's awesome. The fact that it's happening is still just to me awesome.
And there is going to be a year-end event. This is a one-day event that is a qualifier for what's going to a larger event that's going to happen at the end of the year. So keep an eye out for that. StarCraft 2 and StarCraft Brood War have grassroots North American tournaments, and there's a lot more to come.
Man, it's going to be a great time. I look forward to all of it.
Yeah. Oh, somebody just gave that guy a sub. I wonder if that was related to this. Anyway, thank you guys.
Peace.